thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup in Paris for a second year in a row. Chess is one of the main games at the Esports World Cup, and we are here to broadcast to you first the Last Chance Qualifier in chess. There's still 5 qualification spots left for the main event in chess, which will feature $1.5 million as a prize fund. The stakes could not be higher, so those 5 qualification spots are very precious. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm thrilled to be here with Grandmaster Arthur Nixon. Arthur, I am so excited that I'm already just stumbling across my words, because this is it. This is the Esports World Cup. $1.5 million is unheard of in chess. We wish there were more events like this in the chess world, and over 100 participants are trying to grab those final qualification spots.
Yeah, no, hi, of course, and everybody else who is watching. I think that today is going to be an amazing day ahead of us. And, to be honest, I'm sitting here and wondering why I'm not there myself in Paris.
Why are you not there?
I don't know. I decided that it's better to do the commentary instead. But, watching yesterday's coverage we had together with David, the first day, the first 2 groups, I thought, wow, I want to be there one day, maybe the next year, who knows? And I can definitely feel the players, the chess professionals who have traveled from pretty much all over the world. We have so many American players, of course, all the Europeans very close to France. They're definitely there. And I think this is the kind of thing that's only going to grow in the coming years. So it's just great to be here, to be honest.
It's an absolutely incredible opportunity for the players, incredible event for anyone to attend and to spectate. So grab your drinks, your popcorn, you're in for a treat. We're gonna be here pretty much the whole day covering the group stages today of the Last Chance Qualifier. This is a 3-day event. The players are divided into 4 groups, and you need to finish in the top 4 spots of each group in order to make it to the playoffs of the Last Chance Qualifier, which will take place tomorrow. So we have 128 players in total, as mentioned already, divided into groups. And once we are done with the group stages tomorrow, the big showdown, the playoffs, will be a double elimination bracket between the top 4 players of each group. 5 in total will make it to the main event to fight for a portion of that $1.5 million prize fund and to have a chance to face the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and defending champion Magnus Carlsen. The stakes, the pressure are extremely high, and this is speed chess at its best. Our time control is 10 minutes. No increment. We saw yesterday already how important time management is, mouse skills, flagging skills, and we are yet to figure out who will be the 4 players both in Group C and the 4 players in Group D who will make it to the double elimination bracket playoffs for tomorrow. Every round we are going to feature a game that we are expecting to be a thrilling one to follow. We will start with one of the local players, Jules Moussard, who is representing Team Vitality. Vitality is actually doing really well in the club championship, and it would be great for them to grab more points in the chess category as well. So definitely a lot of local fans there in France for Team Vitality, and a lot of fans for Jules Moussard so that he could make it to the main event and grab some points for his Team Vitality. In the first round, in a Swiss format, usually that's when we have the biggest gap, right, Arthurs, between the players in terms of experience and rating points. But we have seen upsets, and we have seen some extremely surprising and, I guess, in a way, shocking performances when it comes to yesterday. For instance, one of the heroes of the round was 13-year-old French player El Zain, who is one of our youngest participants, and he nearly took down one of the favorites for the qualification spot, Grandmaster Bortnik. So anything can happen. And Arthurs, I think I'm going to throw it over to you with that same thought. Will you expect those moments, upsets, and can we expect maybe even a first round upset?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that the time control promises exactly that, because when you have only 10 minutes with no increment, because, you know, when it comes from the professional's perspective, especially playing over the board and online, the players are used to this extra time. So typically you get like extra 1 second or 2 seconds per move, which sometimes allows you to accumulate a bit more time, think about the critical moments. But here, that's it. You're running out of time and you're just going to lose the game. So I think that definitely some of the lower rated players, they will have a chance. And the time management is going to be really crucial. So whoever has a bit more experience playing this time control, 10 minutes definitely is going to help a lot. And also we shouldn't forget that there is such a thing as mouse slipping. And this is also a chance for lower rated players to produce some upsets, because we've seen this, Anna, happen from time to time when you try to execute a move when you're playing online and somehow your mouse slips, you make the wrong move, and it just, again, produces a lot of unexpected results from time to time.
Yeah, it can very well happen in any game, a mouse slip, and that could change a game, completely turn around the game, even if it's some of the top favorites, some of the higher rated grandmasters. As you mentioned, that could happen in anyone's game, and this first matchup is one of those where there is a big gap between the 2 players. Grandmaster Jules Moussard from France, representing Team Vitality, and his opponent, I believe, is also a French player but a club player around the rating of 2000, if I'm not mistaken. And he likes to play the Sicilian defense from what I see here in his opening repertoire, because it could be, in that case, I think quite a fun and dynamic battle. But it's so special about the qualification tournaments, such as the Last Chance Qualifier for the Esports World Cup, that anyone can participate. So we have seen professional chess players competing with amateurs, with club players. Chess could be your hobby, and you are there facing some of the top grandmasters in the world to try to qualify to the Esports World Cup. It's a very inclusive, very, very welcoming tournament where literally anyone can sign up if you are above the age of 13.
Absolutely, yeah. So as you can see, the very first game has already started, and we're already 1 minute in, and this is one of the most popular lines from the Sicilian Rossolimo. Very, very popular at the highest level. White just double the pawns at the c-file here, and is aiming for some sort of an easier game at the king side, and maybe in the long run, Anna, try to somehow exploit that having double pawns at the queen side is not really so great.
It's not really so great, and that's something that we will see later in the middle game on how the players are trying to deal with this kind of pawn structure and the plans for each player. In terms of the time management, I am really pleasantly surprised that here the underdog, Jan Nahed, who is a couple of hundred rating points below his grandmaster opponent, he's playing so confidently. You love to see it. He's so fast. He's so confident. He knows what he's doing. This is what everyone should copy, and myself included. I'm inspired by Jan's confidence and just the fact that he believes in himself, and he doesn't care that his opponent is one of the top grandmasters in the group.
Of course, yeah. So it's really great to see this, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see more than one surprise in the group stage. So at the moment, the position is quite unbalanced. Black willingly double these pawns to get the bishop advantage, which, I mean, at competitive level is one of the favorite advantages for really good players. And here we see black just played e5, which sort of closes the bishop on g7, but white needs to open up things at the king side with f4, which is precisely what the Frenchman does. And again, the structure changes, so black keeps the bishops here, but I suppose the Frenchman is going for some sort of a king side attack.
I think so too. It feels like because of pushing that pawn and opening up the file for the rook, we could see those knight jumps as well that you're highlighting. And that's why Jan goes for this knight jump to the edge of the board to target the bishop of white and at the same time open up the diagonal for his own bishop. I like the way he's handling this. He's trying to pose questions to his grandmaster opponent and make sure that Jules doesn't get just a free pass at the coordination and the maneuvers that he's planning with those knight jumps.
And look at this last move on a bishop h2, of course, was a very, very important move, because I don't think you can allow black to take a d4 and establish a perfect control of those dark squares. So that's why the bishop on h2 is sort of like a sniper control on this long diagonal, also limiting the knight on h5 in a bit. But I think that here white most likely will continue with moves like queen f3 here, maybe attack the pawn on f7, think about landing the knight here on c4. And at this level, it's essentially about fighting for weaknesses and exploiting them. And it looks like the Frenchman is ready to do that.
It looks like he is ready to do that. As you highlighted, it is a very important detail to preserve the bishop and then get ready for his attack and to execute his plan. And now the big question for black is, what do you do about those ideas that white is ready to play? We see a bishop development by Jan, placing the bishop on a very natural square. I like the placement of the bishop, supporting the pawn on f7, and also keeping an eye on the c4 square. In case the white knight jumps there, you could consider trading your bishop for the knight.
That's a great move. I really like it. And also look at the last move here that Jules played. He played King H1. This is the kind of thing you would say it's a prophylactic move, something it's not going to really hurt your chances. And I think that he's going for the G4 push at some point. Normally, you're not supposed to touch the pawns in the front of your king, but this knight on H5, I suppose it bothers white a bit. So I would be thinking, do I play G4, maybe gain some tempi by playing E5, knight E4, and exploit a couple of those weakened dark squares in black's position? Or how about I try to capture this knight immediately and something like E5 here, you see I'm cutting off the escape route for the knight and then just try to conquer it.
It really looks like that's the idea of Jules, and it is a brave move. Usually when you push your pawns in front of the king, you need to be very sure that it's not going to backfire. Pawns don't go backwards. This is one of the rules in chess that often does backfire on any level when you wish you could just place it back to where it used to be. But I feel like Jules is preparing for that push and placing now the queen on the f file. He's doubling his queen and the rook. That f7 pawn is very well protected by black's pieces, but it also means that those black pieces need to stay defending the f7 pawn for a long time.
I mean, this is really what also makes Grandmaster so good at the game, because they very quickly, of course, see these ideas. Yes, I want to go after the knight on h5. I want to trap it with moves like g4 or e5, but it's all about having a perfect harmony of your position together. So that's why it's also very important not to forget to develop the remaining pieces, which is, by the way, sometimes a common problem among club level players. They get very much focused on what they want to accomplish, but GMs, well, they always try to first bring every single piece into the action, because g4, e5, well, maybe it's going to be still there after a couple of moves.
It could still be there, and that's something that Jan has to take into account every single turn, basically. Is there going to be a g4 push? Is there going to be e5? He has to be ready for those pawn pushes at every single turn. And what we see by Jules is that he's simply improving his position. Now he brings the rook also to central file that will be supporting that central pawn push. So all of these moves are in harmony with the plan of white, and it's going to get tougher and tougher for black to stay ready for the pawn pushes. And that's why we see b5 by Jan Nahed here, trying to create also his own play, saying that, okay, your focus is the king side and the center. I'm going to try to counterattack on the queen side.
This makes perfect sense from Black's perspective. And White already, look at this, White immediately expected this, because once again, chess professionals very often think ahead. They're not only doing their hard work, what's their move, what's their plan, we're going to position the pieces, but very often they do all of this for their opponent. And judging by the speed, how quickly Musar played e5, he fully expected b5, because it's such a natural move. You're seeing it for this counterplay, and wow,
Ooh.
f5, that's a big move.
It is a big move, and it is against White's pawn push. So after Jules' central pawn push, that knight was out of squares to jump to, and White was threatening to win the knight by pushing g4, and that's why Black pushes f5. This is inviting an en passant capture, and Jules knows the rules. En passant, you have to capture, right, Arthurs?
I mean, yes, depends really if you are gaining something out of this, but in this occasion, yes, this I think was the correct choice, because otherwise g4 no longer is happening. And look at this, I think at this moment here, Musar is gonna change his strategy again, and once more, this is what makes chess professionals so good, because they very quickly identify that they don't have to stick to this plan of trapping the knight. They're always able to see the larger picture. And I suppose the larger picture here could be that because of his potential counterplay at the queen side, Black has maybe weakened some squares. Most notably, how about this c5 weakness? So if I'm White, I'm thinking, can I anchor the knight on e4 and ask you some unpleasant questions, or maybe even bishop e5 followed by knight e4? I really like here White's position on it.
I like it a lot too. And while Jules is thinking, I just wanted you to do a quick Insta replay of that en passant capture for those that might not be familiar with this peculiar move in chess, because you normally think the pawns go forward, they capture diagonally, but how can a pawn capture a pawn that was standing right next to it? So if we go back just for a moment to that capture, Artus, if you're able to show it, the black pawn has just been pushed 2 squares. It's jumping across the capture square of the white pawn. And in this moment, and only in this moment, white can take the pawn as if it had only moved to f6. This is called an en passant capture, but you can only do it right after your opponent has jumped across the capture square. You make any other move and this capture no longer exists.
Yeah, this is a very good point, and I think when you're playing over the board, and sometimes chess fans, they forget that, and they want to make 10% move, the second move, or the third move, or at some point later in the stage. It's impossible. The rules do not allow that, and the good thing about playing chess online, you couldn't break any rules. So here we have knight e4. There was a knight trade on e4, and I think here White is going for this plan. He's trying to exploit some of those weaknesses in Black's camp. But also the one thing we're seeing is this evaluation bar with white and black color, which gives us a pretty good clue, according to a chess engine, who is doing better. Now, after White's last plan, it's supposedly about equal, but I'm still preferring White's position because maybe knight c5 is not such a big threat, but knight f6 and exposing the black king, I would be worried about this if I was black.
I would most certainly be worried too. It's looking very tender on the squares you highlighted, and Jan is trying to face it by placing his bishop on d5, pinning the white knight. I like this. That's a move that is prophylactic. It is pinning the active knight of Jules. And Jules immediately just pushes the pawn on the queen side, strengthening his pawn structure, and says, now that the pawn is no longer hanging, since, as you are highlighting, the g7 bishop was targeting the pawn, everything is safe in White's position. And look at that pawn chain, all of the white pawns on light squares, so the dark squared bishop of black can never touch them.
That's right, and this is where also Black immediately gets rid of one of the weaknesses by playing c4. So far, the Grandmaster is under pressure. I think after the opening Anna, he had a very nice position, but the longer the game is ongoing, here Black is able to pose White a lot of questions. He still keeps the bishop here. And the one thing I'm wondering, why White is not playing knight f6? I'm pretty sure that here Musar is looking at this opportunity at any moment, because his dream would be to play knight f6, trade the knights for the queen here, get the queen on f6, and if you get the bishop on e5, which serves such a powerful battery of the queen and bishop, it's almost a checkmate. But no, queen f2 is played.
It feels like even though he has assessed that idea and was playing for it, now he changes in a different direction and doesn't want to go to an opposite colored bishop position, but rather steps out of the pin with his queen, and now the knight could jump to c5 as well, or f6. Rook f8 is against those knight jumps toward the black king, and it attacks the white queen, so now we see the queen move to this weak square in black's position that's also targeting the weak pawn on the edge of the board. So it's a lot more positional approach. It's no longer about attacking the black king, but rather moving your army toward the other side of the board and targeting the weaknesses on the queen side, especially this isolated pawn on the edge of the board on a5.
This, I think, clearly is White's plan, and for black, he is doing really wonderful job so far, but it's also coming at a cost. He has spent a lot of time, and again, we have to remember the viewers, because there's no increment. The players are playing only 10 minutes for the entire game, and that's it. If you lose on time, you lose on time. You're not getting extra seconds. Now we just saw black committing to a bishop trade for the knight to seek some counterplay with queen e3, queen takes on e4. Black is doing admirably, but I suspect, Anna, that the time management here might have a critical say at the final stages of this game.
It's so crucial, and we saw this at any level. Even top grandmasters fall into this. If you are lower on time with no increment, it's really difficult to make up for this time gap between you and your opponent, and this is already over 2 minutes of time advantage for the French grandmaster playing here with the white pieces. So while the position, according to the evaluation bar, is balanced or slightly better only for Jules, his time advantage is so significant that it's bound to happen that for black, it's either going to be the time scramble that causes a mistake, or you run out of time because there is no increment. And if you run out of time, you lose the game.
That might be a big problem. So I think the black needs to speed up here his game. So Jan Naher has been doing really, really well so far in this game. But in the last couple of moves, white is taking a bit over the game because he took this pawn on a5, not the pawn on c6, because the one thing what really stands out in the endgames is if you have the so-called outside pass pawn. Look at this. This pawn on a4, it's about to run forward very quickly. I'm not really sure if black will be able to do the same. And again, look at this, Anna. Black is down to the last minute. He's essentially in a bullet territory here.
It's bullet territory with no increment, and while the black position is only slightly worse, as we highlighted, the time disadvantage is huge, and you cannot make up for it since there is no increment. 1 minute left for the entire game for Jan Nahed. He's getting a check now from the white queen. He moves his king up 1 square, and that looks like a very safe position for the king. There's no checks anymore. The pawn could be taken by white, but that leads to this very nasty check on the back rank, as Arthurs is highlighting, and that means that you would end up losing the game if you were greedy grabbing the pawn. Now the pawn is safe after having pushed it to c5. The black pieces are so active. The doubled heavy pieces, the queen and the rook together, the bishop in the center, the pawn protecting it. So in terms of the position, black is doing incredibly well, and he's a 2000 rated player facing one of the top grandmasters in his group. The problem for Jan Nahed is the time, 58 seconds left versus nearly 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I think this is also where Musar feels that he has to slow down a bit, come up with a plan, because from one side you want to play on your strong pass pawn, but on the other side, queen h3, it's a mistake.
A mistake, and this is what's bound to happen, unfortunately, under time pressure, that you cannot keep making the best decisions. But Jules did not spot the opportunity. He moves his bishop away, and now black is back in the game.
Yeah, still the problem remains with this outside pass pawn, and also the clock is so low. 54 seconds here for Jan. Bishop d6 is bishop takes on c5 a threat. Really difficult to come up with a defense. I think, you cannot take it. Look at this, Sana. There's some tricks here. He's getting so resourceful here.
Very resourceful. Our French player here with the black pieces, about 2000 rated. He's facing a grandmaster, one of the favorites in the group to qualify, and yet he's putting on such a fight. If it wasn't for the time management and that he's down to his final 42 seconds, he would have great chances of scoring in this game. But maybe still he has those chances if he has the bullet skills to support a position like this, where Jules will definitely keep the position as complex as possible, keep making threats, and try to capitalize on his time advantage.
How do you actually keep the pawn, Anna? I'm looking at this. How do you defend the pawn? Because I was trying to figure out how to make sure it happens, but the rook on c1 was always under attack. Bishop g1, queen e5 played very quickly. White needs to keep this pawn on a5 alive, or already start to flag black. I mean, if you trade the bishops here and trade the a pawn for the d pawn, it's objectively a draw. But yeah, I mean, how do you do this? I suppose maybe a6? That's what the Frenchman is thinking right now.
He must be considering that. I don't think he wants to trade, but he might have to do it if that's the best move in the position. He has pushed the pawn to a6 to try to keep the position complex and capitalize on his time advantage. But now also Jules is below a minute. This is the final. 54 seconds for Jules Mussard, 34 seconds for Jan Nahed. And now again, the evaluation bar shoots up because this rook endgame is not good for black. The rook is supporting the pass pawn, and you're going to run out of useful moves. This black rook is really passive. That is the problem. If you move the rook away, the pass pawn will be pushed, and therefore you cannot move move your rook, you can only move your king, and you are gonna run out of useful moves. Jan Nahed knows it. You see the reaction. He knows that he has played a really good game against an extremely strong opponent, but now the smiles, the gestures, it says it all. He had it. He had a really good defense, but at the end of the day, the time scramble made him also crumble and end up lose this endgame against Grandmaster Gilles Moussard. But the gestures, the camaraderie, you love to see that.
Yeah, and I think he was doing really well for the first 27 moves. This was such an equal game throughout the very end. But yeah, that's why the GMs there, the GMs, Anna, they keep fighting those resources until the very end. And when it seemed that Black already has managed to secure an equal position, couple of moves, and that's it. It's immediately 1-0, and here you can see the players are still discussing what could have been like a small, maybe, insights from the Grandmaster. This is where you went wrong, and this is where you could improve your game.
I wish I could speak French so I would understand it, but I think some of our viewers will understand. Of course, this is Paris. This is the Esports World Cup, and two French players facing each other. I'm just gonna stay quiet for a moment and try to listen to them in case I understand something.
Je ne comprends pas, Anna. That's all I can say.
En fait, là, tu dois faire dame d4 ici. Parce que là, regarde, je suis pas dans le carré. Et du coup, tu dois filer le pion et prendre ça. Et c'est ça qui me faisait chier. J'arrivais pas à trouver comment empêcher ça. Et dame b5, pareil.
La finale de tour, elle est.
Ah, la finale de tour, elle est perdante.
Elle est perdante pour moi, tu penses?
Pardon, c'est sûr.
Là, oui, parce que genre, mon roi, je suis pas.
Non, mais même ici, en fait, je suis dans le carré.
Ouais,
j'ai pion passé, la tour derrière le pion.
Ah ouais, je me rends pas compte de ça. Pour moi, là encore, elle était encore.
Ah non, t'es cuit, t'es cuit.
On va bien jouer.
Mais avant, t'étais très correct. Et là, fallait faire fou et 5, j'ai hésité en plus. Le 5, j'étais pas sûr de 5. Et là, j'ai 4, putain.
J'ai 4. Ouais, je te voyais arriver avec ton cavalier au 4. Moi, je me sentais bien pendant tout le milieu de jeu.
J'espérais que tu joues pas ça, mais. Parce que ça.
Tellement joué B3 tempo, tu m'as fait mal quand t'as joué B3 tempo.
Ouais, je me suis dit, je vais l'envoyer tempo. Et
je me suis dit, t'es vraiment une enflure. B3 tempo, je pense que tu vois ma tête sur la caméra, je me suis dit, mais putain, t'es. Moi j'avais quelques. J'étais pas sûr que tous les 5 marchaient en fait. Et donc quand tu joues B3 tempo.
Excuse me, guys. Yes. We need to remove you from the stage.
Oui, I go Vincent.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes if you want to go.
2 minutes?
We will remove everything. Just make sure you take it.
And this is what we love about the Esports World Cup. It brings together people from all places around the world, and also it brings together local players like Gilles Moussard and Jan Nahed. These were the final moments in the game when it went wrong for the hero here trying to defend with the black pieces. Jan Nahed, 2000 rated player, facing one of the top grandmasters of Group C, Grandmaster Gilles Moussard, but eventually he ended up making a mistake in the time trouble. He has defended so well. This could very well be one of the best games, if not the best game of his career. So kudos to Jan Nahed for his resourcefulness and playing an excellent game. But Gilles Moussard, French Grandmaster, representing Team Vitality, ends up scoring the full point. And we have the current standings. A lot of players have managed to get the full point. 13 players still on 100% score. But because of the Swiss format, this number of who and how many players on 100% score each time will get lower and lower. That pool, we have 27 participants in Group C, and the top 4 will advance to the playoffs of tomorrow. Therefore, the top 4 are the only spots that matter in this sense. And if you want to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup and have a chance to grab a chunk of a $1.5 million prize pool, then you need to be in the top 4 of your group. So looking good so far for Gilles Moussard and all the other players who won their first games, but you can never write off anyone, even with a loss or two. you can still make it if you go on a winning streak. That's what happened yesterday, Arthurs, for instance, in the case of beloved chess streamer Eric Hansen. He lost 2 games, but yet he still managed to make it. So it's still possible for Jan Nahed as well and all the other players who didn't succeed in the first round. It's 7 rounds in total, and we're gonna start the second round soon. That's actually the only reason why our players had to stop analyzing, because they were kindly told, hey, we are getting ready for the next round. We're gonna need these computers for the next game.
Yeah, and I think that next round is going to start really shortly. And speaking about yesterday's results in the first 2 groups, Anna, I noticed one thing that, like you mentioned, that some of the players who lost the first round, it's not over for them, of course, because there's 7 rounds in total. And according to the results yesterday in the first 2 groups, you can make it to the top 4 if you score at least 5 points. So 5 points out of 7, it's like probably you're gonna make it. 5.5 points out of 7, definitely you are in the top 4. So we have about 26, 27 players per group. So this means that even if you drop a game early on, you can still fight it and get your chances. And we also saw a lot of favorites making it, because there was a lot of players with 1 point each. No draws, by the way, which is maybe not that of a big surprise. And pretty much all of the Grandmasters, they made it.
All of the Grandmasters made it so far, but each round will start pitting them against a stronger and stronger opponent in a Swiss format. As we mentioned, it's the case that the first rounds are usually the so-called easier pairings. When it comes to Grandmasters facing lower rated opponents, there's usually a bigger gap in rating and experience. But the more rounds we pass, the smaller and smaller the pool is where you're facing someone with the same amount of points. It could very well be the case that after 2 or 3 rounds, we are left with just a handful of players on a 100% score, if at all. I feel like yesterday, after 3 or 4 rounds, we were running out of perfect score performances, because it's getting harder and harder to win every single game, especially when the top favorites will be facing each other.
And I think also with the next round, we might already see some of the clashes between chess professionals, because there you go, there's the matchup. Rinat Jumabayev on the left against Alexa Lam. These are really well-known Grandmasters, chess professionals, already as early as the second round. So, like, maybe for some of the pros, the first round was a bit easier fight, even though, to be honest, Anna, Musard's game didn't seem easy to me. I thought that the opposition was really tough. But this is where 2 GMs are clashing against each other. Oh, what's going to happen here?
This is a really tough second round pairing. I feel the rating difference between these 2 Grandmasters is only about 80 points when it comes to their classical rating. Of course, I'm not sure how will that translate to their speed chess skills, to their online skills, but the fact that they are 2 very established Grandmasters, Rinat Jumabayev from Kazakhstan, Saleh Salem from the United Arab Emirates, and the 2 of them are here to try to qualify for those final 5 spots for the main event in chess. We see Salem with a group of players, maybe friends, supporters, and Rinat Jumabayev already in the zone, ready to start the game. He might be going through in his head which opening, which variations to play. He will have the white pieces in this game.
Yeah, so the game is about to start, and we are going to get our moves in a minute. So it was also very interesting to see that both players were having a different kind of attitude. Like Salem, he was a bit more relaxed, while Rinat Jumabayev was more in the zone, trying to focus on the game. And there you go, the game is officially starting. We have d4, the queen's move, queen's pawn move in the first move. So this is a really big theory here. Chess professionals that typically know, like, theory, the best moves according to a chess engines, like 20, 25 moves ahead. And very often it's all about the choices you make, because choices in chess, they're all but limitless.
All but limitless, and we see a very classical, very theoretical variation chosen by the players, as you highlighted. Oftentimes we see in this kind of setup in the Grunfeld defense that Black gives up some space, gives up the central control to then later fight back for it. And in this case, those knights, it could look funky. It does look very peculiar how Black's knights are more on the edge of the board. One is literally on the edge and the other is close to it. And it looks like the Black knight could be nearly trapped, but you cannot push the B pawn to take away that one jumping square from the knight because of the bishop that's looking really dangerous on that long diagonal that Black has opened up.
Also, one thing I just noticed, Anna, that White played this move, last move with the bishop here on f4. There was a pawn sacrifice because Black could have accepted it, eliminating White's knight that was guarding the pawn on d5. And you could definitely sense that the Emirati Grandmaster was looking into this. And typically they suspected, oh, this is a prep that you can prepare for this game. And very often when your opponent, a chess professional, plays unusual moves so quickly, you assume that there's some engine work behind it because you typically prepare something for this tournament. But now we have a pretty symmetrical structure on the board. Both of the opponent's pieces are standing really well. The relation bar that we have, it shows that White's position is slightly better. But to be honest, Anna, I would just say the position is about balance here.
Very balanced position, I would say, as well, and also pretty balanced in terms of time management. It's only now that Jumabayev starts spending a little longer, but so far this game has been very even, very balanced, and I feel like it's going to start to become the calm before the storm, because this is speed chess. This is a game with no increment. This is a game with high stakes. Who will qualify to make it to the main event in chess and fight for a prize pool of $1.5 million? The pressure could not be higher for all of the participants. I feel this could be the biggest payday in their career if they make it to the main event. So to have that as the surroundings, the atmosphere, and they literally feel the atmosphere because they are present at the Esports World Cup where all the other gaming events are taking place, all the other competitions as well. You can feel the vibrant atmosphere, and I think it's really hard to not think about those factors at all. You try to not think of them, especially try not to think of the stakes, but it's there. The pressure is there.
I think you're right, Anna. Especially before the tournament, you're thinking about where I am. I'm playing this esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. There's $1.5 million at stake and everything. So yes, you're definitely nervous. But as soon as you start the game, you're in the zone. Like, this is where you try to rely on your skills, your experience. And by the way, look at this. Both players are totally relaxed. Renat has laid back a bit here, maybe giving him a better view to the position. Also, Salem Salek is super focused. He's looking, what is my opponent trying to do there? I suspect they're right now trying to evaluate, is this knight jump to c7 a threat or not? Ancient supposedly quite doesn't like it, but if I was Black, Anna, I would be thinking about this.
Yeah, there certainly was an option. We see a knight jump targeting the pawn with the bishop and the knight both attacking the b2 pawn. It really is the question now how White can deal with this. How do you protect the pawn? What are the best moves to parry this threat?
Yeah, knight a4. There's a counterattack. You meet an attack with a counterattack. Unfortunately, not always that's the best choice. I mean, especially the club level players, they love. Wow, b3. Anna, that's an exchange sacrifice right there. Look at this.
He's sacrificing his rook for the bishop of Black, saying that if you do take the rook, which is more valuable than the bishop, the 5 points that we say is the rook's worth, and 3 points is roughly the bishop's worth. So normally it would be great to capture a rook, but White was claiming with his sacrifice that the dark squares would have been really weak around the Black king if you had captured the rook. Now, what's interesting is that White's rook is still there, ready to be captured, and you can't move it away because the other bishop is also sniping the squares around the rook. So this was not just a one-moment sacrifice. You're saying that I'm okay with you taking my rook now or next move. It's okay. You can have it whenever you want to.
You're right. So I think this rook at a1 Anna has nowhere to go. And I suspect in either the scenario, what he has to park his bishop on h6. And this was, by the way, one of the big ideas. There you go. Jumabayev just landed his bishop on h6 because look at this. You can take the rook here on a1, but it comes with a double attack. The first attack, of course, is your rook at f8 is under attack. But the second, more sinister threat is that you might actually deliver a checkmate on the board. So that's why very often for data players, especially for grandmasters, sacrificing material is a pretty normal thing because they're always able to see the larger picture, and the larger picture, ladies and gentlemen, is the initiative.
Initiative is the key word here, absolutely. And what a powerful way of facing a somewhat higher rated opponent. These two grandmasters, of course, are very close in terms of their strengths. But if someone is slightly a favorite, it would be Salem by rating. So the fact that it's Jumabayev who takes the initiative and puts this much pressure on Salem, it's now pressure on the clock as well, because if you're getting into this situation, you do need time to figure out what's the best way to defend. So lots of pressure on Salem on the board, and now also somewhat on the clock.
Yeah. So he is definitely under a lot of pressure here, and that's why he came up with an idea to also trade his bishops here on h3. I think the reason was this: he was a bit afraid a move ago if white would be able to trade the knights at some point, this white bishop would become really strong. That's why here the Emirati grandmaster had to very quickly reject a couple of moves. For example, you don't want to take on h6 because your king could be in trouble. You don't want to take on a1 because you don't want simply to be checkmated. And yeah, this bishop on g2, what was made him really nervous. But the one thing I'm slightly not liking in black's position, Anna, is that he just played knight a4, knight b6, two moves to return to the starting position where the knight was. And this probably suggests that white is gaining some time.
White is certainly gaining time, gaining momentum here in the position. We do see the trades of the dark squared bishops on the g7 square. And the evaluation bar is definitely supporting your assessment, Arthurs, that white has the initiative and can capitalize on it. It might have been the case that there was something more precise than the last few moves, but it is still showing a pleasant advantage for white. The black rook has now just moved to the open d file. Trying to trade pieces is usually a good defensive resource. The less pieces, in general, the less likely that you're going to get into trouble when it comes to your king being attacked. But overall, I feel that the white pieces are more active and more dangerous. And even this bishop that dropped into the corner, once that knight moves away from f3, that is a beautiful diagonal while the h3 bishop is not doing much.
Exactly. That I think the very reason why white decided to decline the bishop trade, I'm not really sure if this was the best thing, because the one thing I'm slightly worried about white's position, Anna, is that this bishop on h3 makes me having some potential back rank issues. Because imagine this, if I move one rook, the second rook, and the queen, I do need to watch out for some kind of a back rank check, and this might be a mate because the bishop on h3 doesn't allow the king to escape. But I assume that here Jumabayev is heavily banking on the idea at the right moment to play knight e4, open up the light square bishop, and apply a lot of pressure against black's queenside.
It's going to be interesting whether his assessment and his strategy will prevail, or will it be the case that really this bishop on h3, as you highlighted, taking away the g3 square, taking away the option of the white king to escape from the back rank, will that backfire? But now white is putting pressure on the bishop, saying, okay, I am opening up the long diagonal for my bishop, but I'm also targeting your h3 bishop so that it's not that comfortable for you to just keep this situation where my king is somewhat sensitive on the back rank. It might be dangerous later on. So the bishop moves away. Black doesn't want to allow white to capture the bishop for the knight.
Yeah, this I think is a very good point. And also Salem, he's thinking about how do I get some dynamics, because that's the one thing that very often bothers chess professionals the most. They don't really care about how do I save this position. They're mostly thinking about where are my active chances. So if White was able to take on h3, this would give White a very easy game. So that's why here Saleh, he knows that he is slightly under some pressure here. The rooks were just traded off the board. White has a bit better pieces. And that's what Black is thinking. I mean, how do I create you some problems? The bishop on g4 is very active here. Bishop g2, that's a very cautious move.
Very cautious, very, very patient in a way, just simply improving the bishop with one square on the same diagonal, and maybe wanting to expand. At some point, he might want to push the h-pawn, chase the bishop further away, create a space for the king on h2. There can be like ideas along those lines as well. I'm not sure if that's his reasoning, but what I do see is that he has spent a good bit of his time over these last couple of moves, and that is a significant time difference. About a minute and a half time advantage now for Salem. So while his position is slightly worse, he's doing much better with the time management. And this is a speed chess game with no increments. So this could very well mean the over minute of time advantage. I think that's worth more than White's positional advantage in this sense.
That is a very good point, Anna. So again, we're basically seeing something very similar that happened in the very first round game. So White is here trying to get an opening advantage, play a lot of accurate moves, but this comes at an expense, spending a lot of time. And I don't think you want to give Black a lot of extra time on the clock, because Salem, he's really well known for his speed skills playing online. So it's already basically 2-minute advantage for Black. He's playing very quickly and trying to apply a lot of pressure. According to Malaysian Bar, what is better, but what good does it do to you if you are in a time scramble?
Absolutely, and we see this time difference just becoming a larger margin now, over 2 minutes of time advantage for Salem, and Jumavaya needs to speed up, but it is what you described, Arthurs. He's looking for the best way to capitalize on his advantage. He knows he's somewhat better. He wants to do something about this, make progress, but that costs you time, it costs you effort, and then you end up having to settle for less optimal moves, such as this knight jump to offer a queen trade and make the position simpler.
I think this is actually a mistake, Anna, because here Black has a chance. Try to take over the game. This knight on b6 was feeling quite clumsy here. Black has an opportunity to trade the knights. The queen on b2 for White will be left defenseless, so there's going to be what we call in chess intermezzo move. You include the move before you capture the knight. We might see a couple of pieces disappearing off the board, but Black is not even thinking about this. He's thinking even further. So what happens when I take it? What happens if I trade knights? I trade queens. He takes an a4. What do I do after that? And how do I, most importantly, evaluate the position?
Very good questions, and so much to assess. We do see the knight trade that you suggested, Arthurs, and now the queens are off of the board as well. So that knight for Black is no longer an issue. We have doubled pawns for White on the left side of the board and doubled pawns for Black on the right side of the board. But the Black doubled pawns are healthier because they are staying together in a pawn formation close to the other pawns of Black, while the other pawns, the white pawns, they're doubled and isolated. No one can help them out. No other pawns can support them.
Yeah, that's going to be a really problem for White. Look at this, rook c8 and not rook d8, because Black could have traded rooks, but he treats that his rook here at the queen side is going to cause White more problems. So I think that Black is thinking about how do I create you some problems. Knight a5. Here comes Salem. He's about to take over the game here, Anna, because knight a5, back rank check. You're really happy if you're White that you included the h3 here, because otherwise that would be a big problem for White.
Absolutely. It is now black with the really active moves. The rook has come in, the bishop putting pressure on the white pawns. If only black could also improve his knight. That's the last piece that's not really doing much in the activity, but it's doing much in the defense. It's guarding a really important pawn on b7. So in that sense, it is also doing an important role, but it's going to be harder for black to improve that piece for sure. And Jumabayev is taking off his jacket. If the jackets are off, it means, I'm ready for the time scramble.
Let's go. So rook a1 attacks the pawn on a2, and here Jumabayev, after removing his jacket, he found the best moves. Now we see black took on b3 with the bishop. Now this is a very common trick between good players. In a time scramble, very often you won't keep the knight, because the knight, when the clock is ticking, it can be the most unpredictable piece on the board. But of course, Anna, I know that you're looking at those queens and pawns for black. You're wondering, can black defend them because they're on the color of white's bishop?
They are on the color of white's bishop, which means that it's going to be harder for black to move his knight to a more active location, especially now that the bishop is in the middle of the board. It's the way that the bishop can dominate a knight with this setup. At the same time, the black rook is so active in compared to white's rook. I think that's what compensates for the knights being stuck on the edge in a way, but the black rook being active. White's bishop better, but the rook is more passive.
I really like white's position here. To be honest, this bishop on d5 stands so beautifully here. b5, here comes the Emirati grandmaster seeking some sort of a counterplay. The knight on a5 is so badly positioned right now, so I think the first priority for black is to find a way to activate the knight. I would say something like knight c6, knight b4, knight e5, and Jumabayev is thinking, okay, I gotta improve my pieces. The rook on b2 doesn't do anything. How do I get it somewhere in the back rank of black's defenses?
And that's what he's doing. He's moving it to an open fine, and he's ready for the knight jump as well. We might see soon a rook endgame if the knight and bishop were to be traded. The rook is now attacking the knight, forcing it to capture the b3 pawn, but then there will be counter attacks on the 7th rank, and you also need to watch out for potential pins. So here Salem has to calculate it precisely what happens, and he makes a mistake.
Whoa.
As soon as he goes on 7th, he made a mistake, and he knows it. He blundered.
Oh my goodness. He just forgot about the knight on b3. I mean, this basically never happens at the highest level. I mean, Salek Salem is a world-class player, and he forgot about the knight on b3. You could also see the body language of him shaking just the head like, what did I just do?
He knows it, and he's the one who had more time. So had he played the right move, he had chances because of the time advantage. But now he is down a piece. White has an extra bishop and is now targeting the pass pawn of black. It is a completely lost position for Grandmaster Salem because of that one blunder, forgetting about his knight on b3. It happens even to Grandmasters. And that just goes to show that in speed chess and with such high stakes, anything can happen.
But of course, the game is still not over, because the one thing that makes the difference with this time control, ladies and gentlemen, is that white can still lose this on time. So that's why here the Emirati grandmaster is playing it on. Of course, at that level, both of them, they know that white is easily winning this. And just look at the speed, how white is playing this. To be honest, Anna, I think that here black has no chances.
No chances. Now a new queen is on the board, giving up the rook to be able to promote the pawn. So instructive the way that Jumabayev has executed this endgame. And we see the first win in round 2 by Grandmaster Jumabayev from Kazakhstan, taking down Saleh Salem.
Yeah, that was quite unexpected. And you can see here, Saleh is still sitting there in slight disbelief. What just happened here? Because I think he was doing really well, and I think at this moment when he gave up the piece on, he was looking for some sort of a counterplay, or was it even a mouse slip? I mean, it literally happened on seconds, and that's what very often the professionals, they're doing right there after the game, checking how did the game go and where do I make adjustments for the upcoming rounds.
both of them are going through the game, trying to see where they had gone wrong. And that's the same for Jumabayev. Even though he won the game, he knows that he had made mistakes too, and he was under severe time pressure. So it is really crucial for the players to improve from those mistakes. But there's only a few minutes break between the rounds, so both of them need to put this behind themselves, especially for Salem to forget what had just happened, because that's a mistake. The blunder he made, that's a mistake that he rarely ever would on such a high level as Grandmaster Salem's level. This is really a once in a blue moon kind of situation, but it happened, and this was the final finishing touch in the game when White already had the extra bishop, gives up the rook in order to promote his pawn, and then it's going to be checkmate. The queen and the bishop will get to the black king, and if you want, you can get a second queen, because White still had one final pawn remaining. And the reaction of Salem, that was a really painful defeat for Grandmaster Salem, especially considering that he defended so well during the game. He was slightly worse for a while in the game. So Jumabayev putting pressure on Salem in the middle game especially, but then Salem had the time advantage that was giving him the buff that you need in speed chess. So it could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, it was Salem who made a big mistake, forgetting about his knight. It happens, Arthurs, it happens to the best of us. The players will have now just a quick break to recover before round 3, and that's what we're gonna do as well. But when we are back, this is round 3 of the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. 5 qualification spots are up for grabs for the main event in chess for $1.5 million at stake. That is huge stakes, huge pressure, and we'll be right back after this short break to cover round 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. As the name says it, this is the last chance for players to qualify to the main event in chess in Paris. And that is going to be for a prize fund of $1.5 million. That is what's at stake in chess at the Esports World Cup's main event. And a lot of grandmasters, semi-professionals, and hobby players are now in Paris fighting through this 3-day event of the Last Chance Qualifier to try to grab one of those qualification spots. We are currently covering Group C of the Last Chance Qualifier. The top 4 places will make it to tomorrow's playoffs. So it is the top 4 places in each group that matter. And right now, after 2 rounds, we have only 6 players remaining on a 100% score. Arturs, what do you make of that?
I think that most of the favorites have done really well so far. We did see I don't know if this was an upset in the previous round, the game we were following, Renan Jumabayev against Salek Salem. Still, two very strong grandmasters were battling. Also one draw in the entire tournament. As you can see, Gianmarco Leva currently sits at 1.5 points out of 2. A couple of grandmasters have suffered losses. For example, Salek Salem, also Zbigniew Pakleza, who is currently in the 8th place. And well, everything, of course, is still ahead of them, because I think that to make it to the top 4 and the knockout for tomorrow, 5 points out of 7 might be enough. And as you can see, the leaders, essentially, they need 3 victories more to get in this safe zone. But it's going to be really, really difficult, Anna, because they will be facing each other starting this round.
Exactly. So starting this round, and that is going to be the story for the next many rounds. It's a 7-round event, the Swiss stage in each group. The more we advance through the rounds, the higher the stakes, and also the more likely that you're facing the other top grandmasters. And that is exactly what's on our screen. Round 3, and we have some of the highest rated players in the field facing each other. Andrew Tang from the United States and George Meyer, originally from Germany, now representing Uruguay. Both of them are very well-known grandmasters. Andrew Tang is especially known for his speed chess, bullet, and even hyper bullet skills, while George Meyer is also a very experienced online player and has competed for very many years already in Chess.com's events as well. So speed chess definitely is something that has been part of their careers for a long time, even if they are not exactly the same generation.
Especially when it comes to bullet, ultra bullet, or hyper bullet, you do not want to meet Andrew Tang in a dark night evening playing this super fast time control. But here we still have 10-minute time control game, so I'm not really sure, Anna, who is going to be favorite here. So Tang is the bullet specialist, but Georg Meyer, he's a world-class player. He was about to be, very close to being the best place in the world, somewhere near this magical 2700 ELO mark, which makes the best of the best. But anyway, the game is ongoing, and what kind of opening is this? Early move, Queen of Triana? What do you make of this?
I'm surprised, and I'm not sure exactly how we even got here, but I think what's great news for everyone, including us, is that this is a very fresh territory. This is not your common Grandmaster versus Grandmaster theoretical position. This is not a main line. We have a very refreshing position where White has more space and the Queen on F3, so the Knight cannot jump to that square, while Black's setup is more solid, less space, but Black is actually ahead in development and has just castled. So already castled king, safer king for Black. White can decide whether he will castle king's side or will he choose the queen's side for his king.
Oh yeah, queenside is definitely an opportunity here for White to consider, and this is one of the perks of bringing out the queen here to f3 early. Normally, if you're watching this, you're thinking, wait, you can't play just like this. I mean, you have to bring the king side knight to f3, you have to castle the short side, and then to find a good place for the queen. Well, if you are just professional, very often you can bend some rules and make exceptions. So here you see Andrew is doing exactly that. He says the queen on f3 is not so badly positioned position here, and he's still trying to make tricks here. As you mentioned, on a short castle or long castle, maybe delay the decision for as long as he can, but can he do it for too long? Probably not.
Yeah, if he does it for too long, George Meyer will take advantage of it. Knight e2 is a blunder. Knight to e5. Goodness me. A knight sacrifice, but it is only a temporary sacrifice. If you take that knight, another knight will appear on the e5 square, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, and you will win the piece back, but with also extra material, the extra pawn, and then the check on d3. White's position is completely lost after this knight move that Andrew played.
I am about to take everything back that I said. So even sometimes grandmasters can misplay things, and I would have thought that queen on f3 is going to stand really well for white and being tricky with the castling short side or the long side. But the problem, there's a very specific problem, Anna. This bishop on d3 has no good square to go. The queen is under attack, and because of the white knight on e2, white cannot bring back the queen to e2 to defend the bishop here. And this is going to cost white not only one pawn, but 2 pawns and a king's safety. At this level, normally, this should be over.
This should be over in terms of the position, but Andrew, I think, will try to keep the game going as much as he must be upset on the inside for having blundered in a way that normally he would definitely not. This is a tactical pattern that's easy on a grandmaster level, but he forgot about it. He completely forgot about the knight fork and the knight sacrifice. And now, as you said, black is about to get 2 extra pawns and has ruined the opportunity for white to castle. So safer king for black, 2 extra pawns once you capture on b2. Completely winning position, but Andrew will somehow try to be tricky and create chances in this really bad situation.
Absolutely. I think he will do his best to somehow turn around this game, but I don't know what it's going to be. Is he going to try to play really fast on the clock, or he is going to still be looking for some positional chances? But the one thing which really puzzled me, Anna, was the facial expression of Andrew. Like, he blundered this, he tried to, build a poker face, nothing really happened. Oh, well, okay, I blundered this. Look at that. How did that happen? Let me now focus on the thing. But to be honest, I think deep inside he was probably just screaming. So what did I just do? But the game continues. H4, he has to seek some sort of counterplay at the king side.
And that's exactly what he's doing. I am also impressed by his composure, the way he managed to just shake off that moment of a blunder, knowing that his position is busted, basically. This, on a grandmaster level, is a completely winning position for black, and yet the game goes on, and white will create chances on the king side if George Meyer doesn't play in the most accurate way, because Andrew is a very, very dangerous player, and that pawn is marching forward, as highlighted by the arrows that Arthurs has beautifully drawn for us. It's now on h5, ready to push to h6 as well and target the black king.
He is trying to do something, but against such a player as George Meyer, it's going to be really, really hard. Again, we are playing a 10-minute time control game here, so Meyer cannot afford to think for too long. He's going to try to simplify the position. First, he has to address white's threats at the king side. Does he walk away? Something like king h8, he can do that. Or does he see counterplay with a 5? Does he go for trades? Trade as many pieces as he can, because 2 extra pawns, this should be already enough to win the game. And you have to find answers to these questions, Anna, very quickly.
And those answers are costing you precious seconds and even precious minutes. What we do see is 2 minutes of time advantage for Andrew Tang. So even though his position is lost, he is doing so well on the clock that if the time management continues the way it is, and if Andrew manages to stay in the game, George Meyer could end up being in a lot more of a time pressure situation later on in this game, and then mistakes can happen from his side too.
Absolutely. So you always fight until the very end, and you can never relax too early. And Anna, you've been in this situation so many times. I've been in this situation so many times. We are professional players, so we do know that you're thinking, oh, I've got this. I have a completely winning position. Let's take it home. Let's cash it in. And you relax too early, and that's it. the game is suddenly over before you knew it. So you cannot afford to relax. The last move by Black, to be honest, was an amazing move by the Uruguayan player, because I think the real threat here, Anna, is not recapture back with the rook, but the sneaky move, bishop c8, bishop takes to d5, and harass the white king. And I'm pretty sure that both players are on the same page. The bishop c8 is actually happening.
I think so. I think that will be happening. And it's, again, you described it so well, Artur, this situation that we have experienced so many times, and not just on a professional level. I think anyone who has played chess, even as a hobby, even as a pastime, you know this feeling when you are in a winning position. It's easy to relax. It's easy to let your guard down. But George Meyer so far hasn't let his guard down, and he will be now pushing his g-pawn to not allow the checkmate that White was threatening with. We see a pawn capture by Andrew Tang. You cannot take that with the black pawn because of the pin, but rook takes f5 is a move, and the bishop check on e4, I think, is some. Sorry, bishop check. I'm blundering my bishop. Never mind. This is how you blunder. I'm like, I did not see the knight for a second there.
Oh, yeah, you always got to keep full board awareness at all times. Speaking about Andrew's choice, this h6, including this white pawn on h6, I think this was a really smart choice, because it kind of talked Black out of this idea to land the bishop on f5, or maybe Black was planning to recapture on f5 with the rook all along. Watch out for queen g4, your knight on a4 is under attack, so don't blunder that. So I suppose you want to address this in some way. Is it queen d7, queen e8, or knight c5? Black has many good moves here.
Many good moves indeed, but how long will George spend on choosing one of those good moves is, I think, a critical question here, because when you are spoiled for choice, when there's so many available good moves, sometimes you end up spending way too long in figuring out what's the optimally best, what's the I guess in this sense the most precise. But you don't have to play the number one move of the engine. If you have a position like this with two extra pawns, oftentimes a good enough move is good enough. If you play it faster, that is what I think matters here more in speed chess.
And he is getting there, like he's getting lower time on the clock, and I'm getting a kind of a bit worried for George, because of course I think he is still well within the control, but we just know the reputation of Andrew Tang, who goes by his username online Penguin GM. His speed is incredible, so I don't think you want to have this position, for example, with Black having like 2 minutes on the clock. Then I think it's essentially a free result game. So that's why here Meyer is thinking, how do I simplify position? How do I get the things done before we get there? Because he is aware of White's amazing speed skills.
He's very well aware of that indeed, and he is below on the clock. It's over a minute of time advantage for Andrew Tang. So positionally, White is completely busted. It's too many pawns down, a vulnerable king as well. Very healthy and very decisive of a positional advantage for Black. But in terms of the time situation, especially in our format, that there is no increment, this is still a game. And that's because of the time advantage of Andrew Tang and because of his incredible bullet skills as well when it will come to the final moments in a time scramble.
It might come down to that. So that's why here White is trying to get everything to the time scramble. 9g3, Anna. I was looking at this move. I was wondering if Black just blundered the rook on f5. No, I think that Meyer fully expected this. You see, the queen on d7 was pinned. The rook on f5 was not available to walk anywhere. But here comes the counterattack. Queen c6, attacking the pawn on c3. So White has to be really careful. The king's in trouble. The rook on a1 might be dropping. You also have to make sure you're not getting checkmates. So that's why I'm pretty sure that White is not going to take the rook, or, as, by the way, Engine suggests here, trading the queens. He needs the queens.
He does need the queens. So it is question time for Andrew on how to face these threats created by George Meyer, and how I find it really cool how George is not going just like, okay, I have two extra pawns, I'm just going to play comfortable. He wants to maximize his advantage immediately and take the initiative and go for the white king. He doesn't just want to play for an endgame. He's like, I'm going to sacrifice my rook and checkmate you.
You can't take it. Yeah, by the way, I think I could show it with arrows. Knight x on f5. Black is going to take this pawn here. And if you decide to defend the rook at a1, it's just a mate in one. So this black knight on a4, it's not something that black really needs to defend. It can also be a great attacking piece. So that's why here Andrew Tang is spending a bit of time. He is like undecided. Like, what's my best chance to save this game? He doesn't want to trade the queens, but maybe he's going to have to, because if he's, for example, avoiding the queen trade with c4, black might keep this terrific looking attack. So what do, Anna? Do you resort on your speed skills and enter a technically losing endgame? Where's your best chance here?
Where is your best chance, and how long will it take you to find your best chance? Because now the time situation has completely changed. Andrew Tang, after a long think, accepts the sacrifice of George Meyer, captures the rook, allows the queen coming in. Now the white rook in the corner is hanging, but so is the bishop on e7. It's absolute chaos.
We'll see. It's going to get really chaotic here, and I'm not really sure what to make of this. Of course, I see the evaluation bar that says that black is winning, but do not underestimate white's counter chances. By the way, look at this. The rook at h1 is under attack. Black can take it, but do not forget about the king's safety. Like knight x on e7, the queen, the knight, the bishop. You don't want to leave your king alone. So that's why I think here black is thinking, how do I get out of this, and how do I get a simpler to play position, or how do I get the queens off the board? 3 minutes.
3 minutes for both players. It feels like now it is anyone's game. Yes, black's position should be winning, but it is a very chaotic situation where the white king will be marching into the middle of the board, and then the bishop is hanging with a check. So yes, you can pick up the rook. Yes, you can give a check with the pawn or with the bishop. But now this check, for instance, the evaluation bar slightly is changing its mind. Maybe the bishop check wasn't the most accurate, and it looks so natural. Still, advantage for black should be a winning advantage, but this is messy, very messy territory.
It's too much messy than Meyer was attempting to get. And maybe this queen d7, queen c6, this maneuver that he played earlier was the best move, but now white is hoping at least somehow to get out of this. By the way, queen x on a2 is already the only move because black keeps his winning position. Look at this, he has 2 minutes and 44 seconds, he finds it, and now what?
He found a key move, which is giving up his knight. It has just been captured on c3. His bishop on e7 is still hanging, so now he moves it to f6 and threatens a discover check by pushing the pawn. So this was the key sequence. George Meyer finds it, and it's now 2.5 minutes left for both players. But with this really lethal threat of a check, I'm looking at that knight move as well that you are drawing. What happens? Can white go in that direction? Andrew chooses the knight jump to b3.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, it limits this queen here because knight e4 would be a great blockade, Anna, but this would also allow the black queen to give a lot of checks. And with this last move, the American grandmaster is saying that, first and foremost, I want to limit your queen's activity, your checks. If you play e4, there's going to be bishop d4. Of course, according to an engine, black is easily winning this. Like, the move b5 is the top choice, which I don't really know if you're thinking about this if you're black. The second choice makes even less sense. Bishop d3, Anna, 2 minutes for black to figure this out.
2 minutes, and it is George Meyer who has gotten an early advantage in the game because of the blunder of Andrew Tang. It has been a completely winning position for George Meyer from an early opening advantage, but it is now just a minute and a half left for Meyer, and he does not see that easily the way forward. Yes, there's a couple of moves, but queen to e2 was not the best. He's offering a queen trade, but apparently, even though it's still advantage for black, this was not the killer blow.
And just like that, look at this, white, if he trades the queens, he's going to be up a piece. I mean, let that sink in. He's going to be up a piece for so many pawns, but this is exactly the kind of thing that Andrew Tang was looking for. And also, black is low on clock, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Here, Meyer didn't find anything better. He goes for the queen trade, and Andrew is already thinking, if I find nothing, I can play queen e2 and try to flag you. But how about I'm looking for some tricks, knight e7, queen e6. This is really, really turning out to be a 3-result game here, Anna.
I fully agree with you. And if I had to guess the result, I would say Andrew Tang has now better winning chances because suddenly, as you said, the time pressure is kicking in. Both players are on a minute and a half. The queen trade was avoided by Andrew. He's rather placing his queen on d5, trying to attack the black king. It seems to be quite a risky strategy because now black can also attack the white king. It's a back and forth. Both kings are weak.
Yeah, he had to make this judgment call, trade the queens or not, and he decided not to trade them. That's a mistake. Queen e6 is incoming. Apparently, black had to play e4 check, but this sequence, Anna, I was looking at the engine lines. This was really, really difficult to find. Queen e3, black is no longer winning. He has only 1 minute left.
Only 1 minute left. It's no longer a winning position. And the black king is under severe attack. The bishop is hanging. You can't simply take the knight on g7 because that will open up the rook's file. The white bishop is coming in. And suddenly it could very well be that white will end up having a winning attack. The rook is coming through the third rank. It still should be a winning position now after this rook move, apparently, for black. But how do you find the right moves with only 44 seconds left on the clock?
There was this move, bishop c8, that was giving black still the winning advantage, but apparently Meyer didn't find it. 55 seconds for Andrew, bishop d2, knight e2, still bishop c8 is strictly the only move, and the difference, Anna, is between winning and losing. He plays e4.
He did not find it. He did not find the bishop move. Understandably, under the time pressure, it was a very difficult one to spot, and now Andrew Tang has winning chances, going from a lost position to now a winning attack.
Unbelievable. I'm just out of words. This is exactly how Andrew Tang does his magic. We have seen this happening so many times over the past years, and even though Georg Meyer was completely winning here, he's no longer, because white is simply having an extra rook after being down 2 pawns in the opening phase.
Extra rook and extra time. This is an incredible turn of events from a completely lost position. As you said, Arthur's Andrew Tang has absolutely made the impossible look very possible. Now with the extra rook, his position is completely winning. And I think the reason why George Meyer is playing on, because he himself cannot believe what had just happened. He was winning, then went for the winning attack as well, but under time pressure, he couldn't execute the right sequence and ends up losing a winning game.
Oh, wow. This was probably one of the wildest comebacks so far in the Last Chance Qualifier. So you definitely had your moments yesterday, Anna, but I think that this game definitely tops pretty much them all today, because at this level, at the grandmaster level, it's very rare sight that you can come back right after the opening phase being down 2 pawns, find a way to turn around the game and win like this. It was quite incredible.
Absolutely incredible, and both players are still processing what had just happened. Andrew Tang coming back from the jaws of death. He had a completely lost position after the first couple of moves in the game. He blundered at a very early stage, but then fought on, managed to pose questions to his opponent and managed to survive the attack of George Meyer to then use the time pressure in his favor. And it is Andrew Tang who prevails and stays on 100% score.
I just love his facial expression on it. He's like, I've been there so many times before. Okay, one of them. Again, another game where I've been able to stage an incredible comeback. Look at this. Once again, this replay. 92 was such a logical move, and 95. And look at the expression of Andrew Tang. There was like zero reaction to this. He is essentially icing his veins.
He stayed in the game, and these were some of the other key moments. Avoiding the queen trade, even though it was a risky decision, but it paid off because black could not find the right sequence. The rook was coming in, and e4 was the final mistake in the game. He did not find the bishop move. That was the only way for black to stay in the game. And at the very end of the day, it was an extra rook for Andrew Tang. Extra rook, extra time. He wins the game from a completely lost position earlier, but that's because he fought on and he was very, very resourceful. Wow.
That's the kind of game that can really either elevate you or sink your tournament. So it's going to be really hard for George Meyer to recover from this, because he knows that he was winning and he could have done better. But also for Andrew, like, it's some sort of a confirmation that luck is at his side. He's playing really well. And by the way, having a perfect score, 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3. Not many players will be on 3 out of 3 after the first 3 rounds. This is Group C, 7 rounds in each group, and the first 4 players make it to the double elimination bracket playoff that is tomorrow. So looking great so far for Andrew Tang. Round 4 is about to start, and I believe we are going to be following again 2 of the top grandmasters in Group C. Artemyev is facing Mossad in a similar situation where one of them, if they win, it's amazing for your winning streak and for your chances to qualify. But if you lose, you might no longer have the chances that you had, and you're going to have to bounce back with a winning streak. Chess is brutal because that one mistake, even just that one pawn push by George Meyer, that cost him the game. He was winning for the majority of the game. Doesn't matter. You make one mistake, tables turn, and now you're lost, and you're gonna have to accept that. So this definitely was the wildest game of the tournament so far that we have covered, Artus. You are so right about that. I'm curious how wide this next game will be. When you see this matchup, Artemyev against Mossad, what do you think we can expect? Who would you say the favorite is?
I mean, on paper, Vladislav Artemyev is a favorite because he is a former world top 10 player. So this means he is one of the best of the best of the best. And in the last year's World Rapid Championships, he finished in the 2nd place. So among the best players in the world, and also on his way, he defeated Magnus Carlsen himself. And he has done that many times before. So that's why that's a player to watch out for. But of course, also the Frenchman Jules Mossad is not to be underestimated. He is an elite grandmaster in this elite section of top 100 in the world. And in one game with no increment, Anna, anything can happen, really.
Anything can happen. As you said, a favorite is Artemyev, but with our time control at the Esports World Cup, we have seen huge upsets and huge time scrambles. Flagging skills will matter so much as well. And in one game, anything can happen. Certainly more pressure on Artemyev, I feel, because of being the favorite, because of being the one who has to supposedly win the game, while Jules Mossad, he's the local hero and he's representing the local team, Team Vitality. It would be incredible for Vitality to have Jules Mossad at the main event in chess with chances to grab points for the club championship. So there's going to be so many fans there present already in Paris who will be rooting for Jules. So he has the crowd support even physically in person at the venue of the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely, yeah. So in this one game, everything can definitely happen. He has the crowd advantage, like everybody's cheering for him. And also, I really love the side Tana in his first round game when he was playing against his opponent. I'm pretty sure that his opponent was well aware of Jules' legendary status in France, trying to get some feedback, some information from the local hero here. So, yeah, it's really hard how it's going to predict. But one thing is getting quite certain that with this time control, it's just so unpredictable. Like we saw the previous round, Andrew Tang, yes, he was having a fantastic position out of the opening phase. One misstep, that's it, he's done. At this level, it's mostly unforgivable, but also we saw in the second round when the Emirati grandmaster Salem Saleh blundered a piece. So even the very best, they make these mistakes when under a severe time scramble.
Even the very best make mistakes like this, and we, I think, are in for a treat. So grab your drinks, grab your popcorn, anything you want to enjoy a very long day of chess. This is Group C, and we are just about to start round 4. There's 4 qualification spots left. 4 qualification in each group to the playoffs for the Last Chance Qualifier, and the next matchup is Vladislav Artemyev against Jules Mossad, 2 very strong grandmasters, very strong in speed chess as well. Artemyev being the favorite in terms of his experience and being a former top 10 player, as well as a very strong speed chess player, as you highlighted already, Arturs, and Jules Mossad being the local favorite. He has the support lot of the crowds. He's representing Team Vitality. There was a head bow between the players as a greeting. There's two monitors separating them, but they still, of course, somewhat see each other through the top of the monitors.
And most of the players are still not quite used to this because, again, I mean, chess in the esports is still a pretty new thing. And mostly when the players are facing each other, it's over the board with physical pieces. So you get to a lot of body language, you get to read your opponent, or you play online. So that's why this is a very unique presence, very unique setting for most of the players. And yeah, some of the players are still not quite feeling it. Also, of course, the time control, the 10 minutes with no increment. But I love it. And I think this is the future, essentially, for chess.
It definitely is the future for chess, and there is so much at stake. We have said this number so many times, and we're going to continue repeating. It's $1.5 million. That is the prize fund at chess at the main event that will take place next week, and 5 players will qualify from the Last Chance Qualifier. I see, by the way, Artemiev wearing the Team Spirit jersey, so it's great to see that he also has been signed. More and more players have been signed, and this one we're going to need to update our badge for him. He is repping Team Spirit, and Jules Mossad representing Team Vitality.
Yeah, so they already have found their teams. Some of them have not, and I would expect that also in the coming years, more and more chess professionals are going to find their esports teams. So things are only gearing up. The opening is some sort of an offbeat line by both players, and the one thing what really stands out in Vladislav Artemiev's playing style is his improvising, because he is really well known for his practical decision making. Maybe his opening prep is not so deep, but he feels on those positions really well. And here you see he has just created a weakness on the c4 at the queen side, but at the same time all of his pieces have joined the game, which Black cannot say the same.
Black cannot say the same, with the pieces on the left side of the board still waiting on the bench to be called in for the game. Hopefully for Jules, that means that he's going to now focus on those pieces and develop them as soon as possible. It's not that easy to find the best way to develop when the pieces want the same squares, like both the bishop and the knight could be heading to the d7 square. Especially this light square bishop for Black is a bit more problematic because it doesn't have an open diagonal where you can easily develop it to. It's going to be a bit of a clumsy piece, while the rook of white is ready to come to the semi-open file and put pressure on the pawn on b7. The white bishop is already targeting that pawn too. So it's pressure on the queen side, and Jules is feeling that pressure. He moves the queen out of harm's way before the rook even lands there.
Queen c5. Now that's a move Anna I quite didn't expect, and I was thinking Black might be either developing one of the queenside pieces, or also there's this rook d8 move, and I tried to figure out what exactly is wrong with this move, because you see you're hitting the knight on d4, which probably can be captured, but apparently there was some tactical problem why it was not being played, and that's why here the Frenchman is trying to maybe improve on the idea. So queen c5 doesn't really reject the idea to play rook d8. He hits the knight, and after queen d3, maybe you can still play rook d8. There's so many questions to answer very quickly. Knight b5 instead played by white.
Knight b5 is played, improving the knight, moving it away from the edge of the board, and now, how is Mossad going to react? Will he bring the rook to the open fight to pin the other knight of white? Will he try to chase this b5 knight away by pushing the pawn? There's so many options here, and you can combine those ideas. And as well as this pawn that you're highlighting, it is a free pawn. I feel like the cost of capturing the pawn will be that you're not developing your pieces. So if you're greedy, you end up moving the queen again, and the pieces that were screaming to be called in for the game, they're still sitting on the bench.
I mean, I would imagine if you're playing a top pro, a world top 10 player, and he's just giving you a pawn, the first answer should be like, don't even think about it, because he's definitely planning something there. But Jules is much better than this. Of course, he's always questioning the choices by white. He decided not to go for a6 and grab the pawn. Instead, he's going for development. But Anna, looking at the position, I do have this sense that white is doing a bit better because black might be having some long-term problems. Bringing out this last square bishop that you mentioned, it doesn't have any good squares to go.
No, right now the knight has just stabbed onto the square that was the only available one for the bishop, and also the pressure over the b7 pawn by the white bishop is making it not possible for you to even push it because of the pin. The rook would be hanging in the corner. So now white simply defends the c pawn and says to his opponent, okay, how are you going to develop?
That was me.
If you want to bundle your queen, you can place it on the diagonal. But mouse slips happen. Arthurs, I think this was simply to demonstrate that mouse slips happen on our analysis board, but also in games like this. High stakes, high pressure. And there is certainly pressure, real pressure on the queen side of Jules. He needs to figure out a way to develop his pieces, develop the bishop, connect the rooks. Easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. Like, if I was sitting here with black, Anna, I would be bothered about this knight on b5. I mean, I don't like it. I want it to be gone. So how about I play something like a6, push it back, reposition the queen here on e7. And I think what here Mussard's idea was with this knight on d7, he wants to land the queenside knight on c5, block the pawn on c4, and in the long run, say that, listen, white, you have this weakness on c4, I'm going to exploit it. But we do have a spoiler in front of us, which is the evaluation bar, which is the engine, and it says that things are not so simple. White is better. By the way, a6 was played, and there's the answer. There's the answer. Knight b3. This white knight is heading to monstrous d6 square.
That is an absolute beast if it lands on d6. This intermediate move, counter-attacking by attacking the black queen and now jumping with the knight to d6 thanks to the support of the white queen and the black queen having to go away from the c5 square. Rook b8 quickly played by Jules Mussard. He's trying to push his b pawn in order to develop his bishop. If he gets to do it, then he'll be back in the game. But with the knight on d6, now it's not only about pushing the pawn, it's the knight and the bishop eyeing the b7 square, making it really difficult for black to finish development.
It's very, very hard here for black because, this knight on d6 once famously said by one of the greatest chess players in history, Garry Kasparov, former world champion, that this knight on d6 or knight on d3, if you are playing from the other side, it's worth a rook. And it's so hard to get rid of it. Look at this. Black plays b6, the queens are off the board, and white is crashing the party, playing knight c6. Suddenly, black has major problems here. He has not yet even completed development, and white is about to demolish him. Get another knight on c6, knight on d6. You have to get rid of these knights as quickly as possible.
Huge problems for the French grandmaster here with the knights coming in, and I don't really see how he can deal with those threats. Once the knight comes to c6, attacking the rook barely has anywhere to go to, and then that knight is threatening a check on e7, which would be a discovered attack if you are moving your rook back into the long diagonal. So knight jump now to c5 by Mussard, trying to create more space for his pieces, but the knight will come to c6 regardless, and you're going to end up losing material. He's giving up a rook for the knight, sacrificing an exchange, as we say in chess, giving up your rook for a knight or a bishop. He had to give up material in order to stay in the game with some chances.
No chance for him, no chance here for Mussard, and right now in the opening phase he's getting mercilessly outplayed. And also the one thing which really stands out, Anna, is the time management. Look at this. So Artemiev has not only an extra exchange, he also has extra 2.5 minutes on the clock. So the speed is absolutely incredible here, the way here he has been handling things. And I think at this stage here, white is thinking, okay, probably I'm having a technically winning position. How do I get this to a logical outcome? Maybe try to trade the pieces, maybe try to exploit the weakness. And the one weakness which really stands out is this pawn on b6. Do I double the pawns, double the rooks here at the b file, or what I'm doing here?
Great question on how to increase the advantage further, but Yes, it's so impressive how Artemyev, with the white pieces, has outplayed Jules Mossad completely. This is two grandmasters, two very strong grandmasters. And yes, Artemyev is the favorite, but he made it look so easy to get such a big advantage out of a seemingly harmless position. It was that pressure on the queen's side and the fact that black could not develop that made him lose material.
E4, such a great move by white here. He is fighting for space advantage. I guess it also answers what he treats is going to be his strategy. Instead of simplifying, he treats, okay, I have an exchange, I can fight for more. And now I suspect that f4 could be a problem for black, because I don't think you want to take it because white's going to establish a dominance in the center. But Anna, at this level, they're typically thinking even beyond that. So I think here Artemyev is thinking, scratch that, he put the knight on f5 instead. He just noticed a great outpost on d5.
He has noticed it and he's maneuvering his knight toward the square. If the bishop were to capture the knight, the pawn will take back, and that opens up the long diagonal for white's g2 bishop. The remaining minor piece for white will suddenly become a very powerful piece, dominating all the light squares. So this is an absolutely difficult and very sad situation for the French grandmaster Artemyev, with an absolute masterclass and even having 2 extra minutes on the clock. So you can't even say, yeah, my position is worse, but I have more time. In this case, it's both the position is winning for white and he's also winning with his better time management.
I think what here black is trying to do, Anna, he's trying to set up some kind of a fortress. And with a fortress, we understand a position where you're sitting tight, you're not making any big decisions, and your opponent cannot really make any progress. But I'm not really sure if there is any real fortress here. Now, one of the greatest players in history, Magnus Carlsen, once famously said he doesn't believe in fortresses. And actually here, I would agree with this assessment because the position is still pretty open. King f8, just played by Musar, makes perfect sense. He's getting the king closer to the action. And he wanted to land the knight on e8, play g6, put the king on e7, but is he going to make it?
Is he going to make it is the big question indeed. And now with the rook coming to d6, there's less pressure on the 6th rank, and also the other rook of white could come to the d5. At the moment, that c1 rook is guarding the c4 pawn, and that's why Jules placed his bishop on e6 to put some pressure on white's pawn structure and make it harder for white to simply double rooks and activate his pieces.
But I think also Jules is doing really good work here, to be honest, because he was given this terrible situation. He was outplayed in the opening phase. He had no choice but to give up the exchange. And right now he is setting up what he believes might be a fortress. Look at this, Anna. There was a bishop trade on f5. And what is left with this terribly looking last square bishop? So the Frenchman's idea is to bank on the blockade by one knight is on c5. The other knight is most likely going to be on d7, build a brick wall and say, come and get me.
That is a great strategy. It's exactly what he's doing. He's counting on this defensive setup and telling white to find a way through. He's going to be trying to parry any and every threat of white by this knight formation, the knights guarding each other, but also guarding the pawns. The king is safe behind the pawns, and he could try to activate his rook later. Jules Mossad with the rook on b8 at the moment, not doing much, but it has been helping him to keep his pawns safe on b6. So very safe and solid. Yes, it should be a lost position for black, but you are right, Arturs, that white will have to work pretty hard to find a way through this setup of black.
I don't think actually it's so easy as the engine evaluation bar suggests that white is completely winning, because these knights are not to be underestimated. Look at this. And here also Musar is increasing his speed because he cannot forget he has only 1 minute and 44 seconds. His situation is really precarious. And to be honest, it looks like the pre-game favorite Artemyev might get things done. But considering the bad situation, the bad cards he was dealt, I think that here the Frenchman is doing pretty well.
very, very impressive. His resourcefulness and how tenaciously he's defending a really bad position. He's trying his very best now with the knights to create threats as well, or simply jump back and forth and tell white, what are you going to do? The bishop might come to e6 at some point, or bishop g8 to attack the h7 pawn. So black will have to move that pawn in order to get it out of harm's way.
Yeah, and then maybe white's going to go back to e6. So here, oh, that was the idea. Look at this, what an amazing idea. He played bishop g8 to push the black pawn on h6 so that the white king finds a way to crash the party. King h5, king g6. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, the kings in a chess game are not always something you need to protect. Sometimes, especially in an endgame phase, they can be a vital piece to win the game.
This is really instructive, and the way that Artemiev provoked the pawn push in order to have an infiltration journey there ready for the white king coming in through the light squares, and then the rooks doubling, the bishop coming back to e6. This is going to be now each time harder and harder for Jules Mussard to stay with some tiny remaining chances of survival in this endgame.
At the moment on, it looks like it's quite unlikely because his position is getting worse and worse. The fortress, it didn't work quite because white is finding cracks through his defenses, and I think here Artemiev is looking for the kill. So where is it? Is it bishop e6, king g6, rook d1, or what's the fastest way for me to wrap up the game? I'm pretty sure he's looking for a forcing sequence, but he doesn't have a lot of time. It's only 3 minutes, and you don't want to get in the time scramble here.
You don't want to get into a time scramble, and with nearly 3 minutes left for Artemiev, he really has been making sure that he keeps his time advantage. He ended up pushing the pawn to h4 and now getting into black's camp with the king.
Rook a7, rook c7, the Frenchman has nothing better. And I think here Artemiev also is attempting to be a bit unpredictable. With this move h4, we saw at the king side. I didn't even look at this, Anna, but somehow here white believed that this move is necessary for him. White is doing really well, but where's the break? Where's the break? Rook d1, here comes the breakthrough. Can you now go for the pawn endgame, sacrifice on d7 a couple of times, take the pawn on g7? We're reaching the critical moment of this game.
Absolutely critical moment. Will there be a trade of all the pieces, or will white simply try to capture on g7 now that the black king has abandoned the g7 pawn?
I really like it, Anna. I like the idea of taking the pawns for free. In general, I was also thinking that maybe white could try to simplify the position a bit, but no, here Artemiev keeps the tension. Maybe he's going to try to apply a lot of pressure on the clock because, to be honest, he has nowhere to hurry.
Nowhere to hurry. It's a very healthy advantage where you have a rook against a knight, an exchange up, as we say in chess. So advantage on the board, material advantage also on time. 1.5 minutes against half a minute. There is no increment at the Esports World Cup. This is all the remaining time for both of these grandmasters, and the pressure is huge. Jules Mussard is trying really tenaciously to defend by going back and forth with the rook, building up this fortress-looking setup, but now the white rook is coming in. The king finds some shelter on g8 now that there's no bishop on the board, but the pawns are traded in the center.
Yeah, this was also a really nice moment, Anna, when he decided to include this f takes on e5 here. Here comes the breakthrough. Here comes Artemiev. I don't think that black can take with the knight. It's going to be back frank mate. The Frenchman has no choice. And here, black's position is falling apart. The only thing that can save Jules Mussard is the clock. But last time I checked, Anna, black is down to the last 20 seconds, and white has also more time.
And that is still the case, unfortunately, for Jules Mussard. 53 seconds left for Artemiev, 18 seconds left for the French grandmaster. He's trying to find some chances here in this endgame, but the position is completely lost, and he's also really low on time. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, so of course he's going to battle it out because nobody has made points by resigning early, but I think Jules knows. He knows this game is over. There's a back rank checkmate threatening here. So what's the fastest way to wrap up the game? It's just to collect the pawn. And there's the resignation. Artemiev wins. What a game by him.
incredible fight by Gilles Moussard, but at the end of the day, it was a masterclass by Artemyev, who put a pressure on his opponent from an early stage of the middle game. We see the players discussing the game. I'm going to try to listen in together with you, Arturs.
Very logical, natural. Maybe Queen C5 not the best move, I think. Yeah. Main idea after Rook D8 C5. Yeah, intrigue with Knight E6. Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe E5 sometimes.
E5 immediately?
Maybe more active at least.
Yes.
E5. I'm not sure.
Play Rook B1.
After E5, next move Knight C6 and then
E5
Knight B5. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, of course. Yeah. I don't remember exactly my preparation, but it's most for white, but it should be equal.
Yeah.
Very forced line, yes. After Queen B6, I must play Bishop A3 probably.
No, but here
maybe I have some
this is not
possibilities.
possible.
Oh, very nice.
Sorry.
Extra piece for white.
And here I was thinking.
Knight C3,
yeah,
Knight G4. Need to calculate, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes. Oh.
Draw immediately, yeah? But not easy to find.
No.
Of course.
No, but here Queen C5 I played too fast. I was thinking here, but
yeah, probably it's critical moment in this game, E5.
Because here again C5.
Yeah, white is better here, yeah. End game on 2 results, yeah? Very typical situation. Yeah, in the end, probably Knight C4.
Knight C4, yeah. Knight D7, just...
Maybe Knight B5 on D6.
Too passive. No, I need to play E5.
Yeah, need to analyze more, yeah?
No, I don't know at all.
So,
but here maybe
he's going to swap you to that station.
Okay.
And then your opponent's
I need to change table, yeah?
Yeah, we need to change the
Okay, no problem.
And then your opponent will be...
I'm sorry, good luck.
The players are still analyzing, but these were some of the key moments and the final moves in the game that Artemyev won against Gilles Moussard. At the end, it was a full rook up, and he is catching this one final hope of black. The pass pawn was blocked, and therefore Gilles Moussard resigned. It was a masterclass by Artemyev, and for Moussard, it means he'll need to bounce back in the next round if he wants to stay within the chances for qualification to tomorrow's playoffs. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, it is the final 3 decisive rounds in Group C, and we will have 4 players qualifying to tomorrow's playoff. The stakes are so high. 5 players from the Last Chance Qualifier will make it to the main event next week at the Esports World Cup in chess. $1.5 million is the prize fund. That's what over 120 players are fighting for, a chance to qualify. We'll take a short break, and then we are back with the final 3 decisive rounds of Group C.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. 5 qualification spots are remaining for the main event in chess. Prize fund is $1.5 million at next week's main event in chess. So a lot of players are showing up to try to qualify for those remaining 5 spots. We are covering today the group stages in Group C and Group D, and tomorrow is the final day in the Last Chance Qualifier with a double elimination bracket knockout format between the top 4 finishers in each group. So what matters today is to be in the top 4 places, make it to tomorrow's playoffs, and do tomorrow extremely well to have a chance to face Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and the rest of the already qualified players at the main event. This is now round 5 about to start in Group C, and what we have left is only 2 players on a 100% score. Vladislav Artemyev and Andrew Tang on 4 out of 4, and then it's a bunch of players on 3 points from 3rd place to 7th place. We are going to see a lot of these matchups between the players, the first and the second, and the rest of the players sharing 3rd place, facing each other now in the upcoming round. So there will be some really crucial battles coming up in this round 5. Every point matters so much. There's only 7 rounds in totals, and you need to score, we believe, at least 5, if not 5.5 points to qualify. The more points you score, the better. And of course, for Artemyev and Andrew Tang, so far it has gone perfectly. They are on 4 points out of 4 games, but one of them at least will have to ruin that beautiful winning streak in this matchup.
The fight of the leaders, this is it. So on paper, Artemyev, of course, is the favorite. He is one of the world's best players, but do not underestimate Andrew Tang, because his skills, his speed in online chess are legendary. He's pretty much the fastest player in the world, if not the fastest player. So also lately, Andrew has been focusing a bit on the classical chess. But again, this game is going to feature only a 10-minute game. We're going to see the game is starting, and Andrew Tang once again is playing the London setup, which is quite popular at all levels. The position is quite equal, but at this time, Controlana, I think all you need is just an easy plan, and he has it.
An easy plan, that's what the London system is known for. That's why it's so popular on any level in chess. And it's one of those feared openings that is not like the most dangerous opening, but you also are like, okay, but what am I going to do against it? You can't really just refute something that's simply a setup that gives you a plan. As you said, in speeches, this is perfect. And to see it now at the highest level, this is the battle between the 2 leaders of Group C. Andrew Tang simply going for this very known formation, but now taking some time in order to find what move order he wants to play.
And this 97, the last move by Black, it kind of confuses me, and it also definitely confused Andrew. So he's looking at this and trying to evaluate, okay, what is this? Because normally Black is not playing like this. And typically White's plan, it involves positioning this queenside pawn on c3, the knight goes on d2, and no, and again no. Here, the American Grandmaster went for a different plan. He decided to take on c5, and I presume, Anna, that c4 and knight c3 is going to happen. A change of plans.
It is a change of plans to say, I'm not going to hold on to my d4 pawn and strengthen it, but rather trade the pawn for the c pawn and now push my own c pawn. So he's changing the usual strategy of the London system now to a very dynamic approach, immediately wanting to open up the position. There could be a trade on c4, or if Black allows it, White will take on d5 and might create an isolated pawn for Black.
I'm wondering if the fact that this is a fight of the leaders also contributed to the choice, because Andrew Lira likes the London system. He already used it in this tournament against George Meyer a couple of rounds ago. And his idea is just to get a quiet game against presumably a pre-tournament favorite, because Artemyev This is the guy who has outplayed Magnus Carlsen on several occasions before. He can definitely beat the best of the best. So that's why here, of course, Andrew's choice is understandable. In the classical London, the position we saw before, Anna, the game was quite complicated, and here at least the position opens up. He can trade off some pieces and just get the quiet, slightly better position. I like his choice.
I like his choice too. Very solid. And saying to Artemiev that if you want to get me, if you want to win this game, supposedly as the favorite, as you said, favorite in the group, but also probably one of the favorites overall in the Last Chance Qualifier, then you're going to have to prove how you can make progress in this very solid position. So at the moment, very calm, very solid. If anyone has an edge, it's a slight advantage for white. Now, jumping into the central square with the knight and posing some questions to black when it comes to the development of the remaining pieces that black needs to develop, and that c8 bishop, especially as you are highlighting. If black were to push the pawn, the knight is ready to jump to c6.
Black has got some issues here, and I think that the American Grandmaster has got a pretty nice position. The knight on e5 is a very thematic move for this particular pawn structure. The white bishop on c4, it doesn't do anything, so I'm pretty sure that Tang wants to slide it over to the king side, give it a new role, and apply pressure against the black's queen side, because ultimately, even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, like you said, Anna, this let's get bishop on c8 is kind of making black's life a bit hard. So that's what I would be thinking about first and foremost. How do I complete development from the black's perspective? How do I bring the bishop in the game? How do I deal with this annoying knight on e5? So many questions, so little time to answer them all.
Very many questions, and that's the reason why Artemiev is spending a good chunk of his time on this moment. It is a critical decision, not just what will be his next move, but what is the plan? How is he going to try to develop his pieces and not run into those issues that we highlighted, such as the knight jumping to c6 if you were to push the b pawn. He says, I am retreating my knight. It's not a pleasant decision to make, but at least it is offering a trade between the knights, and that knight for Andrew has been the most active piece. It has been that dangerous piece ready to jump into black's camp.
It makes perfect sense. I think that the knight on c5 for black, Anna, was not positioned that well, because maybe you're going to miss some b4 push at some point. So knight e7, he deals with two things at the same time. Potential white's queenside attack and also getting rid of this knight on e5. White is still slightly having a better position, but first and foremost, Andrew here needs to come up with a plan, which is, according to an engine screams that bishop e2, bishop f3 is the strongest move, but at the same time, you also want to bring the other pieces in the game. What about the queen side, rook on a1? What about the queen? What about the rook at f1? Is it obvious that the bishop should go to f3? By all means, no.
By all means, no, you're right that there's a lot of questions here now for Andrew as well, and the time is getting more balanced. They're both on 6.5 minutes for all those questions that they have to face from each side of this position. It looks very calm and very solid, and yet you have to figure out a lot when it comes to how is it best to develop the rest of your pieces, and how can you pose questions to your opponent, because you do want to put pressures on your opponent and try to get at least a slight advantage.
Can I suggest something funny, Anna, here?
Of course, please.
Is there room for some legendary sacrifices? Knight takes on f7 and bishop takes on e6? Because I'm thinking, what else are you thinking about? Okay, bishop e2 was played, but I saw an opportunity for white to complicate things, and I'm pretty sure that the American Grandmaster was looking into that direction for a moment, but he decided, no, not today. Let's keep it safe. Let's go for the standard plans. I like his choice. This is also the top choice of the engine. Here, Artemiev is trying to equalize, but at the moment, he's quite not there yet.
He's not there yet, and that is because he is behind on development. If that bishop, the light square bishop, was developed already, then we could say that black has equalized. Right now, it is still time for him to figure things out. He does so by moving his queen out. This is a really good move because it attacks the white bishop, so it gains the tempo, as we say. Then the rook is ready to come to the open file, and then the bishop can be developed too.
It's an amazing sequence, really, because normally you would think, oh, I have to bring out the queenside bishop in the game or trade the queens and then bring the queenside bishop in the game. But apparently it was not working immediately. Look at this. Now with white's bishop retreating to g3, black can play bishop d7 because with the white bishop on e5, there was always the idea to take an f6, trade the bishop for the knight, and the black's bishop on d7 would be hanging. Bishop d7 is played, and I think about this moment we can safely say that black has managed to equalize the game.
Black has indeed equalized thanks to that very precise sequence of moves with the knight retreat and trade and then the queen coming out to a5. We see the black rooks are finally connected. It is a bishop move that is offering the b7 pawn for black if it was right now Andrew's move to play, but I feel like even in that case there would be some compensation on the b5 because the rook could finally come to b8 and also target the b2 pawn of white. So it's not a simple situation. And finally for Artemiev, maybe he starts thinking, how can I increase my chances? How can I get something out of this position more than just a draw?
That's a very good question. So maybe the safe choice, Anna, would be bishop c6. I was thinking about this, like, why not? Trade the bishops. White manages to ruin black's pawn structure, but this allows black to open up the semi-open b file. Also, the knight on d5 has a bit better prospects, but then again, if you look at this position with a fresh set of eyes, I think that white is slightly better because look at this. I have no weaknesses at the queen side. The knight on c3 stands really great. Knight e4. I really like how Andrew has been playing this position, not only in the terms of the good moves, but also the match strategy. He's playing against a very deadly opponent and making a lot of smart choices here.
A lot of smart choices indeed. The knight and both knights are maneuvering to more active squares, the black knight targeting the white queen and at the same time defending the c6 pawn.
That's a great move also by Artemiev here, defensive and offensive at the same time. I would think that you want to get the queen on c4, but it might be a target with black's queen counter-attack, queen b5 for queen d5. Right now here the American Grandmaster is figuring out where to put the queen. Does it go to e2? Does it go to c4? His pawn structure is a bit better, but is it enough? And again, you don't want to sit here for too long because look at this. We are already to the stage where we're getting quite close to the time scramble. 4 minutes for both players. And I think the speed of the game, Anna, here is going to start to increase rapidly.
It is going to start to increase for sure. It's the final 4 minutes for both players, and Andrew is still figuring out what's the best square for his queen. There aren't too many squares available, but of course it's not just about the next move, it's the follow-up plan and how is it best for him to then bring the rooks into the game. He's choosing the b1 square, surprising this queen retreat, blocking the rook in the corner completely. But his idea is to chase that black knight away as soon as possible by pushing the a pawn, and then he's ready to expand and get the queen out again.
That is a really odd move, but I think you're right, Anna. It comes with a very concrete idea. He doesn't find any better square for the queen. If he would position the queen on e2 or c4 or b3, there was always some problems. The queen on b1 might feel awkward because it blocks the white rook at a1, but a3 is incoming, and then white's going to reposition the queen. And that's why Artemiev is thinking, how do I continue? Do I activate my rooks? Like rook d8? Do I play a5? What I'm doing here?
So many questions and not much time left for Artemiev to figure out. He's now below on time. It's about a half a minute time advantage for Andrew Tang, but the closer the time scramble, the more significant those extra seconds are for the players. And Andrew Tang is known for his incredible bullet skills, so you do not want to face him in the final minute of the game for sure.
Look at this, Anna. He did not play knight d3 like we saw in the previous round game, Artemiev against Jules Massard, that the knight on d6, at least according to Garry Kasparov, is always worth a rook. No, he decided to play it safe, put the knight on d5 instead, and now the valuation bar again slides in favor for white, but only because of the move b4, which was found by the American grandmaster. Knight c5, and white keeps pressing.
White keeps pressing indeed, and we are now going to see how is Andrew going to follow up. Where is that knight going now from e4? He doesn't want to jump to the c file. He comes back to d2 instead, and that knight could now maneuver toward the queenside weaknesses. So Artemiev pushes c5 before it's too late, because the white knight was ready to jump to b3 and block you from these pawn pushes. c5 just in time to get rid of that weak pawn.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the American grandmaster's choice was to keep the knights on the board because he is really keeping this knight as an important piece for the time scramble. Again, we discussed this earlier, Anna. When it comes to the time scramble, it's always a good idea to keep the knight because it tends to be a very unpredictable piece. But the game is ongoing, and it seems that black has, again, get rid of his weakness on c6. The position is equal, and we are entering the time scramble territory here.
We are entering the time scramble indeed, and now Andrew is the one who has less time. We know, of course, that he's a speed demon. He can start speeding up, and even bullet or hyper bullet territory for him would not be unfamiliar at all. But you need to make sure that it's bullet for both of you. You don't want to be the one going low on time and your opponent having an extra minute or two.
Yeah, but this 1 minute. 1 minute is quite a lot. And also, Artemiev is incredibly fast when it comes to the online blitz. e4. Here comes the counterplay by white, trying to create some weaknesses. The black knight on d5 cannot go anywhere because queen takes on e6 could be a problem. Once again, black has a worse pawn structure.
Black has a worse pawn structure, and that's what Andrew Tang will try to exploit. At the same time, the black pieces are really active, and the atmosphere is vibrant at the Esports World Cup. You can hear the other competitions next to the STC Contenders Arena. That's where we are with our Last Chance Qualifier. But of course, the venue is full of other gaming events, other very high-stakes competitions, and that's why all the players in chess as well are wearing noise-cancelling headphones.
Yeah, the atmosphere there must be really feeling electric, and I wonder how do the players even concentrate, because you're feeling this adrenaline rush when you're hearing the announcements, the excitement all over the place. But maybe there's already enough excitement in this game because, again, the players are getting to the last 2 minutes. The position is still equal, but black probably has the more active pieces on it here.
More active pieces, and now with the rook coming to the back rank, he's offering a rook trade. Once the rooks are traded, that white king has one square to step out to, so it's not a back rank checkmate, but that white king will be further away from the action. In an endgame, you want your king to be active and get closer to the center of the board, but that check would be pushing the white king away from that direction.
Nice defensive move here by Andrew Tang, defending the rook here and also lining up for a potential attack against the black pawn on e6. Now, this pawn on e6 probably is the only reason why white is still keeping the position balanced, because there might be enough counterplay. Here comes the black rook on a rook c4, attacking the pawn on a4. You don't want to go into passive defense here.
You definitely do not want that, and that's why this knight move and counterattacking was really important. The pawns are traded in this funky way where each rook grabs one pawn. The rook of white is staying on the 6th rank to make sure that the black rook cannot abandon the a file.
White is getting also his own counterplay here. Rook c6 is a great move here. Maybe knight f3, knight e5. Black seemingly has the better chances because of the outside pass pawn. But ultimately, when it comes to the time scramble, Anna, it's all about the king's safety here. And you have to watch out for your king here. There comes Andrew Tang, knight c4, starting to hunt down the black king.
That knight is going to be a very dangerous piece if it starts giving checks under just a minute for Andrew Tang, and also for Vladislav Artemiev. He's approaching the final minute of his time management here. So it's crucial now for both players how they will fare under a minute. This is bullet territory, no increment. Mouse skills will matter so much. Very quick decisions will need to be made.
There will be some flagging. I just feel it, Anna. I mean, White has an extra pawn, but to be honest, at this stage, I don't think it even matters. It's 50 seconds about each. Andrew Tang is a couple of seconds behind, but he is seemingly the faster player here, and also he has the knight. Do not underestimate right here.
Such a tricky piece, especially in the heat of a time scramble. A knight fork, an unpleasant knight check could decide the game. So extra pawn for Andrew Tang, but those are doubled pawns. And the bishop is really active, and so is now the black rook by pinning the knight of white.
Here comes the black king, king e6, king d5, might be a threat, so the white king is racing to help the white knight. Rook c3, defensive attack. White does keep the pawn here. I think he can already trade rooks if he wants. There you go.
That's what he's doing. That knight is seemingly hanging, but so was the rook, and after the rook check, you cannot take the knight still. So now there could be a repetition of most checks back and forth, but Andrew says, no, I don't want to repeat. I don't want to draw.
Of course, he has an extra pawn, he has to keep it going, but he has less time on the clock, and here Artemyev is pressing really hard. 14 seconds for white, 21 for black. It's pure blitz madness here.
Blitz and bullet skills matter here so much now. 12 seconds left versus 17. Andrew Tang with less time, but an extra pawn. Who will prevail in this endgame?
Oh, this is really hard for Artemyev here because, again, this knight is such a tricky piece. Here comes Andrew Tang. He has the better position already. More time on the clock, 7 seconds each.
Incredible that he went from having less time to now winning on the clock, and he is also winning on the board, at least putting pressure on black. And now finally it's a winning position on the board as well. Incredible bullet skills by Andrew Tang, taking down the favorite in Group C and saying sorry.
But this is essentially Andrew Tang at his best. This is why he is one of the fastest players in the world. And look at this, like he was essentially, Anna, at the critical stage below, like 15 seconds versus 25, and yet he flagged him.
He flagged him at some point. I think it was Andrew on 14 seconds versus 25 or 26 seconds for Artemyev. So he has managed to flip that time situation fully. 10 seconds of a time disadvantage at the final moments of a game sounds like huge, but for Andrew Tang, he made it look easy, that you can win on time even if you have less time that you start from.
But he was smiling a bit there after the game, yeah, and the players shared some thoughts very quickly, but ultimately, really great game there by Andrew, and I think it started with the smart opening choices. He got the better position early on, and Artemyev spent quite a bit of time trying to equalize the position. In the end, he did, but when you're playing 10+0 time control, Anna, it very often comes down to the flagging skills, and Andrew Tang, he has them.
I'm just so impressed that he had this much confidence in his flagging skills that even though he had less time, he was the one who didn't repeat moves to accept a draw. He continued the game with less time on the clock and then ends up winning the game on time.
So he is also, by the way, right now, Anna, sitting at 5 points out of 5, and maybe he's not yet fully sure that he has made it to the knockouts, but yesterday in Groups A and B, 5 points out of 7 already was enough to make it to the knockout stage. And here we see some couple of critical moments in the last seconds. This is why he kept the knight, Anna, to be left on the board and enter the time scramble, because the knight is such an unpredictable piece, even though, as you can see, the valuation bar says the position is equal, but you always keep jumping with that knight, and yeah, if you're playing with black, you're never quite sure where the knight lands.
And this is where he's also flipped everything on the clock. He had less time on all the way until here. Black was still defending well. Now everything was a mistake in the end in the heat of the time scramble, but it didn't matter what the position was anymore. White wins on time with the better mouse skills. That was a smile by Artemyev, accepting his fate and accepting the apology from his opponent for flagging him.
Yeah, so here Obviously, we are reaching into the critical phase of the tournament where Andrew Tang is the man to beat with a perfect score. By the way, 5 points out of 5 on Artemia for score. Of course, still has a very good chance because he's currently sharing a second place with 2 other very strong grandmasters, Jules Massard and Valery Kazakowski. By the way, very happy to see a fellow Baltic grandmaster playing here in Paris. I met Valery last week. He was playing in Estonia, so maybe we're going to have a chance to talk about it a bit later. Also, Select Salem is staging a comeback and still within the striking distance of the top 4.
Within striking distance, for sure. With 2 rounds to go, still there's all the chances, even for the players on 3 points, if they manage to win 2 out of 2. I know it's not easy to win 2 out of 2, but it is possible. Mathematically, theoretically, still all the players even on 12th place right now, even on 3 points out of 5. If you do well in the final 2 rounds, you will have some chances to qualify, but best chance, of course, goes to Andrew Tang, who still is on 100% score. Incredible play by Andrew Tang, who wins with the better bullet skills, even when he has less time, apparently. Now, our next featured game for round 6 is actually your friend Valery. He will be facing Saleh Salem in round 6. So with 2 rounds to go in Group C, we're approaching the very decisive final clashes, and we will soon know who are the 4 players who will qualify from Group C to tomorrow's playoffs. As a reminder, this is the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. What's at stake are 5 qualification spots to the main event in chess, which features $1.5 million as a prize fund at the Esports World Cup. It's absolutely insane. This could be the biggest paycheck for all of the participants who are fighting here for the qualification, but the road to qualification is not easy. You need to finish in the first 4 spots in your group, and then tomorrow in the knockout playoffs, you also need to do really well against other players who qualified from their group. So 1 step at a time. In Group C, top 4 places, they are the keys to the next phase of the qualification path. And with 2 rounds to go, Arturs, this is it. We will soon begin round 6, where Saleh Salem and Valery Kazakowski are facing each other. And as you said, Saleh Salem on 3.5 points. He is chasing at the moment qualifying spots. He's on 5th place, just half a point behind Valery. So this game is crucial for both players, of course, but for Salem, if he wins, he can bounce ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, maybe the Emirati Grandmaster is a small favorite on the paper, but to be honest, Anna, I'm not really sure at this stage it matters, because what matters is how well you're doing on this particular day, if you're having a winning streak. And when it comes to the Lithuanian Grandmaster Valery Kazakowski, he's been playing really well lately. Just a week ago, he was playing in Keres Memorial in Estonia. How do I know this? Because I was doing commentary for the event, and I got the chance to follow all of his games. He finished in the second in the classical tournament, won the rapid event, by the way, ahead of so many grandmasters. So the Lithuanian grandmaster comes here at a very good form. Seeing him 4 points out of 5, Anna, it's not a surprise to me.
Not surprising to you, and maybe it's not surprising to him either, as you have described his great performance in recent tournaments. And for Saleh Salem, he already suffered a loss, and he also made 1 draw in this event. He cannot really afford to drop more points, so it's crucial for Salem from the United Arab Emirates to now try to somehow play for a win and bounce ahead of Valery Kazakowski.
Yeah, and they're getting some final instructions about the equipment. I presume the game is about to start. And also, I had a chance to know Saleh Salem in real life. He is a frequent guest of Biel Chess Festival, going there for like 10 years in a row. Very, very friendly grandmaster. I would actually say that both of them are essentially one of the most pleasant, friendliest grandmasters in the circuit. And they were playing against each other, 2 gentlemen of the game. Who is going to make it? It's really hard to predict, Anna, but Select Salem is at least an ELO favorite on paper. He has the white color, and the game is starting right now.
The game is starting while Salah is also trying to find the tab on the computer screen. But we are in here right now, ready, both the players and us, to cover this crucial clash in round 6 of Group C. Again, Valery Kazakowski at the moment sitting on a qualification spot to the playoffs for tomorrow, but Saleh Salem chasing him half a point behind. It will be crucial for Salem to try to win this game and get into the first 4 spots.
And I think this also suggests a bit of a different strategy by both players. As you said, Anna, White needs the victory here pretty much at all costs, because if Saleh doesn't win this, let's say he draws, most likely the next round he's going to play with black color, and you don't know who you're playing with. For Valery, I think it's really simple. He's playing with black, he's half a point behind, he's trying to be solid. So that's why he entered this position where he has well-positioned pieces. A couple of moves ago, he gave up his ducks with bishop to have a better control of the e4 square. And we're seeing, of course, the engine's evaluation, at least the bar, which says that white is a bit better. Does it really matter at this time control? I don't really think so, because white has the bishop pair, a bit more space. But at this time control, Anna, it's only about having the easier game. And I think black is doing really well in this regard.
I agree with you that even though we consider the pair of bishops an advantage, it's a long-term factor in the game. Black's position is a very simple setup, and the simple, the better for making fast decisions in speed chess. As you're highlighting that e4 square is a spot where oftentimes a knight will want to jump to, and then you can expand even with a pawn push like f5 to gain some more space and start your own attack on the king side. Instead, we see a rook move to e8. Looks somewhat more mysterious, but it's more in the direction of maybe pushing the e-pawn in the right moment, which is now, according to Valery. He says, now I'm pushing.
It does make perfect sense, yeah, because if you play rook e8, you have to have some presence of the pawns in the center. White closes the position with d5, which might be a bit of a difficult move to explain, because you would think, oh, I have the bishop pair, I should try to open up the position. Well, my answer would be chess's card, really. So white is willing to open up the position, but at the right time. So after playing d5 here, Select Salem is trying to gain space advantage, squeeze the opponent a bit, and then open the position when it's going to suit him the best.
That's exactly what he's doing, and that's something unpleasant from Black's perspective, to have to maintain that tension, that the pressure, to have to always bear that in mind. Having also more space, white with the space gaining pawn moves in the center, the pawn on d5 especially so is taking critical space away from black. You would love to bite into that pawn chain, as you're showing with a pawn push like b5, to try to undermine that pawn that's taking the space away from the black pieces.
That's a big decision, and Kazakowski decided not to go there. Instead, he goes for c5, which serves two purposes. Purpose number one, organize some sort of a counterplay at the queen side should white again play d takes on c6 and passant. We talked about this in the very first round, how sometimes when the black pawn marches by 2 pawns ahead of your pawn, you can take it and change the structure. Or the second plan is also attempt to close things at the queen side, because this is where white is attempting to organize his play. And b5, wow, that was a very interesting move there.
So Salem decides to fully close the queen side. All the pawn structure right now is in the zigzag formation where they are completely fixed. But his idea is that the king side is still mobile. You could try to push on the king side in the right moment. But who is going to try to open up the king side actually? Because now it is Kazakowski who is pushing his h-pawn, saying, I might want to weaken the white king and attack it.
You need some sort of a counterplay, I suppose, and that's what he is doing. He's saying, I mean, the pawn in front of my king, it doesn't have to only protect the king, but I can also go and harass the white king a bit, and I would say that most likely black will have to also attempt to toss the bishop from the queen side to the attack. But you cannot do this immediately, because if you play here the bishop on c8, you should not forget about the rook here, which is hanging. And if you trade it first and then put the bishop on c8 here, are you not giving away your entire queen side for this? So that's why it's not so easy here to decide what black should do. But white, I think, is simply playing for some space advantage on this move g3. It very nicely restricts this black knight on g6.
That's exactly the purpose of a pawn push like g3, to make sure that the black knight cannot be activated through those knight jumps. But it will be interesting to see what happens if black is trying to provoke that pawn, because it also creates the chance for the h-pawn of black to push h4 and try to weaken at least a little bit the white pawn structure in front of the king. The rook moves to e1, and that knight maneuver you're highlighting, Arturs, I really like. I think that the knight, as soon as it would appear on the f5 square, we could say white is better for sure. So black has now 3 moves before that happens to figure out how he can build his own play and maybe prevent those knight jumps.
And look at the last move by black on a rook b8 to enable bishop c8, because the Lithuanian Grandmaster correctly assesses that his kingside initiative is going to be impossible without last with bishop, and also he is not willing to give away whatever he controls at the queen side. The evaluation bar still favors white's position a bit, but again, we can't allow this to be fooled ourselves, because according to an engine, it's all about the space advantage. White has it, but I would say that the position is just balanced here.
Very balanced and so closed. I think this is one of the closest, the most closed, that's what I was trying to say. The most closed structure we have seen in all of our featured games. Everything is blocked on the queen side and in the center, and there's only some flexibility between the pawns and the king side, but it's hard to push those pawns for both players. Now the rook is coming to the second rank, but the queen can immediately challenge it. We will see black doubling rooks, and that way it's gonna start putting pressure on white, now put pressure on the e4 pawn as well.
Not really sure if this was the best thing that white could have done, because he gave up the a file to do what again? The rook and d1. I'm not really sure Anna liked this choice, and I do feel that Kozakowski has a bit taking over the game with the last couple of moves, because even though the a file, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, I'm quite worried about the pawn on e4 here, so I'm thinking, like, can I play knight x on e4 immediately here, because it's seemingly defended, but also the black rook on a2 is targeting this bishop on b2, and I think that this is what Salem is realizing right now, that, oh, maybe giving up the a-file was not the best idea.
Not the best idea, and slight pressure now because of the factors you highlighted, Arturs. It's pressure now on Salem. He was enjoying a pleasant position earlier and more space, but now he needs to play precisely to stay within the possibility of equalizing, of holding the position together safely. He places the bishop on f3 to overprotect his pawn, but now the knight maneuvering toward g5, it's starting to look a bit scary.
That was a great move here by black. I mean, giving a different role for the knight. And I think that Saleh, he was waiting to play knight f5 at the right moment. So finally he has to do this. But there's a problem. Unfortunately, in chess, you can sometimes not take, because that's the difference between chess and checkers. In checkers, you make a move, you attack, you have to take. In chess, this is what makes chess so hard. You can sometimes say, no, I'm not going to take it, or I'm going to take the next move, or 3 moves later. So black just said no to the knight trade on f5, and he's willing to do it whenever he thinks the circumstances are right.
And that's quite difficult for Salem to face, that will be in the air throughout the next various moves that black can choose to capture the knight at any point and find the best moment for it. You always need to be ready for it. And now the question again is, how do you take back on g3? Which pawn? F-pawn or H-pawn you want to capture back with. Knight can also take on g3, but that will leave the king side really vulnerable for white, and the pawns are not in a pawn chain together to protect the white king.
Yeah, probably you want to take with the H pawn, but I was thinking, does f takes on g3 make sense because I badly want to activate my pieces? But you can definitely sense that here Saleh is thinking about this. Like, it's not a very obvious choice, and typically you want to spend there like 30-40 seconds to have a better feeling how the character of the game is going to change. It's not a trivial choice. He does go for f takes on g3. According to an engine, black is much better if right now he takes on f5 and goes knight e7. Knight e7 immediately is also good.
Black is taking now the initiative. As you said, bishop takes knight was a great move, but also this knight trade offer similar ideas in a different way executed, and white retreats the knight instead of trading knights. Now the second knight will come in, and suddenly a lot of the black pieces are asking questions around the white king. And do not forget about the rooks doubled on the a file, how it's also through the second rank looking in the direction of the white king.
I mean, so far Kazakowski is playing the flawless game. He is playing it perfectly. He managed to cover the a file after white decided to give it up. Then he was able to organize his counterplay at the king side. And to be honest, we're looking at this position, Anna. The first impression I have here is that black is completely dominating the board. Look at this. He controls the a file. He has two beautiful pieces here, the rook on the second rank, rook on a8, and also he's attacking at the king side. So the question here is, where is the counterplay of Saleh Salem?
Where is his counterplay? That's what he's also trying to figure out. At least for him, the time factor so far is balanced. There is no time disadvantage on either side. But he does need to figure out what to do with the threats that black is creating. That queen on h6 is looking quite dangerous. He says, okay, I'm going to have my bishop on c1 to cover the diagonal. But now that opens up the second rank for the rook. The knight is coming into h3 and f2 as well. This is looking really dangerous. And Salem also has a bit of an interaction with someone. I don't know if it was another player or someone else talking to him, but we see a gesture and some really difficult moments here for white. Will the knight jump to f2?
Yeah, but how obvious is it? Because if you jump to f2, I'm pretty sure that here Kazakowski sees this. He's also seeing that there's going to be knight g4 counterattack. Attacking the queen on h6. You see this is a discovered attack by the bishop. And do you go there or don't you go there? Of course, we have the confirmation of the engine, which says just jump to knight f2. It's all good. But that line, Anna, features a queen sacrifice. So is it going to be easy for the Lithuanian Grandmaster? I'm not really sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he would go for a different move, like walk away with a queen, play something like queen h5. But he definitely senses this is the critical moment right here.
He senses it, and it was really complex to figure out what happens with the tactical patterns. As you highlighted, Arthur's, he chooses to step out of the dangerous diagonal. It's such a natural human move, preventing those discovered attack ideas that Salem had as a counter to the knight fork of black. And now that knight fork is a huge threat because it would end up winning the rook of white, the knight check coming to f2.
Yeah, you have to address this in some way. So knight f2 wins the exchange, and as you said, Anna, the queen on h6 for black is no longer under attack. How do you deal with this? I suppose somehow control the f2 square. You don't want to take on h3 because it weakens your king so much. So I suppose bishop d2 or rook d2, or is the Emirati Grandmaster looking for something else? I mean, I don't really know what other options there might be for white here.
Really difficult decision for Salem. I don't really agree with the computer assessing it as only slightly worse for white. I think to the human eye, this is looking like it could be curtains right now, and he doesn't find the right move because it was so difficult to find the precise defense. He places the bishop on f3, very logical move, and yet it wasn't the right way.
Yeah, white is still on a lot of trouble here. Queen h7 is a great move. I mean, it targets the pawn on e4. Black is thinking about the same threat, knight f2. Now there's a secondary threat, knight g5, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn on e4. And I suppose why white doesn't want to play rook d2 or bishop d2, maybe he's worried about some rook a1 counterattack ideas. That's the problem here. When you're having a difficult position, it's so hard to find good moves.
It's extremely hard. And now it's also the time pressure. 2 minutes left for Salem, 3 minutes for Kazakuski. A great chance for the Lithuanian Grandmaster here with the black pieces to score a really important win in the direction of qualifying from his group. He's currently on 4th place, but if he wins, he's going to be on the podium, and Salem will no longer have that small margin of chance anymore. Still, the game is on, and as long as white stays alive throughout this attack of black, there will be chances, because it's speed chess. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, and white is somehow staying alive in this game, Anna. He managed to get the rooks off the board, but there's a brilliant move, bishop h3. That's the question, if white missed this or not. But now the pawn on e4 becomes terminally weak, and if you look at the position with a fresh set of eyes, Anna, what do we see? White has a big weakness on e4. Black controls the a file. Not if I loses, yeah?
A mistake. Apparently, it's a mistake because of the tactical patterns. Can Kazakuski figure it out? He has 2 minutes, 47 seconds left to figure out the right sequence. His position is now completely winning.
Yeah, but it requires... Oh, that's a lovely move. Knight x on e4.
He sees it. The knight is being sacrificed because then the rook is coming into white's camp. What an incredible move. And now the rook sacrificed to pick up the white rook.
That was really beautiful. Actually, I saw a different line, but this one, Anna, made a bit more sense. And now black is winning this. It's not even a better position. He has an extra pawn in a queen endgame. And on top of that, white is also low on the clock. Queen e4, e4, e3. Textbook game here by Lithuanian Grandmaster.
This has been so well played by Valery Kazakuski, and Saleh Salem, he tried his best. He had also posed questions and tactical patterns that would have been a counterattack, but it was always Valery who stepped away from those messy lines and instead chooses a very pragmatic way now with the extra pawn in a queen endgame, more time, winning endgame. Great chance for the Lithuanian Grandmaster to qualify from his group to the playoffs.
Yeah, white could have traded the queens, can he now? Because if he trades the queens, then the position enters a winning pawn endgame for black. And that's why, of course, white keeps the queens on the board. But how do you combat this pawn here on e3? And I suppose here white's idea is to get the king closer, eat this pawn, and maybe hope for some perpetual check. And this is why black is erasing those kings and pawns, Anna, to help the pawn on e3.
That's exactly what's happening. White could grab the pawn on f5, but that gives up your c4 pawn, and also the queen check on d2 was coming, and then the promotion. That was the bigger deal why the white queen couldn't abandon the c2 square. We see a queen trade, but now the pawn is supporting the e3 pawn in the right moment. Connected pass pawns for black.
I think this is it. And considering the speed, how Kazakuski quickly traded the queens and played a 4, he realized that his pawn game is just winning. So these two pawns, they support each other. And I don't see any tricks. Okay, here g4 played by Salem, attempting to set up some kind of a fortress, but I don't think there's any fortress because look at this. I think here black can sacrifice the pawn, e2, king e4, and crash through white's defenses.
That looks like is the key move to give up the pawn, because that will allow your king to enter white's camp further. This is a crucial moment in this king and pawn endgame for Kazakuski. Will he sacrifice the pawn?
I mean, he might also try to flag because white is down the last 15 seconds.
He's giving up his extra pawn because now the black king enters the white camp and threatens f3 check and king f4.
Maybe last hope for white, h4, g5, organize a pass pawn. He's backing on this, but no, I don't think so. This was a very precise move by black. King f4, king f2, take on g4. King e3, it's still losing for white.
Kazakuski is taking his time, making sure that he executes this winning sequence precisely. He moves his king to the central square rather than capturing the pawn.
Yeah, I think he can just push the f-pawn forward. And here comes the counterplay by white. It's going to be coming a bit too late. Nothing can save white's position. In case he even manages to salvage this, he's going to lose on time. And there's the resignation by Saleh Salem. What an amazing victory by Valery Kazakuski, who currently sits at a fantastic 5 points out of 6 on that.
incredible play by Kazakuski, and we saw the celebration as well. It was a huge win for him and a very painful defeat for Salem. He'll have to try to win his final game, Saleh Salem, and hope that the other games go in the way that suit him. But now his fate is no longer in his own hands fully, because the qualification spots are getting further and further away for him. While for Valery Kazakuski, he is looking great for the playoffs for tomorrow, stepping now on to 5 points already. As you mentioned, Arthurs, he's chasing the very first places.
And you know what's a fun fact, Anna? He has already qualified for the FIDE World Cup the next time, the next year. So he's really good, not only at over-the-board chess, but apparently in online chess as well, which should not be a really big surprise. So quite an amazing victory there for Salem Saleh. I'm afraid that it's going to be very, very hard for him, if not even mathematically impossible, to make it to the final four to qualify for the knockouts tomorrow, because he was already trailing half a point behind Anna. And yeah, I think it's just mathematically chances are over for him.
Two sides of the same coin. We have one happy player, Kazakuski, looking into already tomorrow's playoffs, and Salem maybe still with a slim chance, but it's now almost looking like a mission impossible. With only one round to go, we will wait for the remaining results to come in, with this round 6 being such a decisive, crucial moment in Group C. 7 rounds in each group, and you need to finish in the top 4 places to make it to tomorrow's playoffs. And what's at stake are 5 qualification spots for the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup. These were some of the critical moments in the game. That knight jump was a mistake, and Kazakuski spots it. The knight sacrifice, and later this very well executed king and pawn endgame, where he gave up a pawn in order to get his king into White's camp and essentially converted impeccably.
Yeah, this was a really great play by Kazakuski in such a short time frame, spotting tactical resources as not actually. Look at this, like the fist bump. There you go. I did this because I think he also senses that perhaps it was this victory that allowed him to qualify for the knockouts tomorrow. And here you do see the standings before the final critical round, because Artemiev is no longer with a perfect score. He has suffered a loss, and right now there's exactly 4 players 5 points out of 6. So what does it mean, Anna, for everybody else who has 4 points out of 6? Like, oh no, it's going to be really hard for any of them to qualify.
It's really looking like the 4 players who are currently on 5 points have an incredible chance to qualify. Of course, the final round will still matter, and if you lose that final game, then the rest of the results will come into play. But for our top 4 players, their destiny is in their hands, and even a draw would mean qualification for them. Easier said than done. You can't just say, okay, give me half a point. There's a speeches game to play with high stakes, and everyone on 4 points will try everything they can, risk as much as possible if needed, because if they get to 5 points, maybe they will have a chance. A lot of these players will be facing each other, and you might be grabbing a point from someone who is ahead of you. So this final decisive 7th round is coming up next. Yes, looking great for the top 4 players at the moment, but it's still not written in stone that they will qualify. Jumabayev, Yurovsky, and Leiva, those 3 players will be trying to upset their opponents, especially if they are facing some of those players on 5 points. For Saleh Salem on 3.5, this is like a really tough situation. I think a lot of results would need to go his way for him to have any chance. No, sorry, my maths is very bad. I don't think he can qualify anymore. It's too many points and with 1 round to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Saleh is 1.5 points behind the leaders. He can't make it anymore, and I think anybody else who doesn't have 4 points, those 3 guys, Renato, Alexander, and Gianmarco, I think they have theoretical chances only because the 1 point difference is quite huge. So they would have to face those leaders, and we might actually see some quick draws in the final round between the leaders, because I mean, their goal, Anna, is to make it to the knockout stage tomorrow, to make it there. I'm not really sure they're going to be taking some risks, but we're going to see.
we're gonna see. And also the placement in your group matters. The top two are going to the upper bracket in the playoffs, and the third and the fourth place will go to the lower bracket for tomorrow's knockout. So it does matter if you finish in first or second or third or fourth, and that will have to be on their minds as well, whether they want to secure their place just to qualify, or will they try for more? Will they want to finish in the very top of the group and say, I'm first in the group, so I have the best chances in the playoffs? We will see now the pairings soon for this final decisive round, and which one will be our featured game. There is so much on the line.
Yeah, there's so many great games to choose from, but we basically have to choose one. 4 leaders, 5 points out of 6. So Andrew Tang did suffer a loss in the very end. He was running with this perfect score, 5 victories in 5 matches, but finally he met his match. Nobody is yet secure, and that's what I love it about this format. Yesterday's experience, Anna, it says that with 5 points it should be enough to make it. Well, it might be still the case today as well.
Could be the case, and also the case was that in both Group A and Group B, the players that entered into the final round by being in the top 4 places, they stayed in the top 4, which really shows that they truly were the 4 players in the best shape. They maintained that great performance throughout the entire tournament. Will it be the same in Group C, that our current top 4 will be the 4 players qualifying to the playoffs, and who will qualify on which place? And as we said, it does matter for the playoffs, whether you are first, second, third, or fourth. It does matter for the seeding in the brackets. And we do have our final round about to start, and we are going to be following Andrew Tang. He is one of our tournament leaders here in Group C at the Last Chance Qualifier.
And his opponent is international master Gianmarco Leyva from Peru. He has traveled all the way here to Paris to give his shot to make it to the final stage. Andrew plays with the white color. My guess, Anna, is that they might again play some sort of a London, because so far it has worked really well for the American Grandmaster. Why not again for the critical game here?
I think so. I think the London system has worked very well for Andrew. I agree. And for Gianmarco Leyva, he's in one of those situations that we described when we were looking at the current standings. He's 1 point behind the currently qualifying players. So for him, it's absolutely crucial to try to play for a win, even if it's against a very strong opponent, one of the tournament leaders in Group C. But for Leyva, his only chance to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs is literally if he takes down Andrew Tang.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for him to do this. And maybe you're right, what you said before, Anna, is that perhaps Andrew is not going to go the safe route, because what's at stake here is also getting to the upper bracket in the knockouts and not the lower bracket. So the placing in the final rankings, it does matter. So I think what here the American Grandmaster Andrew Tang is going to do, he's simply going to play it a game, see what happens. But no, we're not getting a London on the board. This is the Ninzo defense. One of the most popular opening choices from the White's perspective, where White is threatening to grab the center and somehow get away with this.
He has chosen a different approach in the opening. Of course, grandmasters know so many openings. They study so much chess that they are able to do this, while me, my whole life, just playing the same opening. Not the case here at the Last Chance Qualifiers, as we see a different approach by Andrew Tang, and now he's placing his bishop on d2, so there's no longer a pin over the knight on c3.
That was a very interesting choice. He decided not to grab the center, which, by the way, he can still do. Black very quickly responded with a move b6. So essentially, in this game, there's a big battle over these 4 squares. And White is not fully decided. I'm pretty sure he sees the move e4, but it might become a target a move later. Maybe there's a more careful move, like positioning the central pawn to e3 or playing a3. White definitely has choices here.
many choices, and that's the reason why Andrew Tang is spending a bit longer time here to choose which way he wants to proceed, how to develop the rest of his pieces, what setup to go for. Spoiled for choices, but you're going to end up having to pick one. And he goes for the central pawn push, e4.
Yeah, it felt to be the critical choice, Anna, here. I mean, if you can grab the center, take it, and think about the consequences later, you can always reinforce it with your kingside bishop. And again, black has some choices here, so I think that since his king is so well tucked away at the kingside, relatively secure, black could fire up things in the center. I'm looking for some sort of a pawn break. Is it e5? Is it d5? Is it c5? Well, there's many choices, but you can choose only one.
You can choose only one, and how quickly you choose it matters a lot in speeches too. So I think it's key for Leva to not fall much behind on the clock. Against a player like Andrew Tang, you don't want to have less time. In fact, you're going to try to have more time, because Andrew has already proved that he can flag his opponents even if he has somewhat less time in the final crucial seconds of the game.
Is he trying to recall the opening theory? Because I catch his glimpse to the side. Like, you could definitely see the Peruvian player trying to recall something. And this is the kind of set you probably have seen from the Queen's Gambit Netflix TV series, where the main protagonist, Elizabeth Carman, is staring at his ceilings. She's trying to calculate the line. And it's a very common sight in over-the-board chess, because sometimes you want to take your eyes off the board and try to recall, what does your preparation say about this line? I'm not sure, Anna, if he remembered or not, but bishop b7 and e5 is on the board.
That's, I think, what was happening. And now he has to face the question on what to do about this central pawn push. Do you move the knight? Do you take the pawn? Black can also capture the knight on f3 as an option if he wanted to double the pawns of white on the king side. And also there's the option, as you're showing, that the other bishop could capture the c3 knight as well. So many trades are possible here. Which one is the best way to proceed is the main question.
Yeah, e5 is a very aggressive move, Anna. I would have thought that Andrew maybe wanted to keep things a bit more under control with the move bishop d3, but apparently there was something that he quite did not like. And according to an engine, which I have it on here, it says that black has two good choices here, which is to capture here on e5, take on c3, and anchor the knight on e4. Or the second choice is very similar, take on c3 immediately, occupy the e4 square, and have a beautiful outpost. Is it very obvious? I'm not entirely sure, because I kind of like this dark swap bishop here on b4, but yeah, I guess we're going to see.
We're gonna figure out, and Leva has to figure it out too. He's spending quite some time here to calculate the most precise variation and what is the best way to follow it. It did look like he was trying to recall his preparation and what he knows of these variations. He was again earlier looking a bit to the left, trying to recall from his memory what he knows about these pawn pushes. And now with the bishop on d4, escaping from the capture square, it is black to now try to develop the rest of his pieces. He first places this knight on g5 to target the f3 knight and undermine the defender of the d4 bishop. I like this.
That's a great move. I also like it. And here, Andrew very quickly played bishop d4, because I think that he needs to keep the bishop pair on the board, because he has it, and obviously black does not. But the knight on g5 seriously undermines the integrity of white's position, because you see this bishop on d4 suddenly is very difficult to defend. And I'm thinking, Anna, do I like actually knight g5, queen g5, or is there room for a long castle here? Play a gambit, take on f3.
And Arthur, just for a second, what happened now on the camera, Andrew was actually using the buttons to go back in the game. He was reviewing the last few moves, what had happened and how he got here. He realized that this is not the position he wanted.
That was a very interesting moment there. But yeah, you gotta live with what you have here. And h4, that's a very aggressive move. Getting rid of the queen here. maybe force it to go to f4 and offer a queen trade. That's at least what I would do.
That's exactly what's happening. And Andrew Tang clearly being somewhat bothered by the fact that he messed up his opening. It's not a bad position, but it's certainly not the position he was hoping for when he chose this variation. He places the queen on d2, which defends the bishop and offers a queen trade at the same time.
I think it's a good choice because the white king in the center is feeling quite vulnerable. You could have castled the long side, and of course, if there's going to be a queen trade, white will lose the castling opportunity, but ultimately it's all about the king's safety, and I think that the white king is going to feel just fine in the center with the queens gone off the board. So if I'm sitting here from the black's perspective, I want to keep the queen somehow, but the question is, can I do this? Because if I walk away, white might just castle the long side, and I could regret the choice later.
That's something that Leva has to take into account here, and that's why he's spending quite a long think on this decision, whether to trade the queens or keep them on the board. And if you were to keep them on the board, where do you go with the queen? There's not too many squares available for that black queen.
Queen e4 looks like a good choice to me. So maybe he's still not minding the queen trade, but perhaps under his terms. Queen e4, maybe queen e3, insist on the trade. Black needs to complete development of the queen side as well, right? This knight on b8 has not yet said anything in this game.
No, and it's the case also for white's bishop and the king side, also the uncastled king for Andrew Tang. It's a very peculiar game where there has been an early opening in the center and also these checks coming in, while both players are still somewhat undeveloped.
Big moment here for Andrew Tang. Maybe he's considering bishop e2, sacrifice the pawn here at the king side so that he can castle away and then use the semi-open g-file for some attack. But, well, when you're at this game for that long, you know that maybe this is not a forcing line. We just saw the queen trade happening, and I suspect, Anna, that we might be seeing also some pre-moves, because this is not the first time I see the moves being executed in a lightning fashion.
Lightning fashion, that's what Andrew Tang is known for. The more we approach the final minutes of the game, the more we are going to see those pre-moves, as you said, and he has incredible bullet and even hyper bullet skills. You don't want to face Andrew Tang in a 1 minute versus 1 minute, but I'm afraid you also don't want to face him in a 30 seconds for him, 1 minute for you. He still might flag you.
That's the problem, yeah. So his skills are really legendary when it comes to these super fast, hyper-accurate time control games. And Gianmarco, I think, is doing a really good job so far, considering that he is in a must-win situation. He played a bit of an offbeat line. Now he has really well-positioned pieces. He controls the only open file there is. He has no weaknesses. White is heavily banking on the prospect that his bishop pair will prevail in the long run. So if I'm black, I'm comfortable, but okay, let's put that aside. How do you make a progress here? Rook d4. Okay.
That seems like a very logical move to put pressure on the f4 bishop, which is the bishop that's defending the e5 pawn. And this move also allows your other rook to come to the d8 square. So black is ready to double rooks on the open d file and put pressure on white's pieces at the same time.
It's not so easy here for white, considering that I suspect that Tang is in a must-win situation, because if we talk about the qualification, I'm pretty sure that he's going to make it. Doesn't matter to this result. Maybe there's going to be a tie break, but I have a good feeling that he's already there. He might be thinking about his placement in the standings, because you need to finish in the top 2 places to make it to the upper bracket, the knockout tournament, which is going to happen tomorrow. And the word is that his tiebreak is not the best here, so he's not in a really easy situation in terms of the tournament situation. He was leading the event with 5 points out of 5, then he lost the 6-round game. And also here, his position, Anna, I'm not sure I like it.
Yeah, and as you said, he wasn't 5 out of 5. He has just lost the previous round. That does affect a player. You need to recover from it. But again, it's easier said than done to just forget what has just happened when there's only a few minute break between the rounds. And for Andrew Tang, he does need to try to win this game to get into the first 2 places of his group. He's repeating the moves now. Maybe he's thinking his position is not good enough, or it's just mind games. You know, you're testing your opponent. Would they want the draw or not?
And Gianmarco declines the repetition. He could have done this. He could have played rook d4 to play some mind games. This still might mean nothing. King f2, knight e7. Both players are rearranging their pieces. The knight on e7, the engine quite doesn't like this move, and I think I'm in agree with the Silicon Beast on this matter, because Anna, this knight for black at the queen side, it felt that it was controlling some critical squares. I don't know about this choice for black.
Yeah, it might not have been the best. Of course, it's still an all right position, but now white is also more so back in control of his position with the rook coming to the e file. He will be trying to also develop the light square bishop that's still stuck on the back rank. The knight comes to f5, which is putting pressure on the h4 pawn and also can jump toward the d4 square.
Yeah, so he went all the way around, potentially landed to d4 anyway. So according to the evaluation bar, the position still remains level. But the one thing which really stands out by white is he's desperately trying to keep those bishops alive, especially the dark square bishop. So I think that for the American Grandmaster, his dream would be somehow maybe trade a pair of rooks at the d file. Let's say here, trade it so that there's less pressure, or maybe even both rooks, and then rely on the bishop pair in the long run. Is it gonna work? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either if it's gonna work, but for now he really is trying his best to keep that dark squared bishop on the board and the pair of bishops in general. f6, again chasing the bishop. The bishop has to retreat all the way to the back rank to not allow the trade of the bishop.
What about this pawn on h4? That's quite a big weakness, and this is why black went for this f6 break in the center to weaken the h4 pawn, which he did not take it because after the trade, white will be able to recapture back immediately. I love his move, Sana. c5, securing outpost on d4, and c takes on d4.
The pawn takes there, and therefore now black has a passed pawn. The bishop is creating a blockade on the d3 square and targeting the black knight. But now we see a knight maneuver again. Where is that knight heading? Is it going toward the king side? Is it going toward the queen side? So many options here for black, and the time situation, it's somewhat of a time advantage for the Peruvian Grandmaster with the black pieces, but Andrew Tang is such a speed monster. You need to have a bigger cushion of time if you want to face and match Andrew Tang in speed chess.
But I have a feeling, Anna, that currently black is outplaying Andrew Tang. That Gianmarco here is doing a really good job so far. I love this last move that he played, the c5, capture on d4, establish himself this powerful chain in the center, because if black will be able to do what I suspect that he wants to do, play f5, e4, push those central pawns, who's going to stop them? Because they just keep rolling forward.
And this is what's happening indeed. Black spent some time on the bishop maneuver to offer a bishop trade, but that gave Andrew the time to push c5, and he's still evading from any trades. He wants to keep the pair of bishops so badly, and now he's up on the clock as well. Tables are turning. Slightly better position for the American Grandmaster with the white pieces here, and also somewhat more time.
Yeah, the position has improved in the last couple of moves for white here. He has opened up the queen side. This last idea of him pushing the queen side pawn to open up the c file is definitely making his position a bit better than it was before. And black is trying to carry out this idea to create two strong pawns in the center, but he's quite not there yet.
Not there yet, and that is the issue here for Leiva, while the white pawns on the queen side, they are about to advance. And if you get b4, a5, that is a pass pawn supported by the pair of bishops.
We're getting really in a dangerous territory here for the Peruvian player, because we already saw this happening in the previous rounds, that you don't want to play against Andrew Tang in a time scramble here, and here comes Black. He's about to push the central pawns forward, and Andrew Tang immediately responds with b4, a5, as Anna, you suggested. The outside pass pawn for White, it's going to be really hard to stop.
Really difficult to stop it, and also a half a minute of time advantage, about 30 seconds extra for Andrew Tang. This could be the crucial final phase in the crucial final seconds, and under time pressure there will be more mistakes. Usually you end up having to not play optimally because you don't have time to figure everything out.
You don't have it, but Andrew has a bit more time. He has like extra 40 seconds. Now
this
the situation
move apparently wasn't the best. This is when people start playing not the optimal move. There was no time for the Peruvian Grandmaster to figure everything out correctly.
Yeah, White's bishop start to get even more power, and Black is just not quite there yet to push these pawns. I don't know why he is hesitating to do this. Maybe he senses that these pawns are not going to go very far. White already can pick up this pawn on h5, and then essentially Black will be trying to stop those disconnected pass pawns to the king side and queen side, and it's happening.
It's happening indeed, and now it's too late for Black to push in the center. The h-pawn is gone. Extra pawn for Andrew Tang, who, with a win, will have a really good chance to not only qualify to tomorrow's playoffs, but be in the first or second place, which means an upper bracket qualification, better chances in the playoffs. The game still goes on. Leiva is fighting, trying to stay in the game, but he only has 35 seconds left and a completely lost endgame.
Yeah, that last move here by Andrew Tang, king d3, was a brilliant move, because he's eliminating the pawn on d4, and maybe he's even gonna snatch more. This pawn here for Black is vulnerable, and look at this White's Daxwet bishop. It's holding all the keys to White's defenses. This e1 square is defended. Black cannot promote his pawns.
Black cannot, and he knows it. There was a smile by Leiva, just acknowledging what has happened. He knows he played really well earlier, but under the time pressure, he ended up making mistakes in the endgame, and now it's the time and the position both signaling that Andrew Tang is about to win his 6th game in this final crucial round in Group C and qualify to tomorrow's playoffs in the upper bracket, most likely.
And I just love the pause that he takes right here, because he senses he's really close. He's got this. He's very close to qualify for tomorrow for the upper bracket. But you still need to make the final touch. But he's spending already like 30 seconds here.
He pushes g3 to undermine the f4 pawn. Quick knight jump by Leiva to target the bishop of Andrew.
That's very precise play here by White. I think you can just even snatch the pawn on e3. 25 seconds here. Andrew is really sure about his flagging skills. Of course, he is technically winning, but his time. Look at this, Anna. His advantage is gone.
His advantage is gone in time, and also the position now is no longer that much winning, because Black is about to grab the g4 pawn, and the last pawn is guarded. The promotion square is prevented by this light square bishop. It's a drawn position, but can it be decided other than flagging? No, it's gonna be the flagging skills. 11 seconds versus 3 seconds. Andrew Tang about to win the game on time.
Yeah, Black can't do anything, because every single move he's spending 0.1 seconds, and ultimately Andrew Tang does it. He does win the game. Maybe not the way he really wanted to do this, Anna, but as they say, a win is a win.
A win is a win. He did have a winning endgame, but eventually he made a mistake too under time pressure, and the game was decided because of the time of Leiva getting that flagging moment at the end of the day. It's part of speeches, it's part of the Esports World Cup, and that is a disappointing result for the Peruvian Grandmaster, who fought really well in this game against Andrew Tang, but at the end we have Andrew Tang moving on to 6 points out of 7 rounds. These were the final moments, and this is when Andrew Tang made a mistake, allowing the knight capturing his bishop, and then he's dropping the g4 pawn as well. Opposite colored bishops, not possible to win because black will always give up the bishop for that one remaining pawn if you even tried to promote it. So not enough material to win if you get rid of the pawn, but that's why Andrew doesn't touch the pawn. He's guarding it with everything he can, and he's just moving his pieces, shuffling around, and wins on time in this bishop endgame. Wow.
Yeah, I also love the smirk by Andrew. He's like, okay, how did I blunder this, right? But what to do, that he had to resort to his flagging skills. Ultimately, he prevailed, and overall, I think it was well-deserved victory. And he does become the winner of Group C, Anna, because because of this victory, yes, he won the event with 6 points out of 7. This is going to allow him to qualify for tomorrow's upper bracket knockout tournament together with Vladislav Artemyev, and also Jules Massard and Valery Kazakowski. They finished their respective games in a draw. They're going to make it to the knockout stage, but only in the lower bracket.
There you have it, our 4 players who entered round 7 in the qualification spots. They remain as the top 4, but it has been shuffled around, and as you said it, Andrew Tang, he really wanted that win to make it into the upper bracket because his tiebreak points were not the best. Andrew wins the group, and he will be in the upper bracket tomorrow in the playoffs. This has been Group C, but after a break, we will be back with the final group of the Last Chance Qualifier. Group D is coming up next with also some stellar lineup, very strong grandmasters in the field, and also amateurs, club players. Anyone and everyone can enter the Last Chance Qualifier. So we're going to see some really fun matchups in the first round, and then blood will be spilled on the board between the top grandmasters who are trying to make it to the qualification spots. This is the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. Everyone wants to be there next week for the main event in chess. It is $1.5 million at stake at the main event in chess. 5 qualification spots are left, and that's what all the players here are fighting for in the Last Chance Qualifier. We'll take a break, and when we are back, the final group will also start their competition for the qualifications for tomorrow's playoffs. See you on the other side of this break for the final group stage.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello and welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. This is it, the last remaining 5 spots up for grabs for the main event in chess are determined throughout a 3-day event. Today is day 2 and we are about to witness the last group, Group D, fighting it out for the final 4 spots for tomorrow's playoffs. It's a very complex system and a not easy journey to qualify to the main event in chess, but if you do make it, the rewards are extremely high. Could actually not be higher. It's as high as $1.5 million. That is the prize fund at the main event in chess next week at the Esports World Cup. So everyone is extremely motivated and determined to make it. First, you need to finish in the top 4 of your group, and then in tomorrow's playoffs, you also need to do really well and qualify to one of those 5 spots. Today, we have been covering Group C, and now the final group stage is about to begin. We will follow in the first round Grandmaster Jaroslav Žerbuk as he takes on Jesus Hara Segovia.
I would presume that Jaroslav is the game's favorite because he is the GM, but you never quite know in these starting rounds, as we already saw earlier today in the very first round of Group C, where the Frenchman Jules Mossard was having some troubles in his own game. The time control is still the same, 10 minutes with no increments, and here you see this game is starting, and we have a bit of a quiet opening here with a kingside knight, knight of 3 b3. We call this the ready opening.
It's the ready opening, and now Žerbuk decides to push the D pawn as well. It could transpose to other openings as well, depending on how the game proceeds. But as we highlighted, this is the group stage. First round, it's 7 rounds in total in each group. The first round in a Swiss format is usually supposedly the easiest, but there can be upsets, and there have been upsets in the tournament. Anyone can enter the Last Chance Qualifier, and that's why you see professional chess players, grandmasters, fighting it out against club players as well, against hobby players, and in this case, Jesus Hara Segovia, traveling, I believe, all the way from Venezuela to Paris to be playing this Last Chance Qualifier. Like, what an event for hobby players, for club players. A 13-year-old boy was yesterday's hero in Group A and almost upset one of the top grandmasters. Anything and everything can happen because this is speed chess. This is the Esports World Cup, and there is so much on the line.
And we already saw in the previous rounds, Anna, that even if you sometimes get a really favorable position after the opening phase, and we saw this happening at the GM level, you can still rely on your speed chess skills, and that's why, again, this time control is uncompromising. You go to the down scramble, everything can happen here. But looking at the position right here, Black just played Queen A5, Anna, and I think here the typical idea for Black is to reroute the Queen here to the King side, and then potentially with the help of the Bishop and the Knight, go for some sort of an attack. And that's why here Žerbuk's response, H3, makes perfect sense. Meaning, you land the Queen on H5, there's going to be consequences.
That's exactly what Žerbuk is ready to do, and that's a very grandmaster way of thinking. Prophylactic move. What was my opponent about to do? How can I prevent it before it even happens, to discourage completely that queen swinging over to the H5 square. And now that's why Segovia is taking a longer pause here to figure out what to do next. And in terms of this matchup, I believe the rating difference between these two players is over 600 points in rating when it comes to classical chess. But that doesn't mean that online Jesus Hara Segovia is not higher rated. So one thing is what's your rating over the board in classical chess, and very different if you play a lot of speed chess, play a lot of chess online. No increment here. Flagging skills, mouse skills matter, and this pawn push matters too, because Black is about to sacrifice a piece. Look at this brave play by Jesus Hara Segovia. Over 600 rating point difference, and he says, I don't care, you're a GM, I'm going to sacrifice a piece and try to checkmate you.
I love it. I love it. I love the spirit. I mean, I doubt that it's objectively working because, from my experience, Anna, is that these early sacrifices they very rarely work. But I love the spirit. I love the uncompromising approach by the Venezuelan player. The queen on h5 and this knight on g4 makes white's position a bit precarious at the king side because you see, it's just one move here and white could just get checkmated. This knight on f3 somehow holds white's position together, but let me continue my thought. If I will be allowed to play e5, e4, grab the center and attack this knight, who knows how things are going to unfold.
And that's why Zherbuk also takes a pause and finds a different path now for his other knight to try to knock that queen away from the attacking h5 before those moves happen that you were highlighting, Arthurs, because yes, white cannot give a free pass to those moves and just sit around. He has to prevent them before they happen. Knight f1 and knight g3 is the follow-up plan of the American grandmaster here with the white pieces.
d5. That was a bit of strange move here by black. I suppose he was a bit concerned about potential e4 push. Now white is getting ready with this knight sliding over to the king side. This h2 square, this critical square that black is so heavily banking upon, now is defended twice. Now, as you can see, black is essentially like in a poker, moving all in. All the chips are going into the middle. But Anna, I'm not really sure if this is going to work because black's entire queen side is not yet participating in this attack.
It's not, and you wish that that knight and rook that are sitting on the bench still on the left side of the board, you wish they were closer to the white king because then your attack would be extremely dangerous. Zherbuk is pushing the e-pawn to challenge that pawn on f4 and at the same time prepare for this nasty pin that you're highlighting because once the queens are off of the board, there will be no longer any attack against the white king. So knight to h2 is a major threat here, simply with the idea that without the queens, there is no danger for the white king.
I think it already works right now, and because black just played bishop here to the king side, trying to apply some pressure against the pawn on e4. Why I'm suggesting this knight h2, because you would think that when you have an extra piece, you want to trade off some pieces, but no. Here Yaroslav Zherbuk went for e4, which kind of makes sense because now black's bishop here on h6 feels a bit awkward, and white can play knight h2, try to trade off some pieces whenever he feels like it. How about now?
I think it might be happening now. We did see Hara shaking his head slightly at the previous move, clearly not happy about how his attack is going. He sacrificed a piece very boldly and bravely, but he now realizes that there is no follow-up and the bishop on h6 is actually just staring at its own pawn. It's in the way of the attack. You almost wish that pawn wasn't on the board because then the bishop could go to that square.
No good moves here for black. Bishop a3 was a brilliant choice here by white because black cannot keep the rook to join the attack. And yeah, I think that here white has many good ways to continue. I'm looking at finally knight h2 was played here by white. I was wondering, Anna, when finally it's going to happen. And there you go. You get the queens off the board. Then black has essentially no compensation for the sacrifice piece.
And that's just textbook how to play when you're up on material but your opponent is trying to create compensation with an attack. And oh boy, the atmosphere is absolutely on fire. This is the esports World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is happening all at once right now in Paris for 7 weeks. This is the capital of the gaming world. The biggest esports competitions are taking place all at once, and chess is one of the main games for the club championship points as well. We are at the STC Contenders Arena, very close to the rest of the competitions taking place. As you can hear, there's a lot going on. And that's why the players are wearing noise-cancelling headphones so that they can zone in on the chess moves.
Yeah, that's really a must probably to be able to concentrate on the game. So I don't think they heard much from this. Knight x on h2, played by black, and now this reaches already highly technical position here. I think that Zherbuk knows. Look at this. He's sitting very confident there, Anna. He knows that he's got things under control. He has an extra piece. Black has 2 pawns for it, but they're not good. Having double there, and we are reaching to the phase where the American Grandmaster is looking for ways, how do I get this thing safely home to a full point?
And this is one of the ways in which he's approaching that full point by placing the bishop on e7. He was ready to capture back with the rook and get it into the 7th rank. Hara says, no, thank you. I want that my rook is on the 7th, not yours. So the bishop retreats to g5 and now is targeting that vulnerable f4 pawn while the rook is about to enter the back rank and pin it all.
Very precise play by White. To be honest, I think simple trade probably would have been good enough, but rook e8 is a massive threat. This would pin the black knight on b8, rook at a8, but what to do? Of course, the skill gap apparently is quite obvious here. The Grandmaster is a bit more experienced in these positions that the direct attack quite doesn't work, but you have to battle it out. You never give up because you never know. It's still a 10+0 time control. You can always try to flag your opponent, or what if there's a mouse slip, and mouse slip plays a big part in all-in chess.
It does play a huge part, so there's still chances in every single game. We continue saying it, and it's because it is how it is in speed chess with no increment, as you highlighted, Artur's mouse skills, flagging skills, mouse slips, and also just the fact that there is so much at stake. We have seen players cracking under the pressure on the clock, cracking under the pressure of the position, or simply just maybe not seeing something. There can be of those moments, even for grandmasters, where they simply forget about a piece. It happens rarely, but it does happen.
And we saw it. We even saw it today, like even in the GM battle, especially when you get in the time scramble, you're getting really nervous. Then on seconds, everything can happen here. Here, however, I think that Yaroslav Zherebuk is going to get things done. I don't think we are going to see any surprises. What is slowly making improvements to the position, making sure like every single piece has a say in the matter. Look at this, Anna. Now the kingside knight joins the game, knight f3, maybe improve the knight afterwards, then the Lasco bishop, then bring the queenside rook to the game. Grandmasters are so good at coordinating all the pieces so that they look together like a very nice symphony.
They are looking like that, and this has been a very instructive play by Zherebuk. Now the black knight is also trying to improve its location, going from the edge toward the more central squares. The knight maneuver makes a lot of sense, and it's really admirable how Jesus Hara is trying. He's trying to stay in the game against a very strong opponent. Again, in the first rounds, we see quite a big gap between the players. This is the nature of the Swiss format. And this knight jump now is making black situation even more difficult. There's barely any squares left where you can still hold on to everything in your position.
Yeah, but you gotta do something here with black, and I think the first thing I would try to do here with black, Anna, is to resort to some tricks. There you go, there's one of them. Knight e5, knight x on d4 is a threat. The rook on e2 would be under attack if white would accept it, so you cannot lose your guard, and this is precisely what here Zherebuk is doing. And I'm also thinking that one of the reasons why he's not rushing very quickly, very often when chess professionals, they're playing in these open tournaments against nominally weaker opponent, they treat it like as a potential warm-up, even though they get a winning position very early on because their knowledge is just ahead of the opponent, but also getting into the rhythm for the remainder of the tournament is really important here.
It's so important indeed, and that's what Zherebuk is doing. This is the first round, but there will be 6 more games to go, and the more you advance through the rounds, the stronger your opponents are. There's only 4 qualification spots for the playoffs in each group. Zherebuk is one of the favorites in Group D, but there's so many other grandmasters and strong players that are trying to grab those top 4 spots. So of course, he needs to use any and every chance to get into the swing of the tournament overall, the atmosphere, get used to the playing venue, get used to the buzzing, the noise as well, the cheering, the crowds. It's all part of esports. It's all part of what makes this event so special. And this is, of course, a great way to play yourself into the tournament by playing a game where you're winning, but also taking your precious time to convert it.
This is a very good point, Anna, because I don't think that so many players are used to the esports format so far, because chess is basically a brand new addition to the event only for the second year, only at the Esports World Cup. So you want to feel this atmosphere when you are, like, it's a mix between over-the-board chess and online chess. So it's like a hybrid between the two. You're physically seeing your opponent, you can interact with him, but you're still playing online. So there's definitely different sets of skills sometimes necessary here. But if we speak about the position here, I think that White is doing a really good job so far, not rushing anywhere, taking his time, leaving enough time to figure out things, Anna, and he's slowly but carefully cruising towards a well-deserved victory here.
That's exactly what he's doing, and he's making it so seemingly simple. Again, this is just a small pawn push. He's putting his pawn on a better square, strengthening his pawn structure. Very slow but steady progress. Every move of White is improving the position, even if just by a little margin, but the little progress adds up, and White has been up a piece for a while.
Yeah, there comes the break. F5, I suppose White is getting ready to crash through Black's defenses. The F5 move opens up the F4 square for White's bishop so that White can use this file. Of course, first, let's pay attention to what's happening at the queen side. And Black is doing everything he's supposed to. When you're down material, you want to trade as many pawns as you get, because maybe in the very end, if you trade all of them, well, sometimes there are some theoretical positions which are a draw, even if you have an extra piece. But to be honest, I don't think Black is still going to get there. But still, it's a good attempt.
It is a very good attempt, and he has been fighting so well. Also, this game for Jesus Jara, I think he obviously knows that he has been in a really tough spot, in a losing position, but he's using this chance to learn a lot from this game. Probably Zherebuk is the strongest opponent he has ever faced, or one of the strongest at the least. And to learn from this opportunity when you're facing such a strong grandmaster, and then every other round for Jesus Jara will look a lot easier, because suddenly your opponents, even if they are higher rated than you, they are not a 2600 grandmaster at least.
I think also for...
Wow, look at that move! A rook sacrifice to promote. A beautiful touch to this endgame where Zherebuk has been converting it with the extra piece, now giving up the rook. New queen on the board.
Take all the pawns you get, and I think ultimately Black is going to lose on time. And there you go, Anna, this game is officially over. Yaroslav Zherebuk has officially won his first round game against his opponent Jesus Javier Jara Segovia from Venezuela. Really, really strong display here from the Ukrainian-American grandmaster. But it's only a start for him and everybody else.
Only a start. It's 7 rounds in each group, and you need to finish in the top 4 places in order to make it to tomorrow's playoffs. And we saw a gesture between the two players and a nod. The respect is there, and Jara is still there to learn from this masterclass, having faced one of the strongest grandmasters in his group. He's learning from the experience, and I'm sure that he will be gaining not just the learning opportunity, but he'll be improving thanks to moments like this. I think all of us in chess, whenever we face someone really strong, those are some of those very valuable moments. Even if you lose the game, there was no pressure on you in the first place, and there is so much to gain from an opportunity like that, so much to learn from. These were the final moments in the game after Zherebuk promoted his pawn, and he's picking up the rest of the black pawns. It's completely winning on the board and also on time. And therefore, the Ukrainian-American grandmaster Yaroslav Zherebuk is now one of the many players who have won their first round. We start with a group of about 30 participants in each group. And as we progress through the rounds, there's going to be less and less players who manage to keep the 100% score. I'm so curious. which game will be our featured matchup for round 2, because when I'm looking at the list of participants for Group D, oh boy, Arthur, there's so many strong participants, and of course the underdogs, the dark horses. We have seen upsets, and there can be upsets always in events like this for sure.
I mean, we might already see a Grandmaster clash in the second round. This is what we saw in Group C. Very early on, the players are getting pit against each other. Here you see these are the first standings after only one round played, 6 more rounds to go. So we see quite a bit of Grandmasters at the very top. But one name I'm very, very happy to see, and I know that you're looking at this name and you probably would like to call him out. He's here, Petr Leko, the legendary Hungarian Grandmaster, the former World Championship challenger, and also a beloved commentator who I would be pretty sure he would be doing commentary of this event if he was not only playing. He's here in Paris, he's playing.
He's playing. I was so happy to see Petr Leko as one of the participants, as you highlighted already. Incredibly strong Grandmaster, very well-known commentator, coach of Vincent Keimer. But before he became the coach of one of the rising stars in the chess world, Vincent Keimer, Leko himself was a very successful player. In fact, a challenger for the world champion's title. He nearly became a world champion himself, and he was a very successful player as part of the Olympic team of Hungary as well. He's here now to fight it out in esports. I am so happy to see that. Alexander Grishuk, of course, is also a household name that many people will recognize from decades of elite chess. But Maxim Mukhomedov, for instance, when I'm looking at the standings, I'm like, first place, Mukhomedov, I'm looking at the ratings. I believe he's unrated, and yet he's on 1 points too. So see, anything and everything can happen. We have professional grandmasters and also club players, amateurs, playing in the same field. And this is what makes esports and chess at the Esports World Cup so special.
And everybody who lost their first round game, of course, everything is still ahead of them, because based on the experience from the previous rounds, to make it to the final 4 or the knockout stage tomorrow, you need to get probably at least 5 points, and then you're going to get there. So basically it does feel like a double elimination concept, which is really present in the knockouts, Anna, because even if you lose one game, even if you do it early on here in the Swiss stage, you still have a chance to come back.
They definitely will have a chance, and we already have the next matchup. I've just been told that we're going to continue following the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster Yaroslav Zherbuk in his pursuit to qualify. His opponent is Yosha Iglesias. Yosha was a teammate of mine back in the days when I was competing in France, and I'm so happy to see, again, that it's a mix of very high-rated, known grandmasters, then club players, semi-professionals, amateurs, children, older people, anyone and everyone is welcome and is ready here to fight for these top prizes. Yosha is a FIDE master from France, so there's going to be, again, quite a big rating gap. But I would not write off Yosha Iglesias and their chances, because, yes, it's about like 300 rating points difference in classical chess, but that's classical chess over the board. When it comes to speed chess, online chess, the esports atmosphere, I don't think that these ratings matter fully. Of course they matter, they do matter, because that's your chess knowledge and experience, but they don't translate exactly as okay, so Zherbuk will win for sure. There will be chances, I think, not just in this game, but also in the other pairings for the upcoming rounds. And I'm so excited to see my former teammate fight it out against Zherbuk to try to upset the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster for the qualification spots.
And Yosha plays with white. So this means that everything, of course, is possible. The time control is unforgiving. No extra time added, only 10 minutes. And we already saw in the previous group stages that you get there, things can get really chaotic. Even GMs are blundering the pieces. So things are not really granted for the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster. Also, the question here is, did he get into the rhythm or not? And all the other participants, I think they will be also getting much tougher, much in strength equal matchups, and just in a very short time frame, there will be a lot of Grandmaster professional clashes to determine who's going to make it to the knockout stage.
It's absolutely thrilling each and every group stage because of the factors you mentioned. And this is our final group. We have seen already 3 groups fight it out in a grueling format where we start with the Swiss format. We start with the early rounds being the so-called easier rounds, but even round 2 is round 3 starts heating up. And then you see some of the top grandmasters not always making it. We have seen blunders, big mistakes. We have seen huge time scrambles and flagging skills as well, taking a big part of how the games will end up and how and who will qualify to the playoffs. Again, we are following our Ukrainian-American grandmaster here, Yaroslav Zherbuk, who is one of the favorites in his group. Being a favorite is also more pressure.
Absolutely. Yeah, so he knows that this game is by no means going to be an easy task. He plays with a black color. Players are getting ready for the final instructions. This is the feature board, but again, dear viewers, you can see there's a lot of other boards being set up in the background in this exhibition center. I actually tried to pronounce it correctly. I think it's Paris Expo Porte de Versailles. And I tried to pronounce it before the start of the coverage. I don't think I quite get it correctly, but yeah, it's a big exhibition hall in Paris. Anna, you would probably correct me and you would say it's in the heart of the city.
It's in the heart of the city. You are so much braver than me with at least attempting to pronounce it. I love France. I love French language, the French culture, but to me it's so hard to pronounce everything. So thank you for trying it yourself, Arturs.
Yeah, my pleasure. So the players are getting ready. I don't know what Yaroslav is thinking there. Maybe trying to recall some opening preparation, because this is what typically really good players do. They arrive to a tournament, they can prepare some specific opening ideas, and that's what I think what I would do if I would enter this competition. Like, I would look at the players in my group that are entering there, and I would in advance already check what they are playing using some preparation tools. Like, we have this professional software called Chess.com to prepare, very deeply analyze the games. Or I don't know, Anna, maybe he's just chilling and enjoying the atmosphere there. What do you make of this?
Hard to tell, and I'm also just trying to picture what it would be like to be sitting there right now. But I'm gonna throw that back to you, Arturs, because you could be there. You could be one of the participants, and you could be fighting for those qualification spots yourself. I know I could, and I'm looking at like Yosha being there. Yosha is so brave that she's fighting for the qualification spots. I'm not. I'm not as brave. I prefer to watch.
Yeah, or do the comment-free. So I can imagine the atmosphere there in the exhibition center is really electric, because, I mean, being part of the esports World Cup for chess is a new thing, and you want to be there. You want to feel the atmosphere. And to be honest, maybe I'll have to change my calendar next year on a plan to visit this event on site and also give my chance to play in this event. And more and more players every year, they are getting accustomed to this idea that chess is part of now of the esports family. And yeah, it feels amazing, but the games are about to start. There's a bit of a hiccup, but I imagine it's not for long, and the games will be given green light.
We are about to get started with round 2. Every round matters so much, and the stakes are getting higher and higher as we approach the final group here with Group D and the final moments of the Last Chance Qualifier group stages. Only 4 players from Group D will make it to tomorrow's playoffs. So the top 4 places, that's the only thing that matters.
There you go. There's the first move. D4 is played on the board. Queen's Gambit pawn move. D4 played. Black plays a king's pawn to E6. Very solid response. Look at that. This is really aggressive move. We call it the Dutch defense in chess. And when somebody says Dutch defense, it usually means something really aggressive, Anna. So black is going to unbalance game and maybe at some point organize some sort of a king-set attack. This pawn on f5, very often it bothers white.
It does bother white, and we see Yosha going for a solid approach. I like the way she's developing simply the king side, getting ready to castle, and Zherbuk immediately says, hey, what about a bishop trade? If white takes, the pawns of black will be doubled, so it's somewhat of a weakening of the black pawn structure. And at the same time, Zherbuk was very happy to just go for this and create a not so common pawn structure. You want to get a game, you want to simply play chess, and sometimes it takes a bit of a risk. White, I think, is very comfortable here. I do like Yosha's position, but Zherbuk is doing this so that it's not just a natural, easy way for white to develop. She also needs to answer now some questions about, for instance, what about this pawn trade on d5? Will white want black to take? And if so, is it okay to take back with the bishop? Do you need to support this with the pawn? Early questions in the game to answer.
And there's the answer. White decided to take on d5 with a pawn, and this prompted black to respond with the king-set knight capture on d5. I do feel, Anna, that the American grandmaster is taking some risks here, because typically when you play f5 at a competitive level, this means that black is willingly accepting a slightly worse position at the get-go just to get the game, just to keep more pieces on the board, and also potentially try to get the opponent out of the preparation. Again, the one thing we don't really know is how far the preparation for black it went for this game, because I'm pretty sure he did look at the opening repertoire of all the players before the start of the tournament. And what are we seeing here? There's a big fight for the central d5 square, Anna.
Huge fight for the central squares in general, and these knight maneuvers in order to preserve the control over those central squares. I'm really curious, how will Yosha follow up? I love that decision. Just go forward, jump into the other central square with the knight. Now Zherbuk castles to place his king into safety, and maybe later he will try to chase away that e5 knight with a pawn push to d6.
That's a fair point. But by pushing d6, you also might be creating some weaknesses in the position. I think that here so far, Yosha Iglesias is doing really well. She has beautifully positioned pieces. This knight d3, I'm not sure I like this move, Anna, here, because I felt that the knight on e5 was standing really good. And typically, I try not to retract the pieces that are positioned really well. But apparently, white didn't quite like that d6 is going to give black the tempo. The position probably is still about balance, but now black has this opportunity to change the pawn structure. And there you go. Knight x on c3 was played.
It has just been played in the rook move to immediately target that pawn on c3. Yosha responds with also a rook move, guarding the c3 pawn, and is ready to push c4 to gain more space. Will black allow those pawn pushes or not is the question. Bishop to d5 to try to prevent the pawn push.
That seems to be a good move, because now this c-pawn push is impossible. But there's also the pawn on a2 really under attack. So you see this move by black comes with two threats. Dealing with white's ideas and conjuring our own. But the white could try to maybe even sacrifice it, or maybe play like queen a4, then play c4. Either way, the game is heating up. And I'm thinking, if I'm playing the Dutch defense, Anna, from the black's perspective, and I had the pawn on f5, where's my game? I mean, typically at the king side, no?
Typically at the king side indeed, and yet it's not that easy to see how black will build up that attack with the knight on e7 being in the way of the black queen, and Yosha immediately goes for the attack on the queen's side, targeting the a7 pawn. The bishop goes to c4, pinning the knight on d3 and saying that if you were to capture the pawn on a7, then that queen will be attacked by the black rook, and that a2 pawn will also be picked up.
That's a fair point. So this was a small trap by black, and white could not accept this pawn. Knight f4, I like this move by white, because now white might be thinking at the right moment to grab this pawn and potentially even escape it. Here you see now there's an escape route for the queen, and yeah, black needs to make a big decision very quickly here. b5 is the top choice of the engine, but it involves sacrificing the pawn and some kind of a repetition. But I don't think that Jarbuk wants a draw here. He wants more.
He wants more, but how will he get more when the position for white is actually very healthy? If anyone has a slight advantage, it is white. It's really tough when you are the higher rated player. In this case, there's about 300 rating point difference between the two players in classical chess. Of course, that doesn't exactly interpret the same way for online chess, for speed chess, but in classical chess, that's quite a big gap in their experience and skills, and yet Yosha is the one here with the slightly better position. So how much can you push? From black's perspective, you might need to take bigger risk if you want to keep your chances alive in the game to try to play for a win. But maybe Jarbuk, maybe risking too much, now giving up that pawn, jumping to c6 with the knight.
I think he is bluffing a bit, and Yosha just called a bluff. Like, I'm not afraid of you, I'm not afraid that you are a GM. I'm gonna accept your pawn because I don't see how you can trap my queen. And now you just see black just committed to knight c6 here, harassing the queen. And I'm thinking that most likely black's idea is to start some sort of an attack at the
but Yosha just made a mistake. She places the queen on the wrong square, so the bluff is paying off for Yaroslav Jarbuk because that queen now is trapped after d6. If queen a3, rook a8, you only have then just one square left for the queen, but then rook comes to a2 and your queen and bishop will be hanging. So this is the idea of Yaroslav Jarbuk, that the queen ends up being in trouble.
Yeah, queen c5 apparently was a big blunder here. Now, white needs to find a way to get out of this, but how do you do this? I mean, you have to probably try to give away your queen for enough material, which I would think is at least a rook and a bishop. At least. I can try to get that, but how? Anna, how do I do that? Bishop takes on c4, give up the queen? I just get the rook for the queen. It's clearly not enough.
It's not enough, unfortunately, and Yosha is realizing that she made a mistake by placing the queen there. It was good to call the bluff of Jarbuk by capturing the pawn, but the follow-up was important, that the queen retreats instead of placing it on c5. So it was crucial to go back and retreat it to where it came from, to a3, and then hide it on b2 before these attacks are coming in. And now every move of black is coming with a tempo. The pawn is attacking the queen, then the rook will be chasing the queen, and you end up losing material.
I mean, the difference between the moves, the correct move, queen a7 and queen c5, was not really that of an obvious move. So white had to first play here with his queen on a3, then land back the queen on c5. And the only difference would have been with this rook on a8, black wouldn't have access to the pawn on d6 because the knight would be hanging. So it's basically the same maneuver, but the move orders in chess, unfortunately, matter a lot.
That is such a small yet very decisive difference in this game. How you play the same idea with a different move order makes the entirely different picture for black. And now this is a winning position for Jarbuk. Yosha ends up giving up the queen on the b4 square. Well, it must have been a mouse slip because she also shakes her head and then resigns. It was a good game by Yosha until that bluff by Jarbuk that eventually pays off because Yosha didn't find the right sequence. It was so difficult where to go with the queen exactly and what move order.
Yeah, I mean, this was not really a great moment for white to make this mouse slip. The position already was lost, but I'm pretty sure she didn't blunder the queen. She intended to put the queen on a3, but we just saw a mouse slip happening right here in the esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. And I'm pretty sure, Anna, that we are going to see more of this stuff happening because that's the integral part of online chess for Yosha Iglesias. That was a really terrible game, unfortunately, because she was just getting into this game, accepting the pawn, and a couple of moves later, there you go. Once again, we're revisiting this moment. Queen c5 was a terrible blunder, unfortunately, because of the black's move d6, and White just drops the queen. Queen b4 is a mouse slip, of course, but the game basically finished just like that.
Just like that, it was the right square for the queen, but not in the right move order. It happens in chess. Such a small detail can make a big difference. And she called the bluff of her grandmaster opponent, rightly so. But the follow-up wasn't easy to spot that the queen had to go back to a different square and then to c5. It was quite a peculiar move order that she had to find in order to basically capitalize on the mistake or on the bluff of Yaroslav Zherbuk. This means that the Ukrainian-American grandmaster Yaroslav Zherbuk moves on to 2 out of 2. And I'm really curious how many other players will be on still 100% score after the first 2 rounds of Group D. This is the final group that we are covering, and tomorrow is the playoffs and the Last Chance Qualifier. 5 qualification spots are up for grabs at the Esports World Cup for the main event in chess. The stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million is the prize fund in chess for the main event. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, we're going to take a look at the standings, and we will continue with round 3 of this final group to figure out who will be the players fighting at the playoffs to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. See you in just a moment.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hustle, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. These 3 days determine who will grab the final remaining 5 qualification spots for the main event in chess, where the prize fund could not be higher. It's $1.5 million. That is what's at stake, and the defending champion Magnus Carlsen is waiting to see who else will be in the players' field. 5 more spots determined from our event here. Today is the group stage, is the final group stage actually, and tomorrow the playoffs of the Last Chance Qualifier. In each group, the top 4 players will make it to tomorrow's playoffs. So what matters right now, right here, is to finish in the top 4 spots in your own group if you want a chunk of that really huge pie, the $1.5 million prize pool. At the moment, it's looking great for the players on 2 points. They are still on 100% score. 5 participants are still on 2 out of 2, while we see 2 grandmasters having shared a point. Grandmaster Peter Leko and Kartik Ventakamaran, they are on 1.5 points each. And I believe we are going to be following my fellow former Olympic teammate and obviously very well-known coach, renowned commentator, and a very strong player, Grandmaster Peter Leko, former world champion challenger. He's here to fight it out now in an esports format. He will be facing Grandmaster Aleksandar Injic, Serbian Grandmaster, who is currently on 2 out of 2. So for Peter, if he wants to bounce ahead of Injic, he will need to try to play for a win. It is an early stage still. We are in round 3 at the moment, but in 7 rounds, you need to perform at least 5.5 points to have a chance to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, I think he's still doing really well so far because he drew the previous round against Kartik. As you can see from the rankings, pretty much the only players who played in a draw the first 2 rounds, and we are not seeing a lot of draws at all at this stage, Anna, because I suppose that's what the time control does to you. Even if you get an equal position, it doesn't really matter because you can always try to flag your opponent, and everybody is doing exactly that. So this matchup of Petr Leko against Aleksandar Injic, I can't wait because I have the biggest, if not the greatest, respect for Petr as not only as a chess personality, as a human being as well. I just love what he does for chess, and I wish that he would have come world champion back then, because historically all he needed was a draw in this final game against his in his world championship match against Vladimir Kramnik, game 14, year 2004. Everybody still remembers this so clearly. But he's a fun colleague to have around, especially when he's doing the commentary. So we'll see how he's going to fare today. I haven't seen him playing a lot lately chess. Now this is going to be an opportunity.
This is going to be an opportunity, and yes, he was so close to becoming world champion, and nowadays he's helping someone else become potentially a world champion. Vincent Keimer is one of the top grandmasters in the world, and his longtime coach has been Grandmaster Peter Leko. So he's providing his expertise and knowledge in commentary at the highest level, as well as providing his expertise and skills to other players, Vincent Keimer being his main student, and it has been clearly showing in the trajectory of Vincent. I hope that Peter will manage to log in. It looks like he's having a bit of a technical issue here with the platform. He needs to make it into his Chess.com account to get ready for the game against Serbian Grandmaster Aleksandar Injic.
What I'm really also amazed is that Petr always dresses so nicely. There's always a suit. I remember every single comment we have done together. He always stands out. He looks so good in this suit. So also for the esports event, Petr has chosen to stay true to his dressing style. In the country here we can see Aleksandar Injic, the former European individual champion, a very formidable opponent. He is dressing a bit more casually in a t-shirt because when it gets to the time scramble, Anna, you want to have a bit more freedom how to move around, but still, It's going to be an exciting game. If I would have to ask you, who do you think is going to take this down?
I'm really curious, and I'm also curious what's happening to the chair of Grandmaster Peter Leko. It looks like we're going to have a bit of an adjustment in terms of the height, so to make sure that he is seeing the monitor and the board at the right level, that it's comfortable. It's all about getting into the zone and everything and anything that can help with that. The Secret Lab chairs, the noise-cancelling headphones, and Injic as well is asking for some help, or maybe he's already ready. It's hard to tell because the round is about to start.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the first moves. There you go. Peter Leko is officially opening up the game with a king's pawn move, e4, and Injic is quite not ready. He's asking for some kind of an assistance. I assume there's something wrong with his headphones or something, so the game has officially started. But the Serbian Grandmaster is yet to make the first move here.
Yes, I'm a bit puzzled by what's occurring on his end. He might need a bit of assistance and we might need to reset the game. He's waiting to be able to start.
All right,
Peter Leko just chilling. You know, he knows that it's part of the game.
They were just asked, let me know if you're ready to start, and they are getting ready to start. And Anna, you're totally spot on. The clocks are being reset to 10 minutes each, so no loss on time here for Alexander Injic, the Serbian superstar. Here we have a pretty sharp Sicilian Najdorf, very, very classy setup by ball players, and G4 immediately going after the opponent's throat with a very aggressive kingside pawn pushes there, Anna.
You love to see it. You know, Grandmaster Peter Leko, such a classical player. He has been there for so long in the very best of the best in the chess world. And he's going for this very aggressive approach. I like it.
It's great. It's great. I mean, it usually means a lot of action is going to happen there. The valuation bar, it does say that white is much better. But to be honest, the viewers, I'm not really sure it matters at this stage. It's all about, do you know the lines really well or you don't? And I think that the Hungarian chess legend is really, really deep in the prep here. We don't know where is this some older theory or this is some modern theory? I mean, he is and was and still is a world-class player for decades here. And yeah, it's such an amazing sight to see him here playing in an esports event.
Very different environment for many of the participants, but especially in situations like this, as you highlighted throughout the career of Peter Leko, his incredible performance throughout the decades now as a top-level world-class player, so classy also in terms of his appearance, of course, and his over-the-board presence. But this is esports. They are facing each other throughout the monitors of two computers, wearing noise-cancelling headphones in a vibrant gaming atmosphere. How will Peter Leko manage to adjust to this very different competitive situation? I think will be one of the questions for him and his chances to qualify to the main event.
And he's going for it. He's going for this kingside attack on this G6 break, which is very characteristic for this particular pawn structure. Now we just saw knight trades were included in the board, so Peter can respond with either the queen capture or the bishop capture. There you go. Very quick speed of the game so far. If we talk about Alexander Injic, I already mentioned that he is a former European individual champion, incredibly strong player, but also he is the tallest active grandmaster. So his height is 6 feet and 7 inches, which would translate in centimeters 203 centimeters. And I had the chance to play against Alexander. He's really tall. So yeah, there's that.
He's above 2 meters tall, the tallest grandmaster in the world. That is terrifying. If someone like Alexander Injic is sitting in front of you, you know, that's a menacing presence.
That's right. And of course, on top of that, he's also incredibly strong. And I would say that winning European Championship is by no means an easy feat. He's been in top 100 in the world for already for quite some time, basically at his prime. And what do we see here in this position, Anna? I do see that engine kind of favors white's position, giving it already close to a winning position. But is it really so simple here? What do you think?
I am surprised by how the computer really gives a significant advantage to white. I do like Peter's position. I do think that white is better, but I wouldn't have guessed that the assessment is this much better for white. Does it mean there's something concrete in the position? He's going for the knight jump in the center. The bishop takes the knight in order to eliminate this beast that was clamping on the central square. Now the queen of white appears on that same spot.
Maybe the biggest problem for black is that he doesn't really have a safe place for the king, and that's why perhaps the engine is liking white's position quite a bit, because you can't really castle the short side. I mean, look at this. White has committed to these kingside pawn pushes to the 5th rank, and if black at ever is going to castle short, white will very quickly organize a very quick assault at the kingside. That's why here the Serbian Grandmaster is keeping the king in the center, but is it really safe there? I'm not entirely sure.
We are about to figure it out, how he's going to deal with this. He says, okay, if I can't castle safely, I may as well trade queens, because that will make my king feel a lot better about the situation.
That figures. It's a pretty logical take, and I think also from Peter's perspective, keeping the queens on the board does make a lot of sense. So queen e2 would be my first choice here, but maybe there's also something else? I don't think so. Like, I think I would love to play against this weakened king. It's also a moment when the players are slowing down a bit after the speed in the opening phase, Anna, trying to reassess position. This time control is something that not everybody is so used to. You want to play the blitz. It's not the blitz, it's not the rapid, it's like a hybrid, and before you know it, you're in a time scramble.
And when you're in time scramble with no increment, this is 10 minutes with no increment. The players are now on 7 minutes each, 7.5 for Injits. It's crucial to keep the pace, to not fall behind on the clock much, because yes, we have seen so many games decided in the heat of the time pressure, and flagging skills matter so much as well in speed chess especially.
Look at the last choice that Petr Leko did. He just traded the queens to play bishop f1, and even though the engine doesn't fully support this, I think it's a very human plan, because he was not entirely sure that his direct attack is going to proceed, and he's simply going for this weakness. Look at this Let's Go Bishop, Anna. It's perfectly aligned against black's 2 queenside weaknesses. One of them is here on c4, the other one is on a6. What is definitely better here?
I like a lot his decision. The computer was a bit saying that maybe that wasn't the best, but it's such a practical decision. And now pushing the pawn to further attack the c4 pawn. Black can trade the c4 pawn, but behind it, the diagonal is opening up, and the a6 pawn is weak, very weak. You have to either push it or go back with the rook to defend it. You can defend it from c6 as well, or counter-attack, as you are highlighting, which honestly is looking like the most promising for black, and that's what Injic does indeed.
And Injic is fighting back. By the way, he's fighting all the best moves. So far, first provoke the white rook to go to d3, which would disconnect this Let's Go Bishop here on f1. And I think here the Hungarian chess legend really wants to somehow get his Let's Go Bishop on c4. If he does this, he's going to be doing better. Instead, he fixes the king side. Look at this. He plays h6, so the pawn is never under attack. And black is looking for his counterplay f6 by the Serbian Grandmaster here.
That was an important move to have more space for black's pieces and also get rid of the g-pawn of white. I wonder how Petr Leko will follow up. He is improving his king, placing it on b2 in an endgame. It's of course very important to activate your kings as well, and he might be ready to trade rooks with rook c3, as you are showing Arturs, that you want to somehow get rid of this c6 rook. That is one of the most active pieces of your opponent.
Yeah, but do you want to do this by trading the docks with bishops? Probably not. Yeah, this knight e4 was a really powerful move here by black. I mean, it's really difficult to ignore it, but if you accept it, the trade, it's increasing the power of the Dux with bishop, and that's why, of course, Leko rejects it. You don't have to take on the e4 in chess, because we have the choice to say no to trades. Instead, he opens up the path for the last with bishop, which is now very clearly targeting this pawn on a6. And Anna, if this pawn on a6 falls, then white will have two bishops and two connected passed pawns that are rolling forward at the blazing speed.
Such a pragmatic and a very natural way of continuing. I really like this plan by Peter Leko, simply saying, if I get rid of the rook, if I trade them, then the a6 pawn has no defenders. He doesn't mind giving up his own pawn. The black knight is attacking the f3 pawn, but as you said, what matters is if the a6 pawn of black falls, white will have two connected pass pawns. So this is now a really critical moment for the Serbian grandmaster. How will he face these questions, and can he hold on to his a pawn?
Maybe push it forward at some point. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to give it up. And I'm also wondering, should I take the pawn here on f3? Maybe the viewers, you're watching this, you're wondering, why not take the pawn on f3? I mean, it's entirely possible, but I'm afraid that in the grand scheme of things, this pawn here, it doesn't really matter. For example, black could take it and collect this pawn on f3, which comes with a tempo, and it kind of confirms that you're doing the right thing, but I suspect that this pawn on a6 is simply more important. So, Anna, if I had a choice here with black, I would maybe consider the trade and keep the pawn alive, and the only way I can do that is pushing it forward, a5.
He places the rook on b6, which seems to be a mistake. Peter Leko immediately responds with bishop to c4. Maybe there was something even better, but it's a logical decision to improve the light squared bishop.
Well, the engine quite doesn't like it. I'm not really sure why. Maybe the king is going to be in the harm's way, and look at this. White immediately lines up the rooks here, try to open up the c file. We're thinking about bishop d5, rook c7. How do you stop that even?
This is very dangerous now with the double rooks of white, about to enter the 7th rank, and apparently going back to the back rank is a mistake. White now has a winning advantage.
But where? I mean, if you want to play rook c7, go after the pawn here, you need to watch out for some counterplay here. Take on b3, so my logic would be, do I take it here first and then I crash through the defenses? Or I walk away from the king, then I play rook c7. There's so many things to consider here, and Peter Leko still has time. He decided to play king a2, walking away from this dreadful b-file.
It's such a natural move. Apparently not the top move of the engine, but it still preserves white's advantage, and now he's ready to enter black's position with the rook or take on d4, but without having his king on that diagonal of the bishop of black.
Now, rook b5. What's the idea of this move? Is he planning to do some sort of a sacrifice? He just walked away from the pin. Now I understand it. So with rook b5, Anna, I think he is preparing to meet this rook c7 with knight takes on b3. Very important move here, so that the rook on b6 is no longer attacked. But we have a lot of moves incoming here. According to an engine, white is close to winning here.
Opposite colored bishops, but with two rooks for each player, and white's pieces are dominating the position. The bishop in the middle of the board, the rooks double, the rook coming to d7 now is the threat.
Rook c5 is the only move. It's the only move
Rook
to stay
c8 is
alive.
the even bigger threat. I forgot to mention the checkmate threat. Oh, goodness me. Luckily for Injic, he did not forget about it. He says, rook to c5, I'm not allowing checkmate with rook c8.
I mean, it was a small miss by Peter here, because I don't think he wanted to trade the rooks, but he still keeps the better position. And Injic is desperately holding on to the game. And I think also this is a good trade for every good player. As soon as you sense you slightly misplay the position, you slow it down a bit, try to reassess the position. And this is what precisely Peter Leko is doing. So rook on the 7th rank, the bishop here is very strong. If he gets to the pawn on h7, Anna, it's going to be all over for black.
He needs to retreat the bishop now because it was attacked with rook b6. You can see somewhat of a disappointment on the face of Peter Leko after these last couple of moves. He knows that he had a better sequence but didn't play it in the most precise way. The crowds are cheering. This is esports. This is the biggest stage in the gaming industry, and all the other competitions taking place in the same space, a huge expo center in Paris, and chess is one of the main games that will matter for the individual prizes and also the club championships. To Last Chance Qualifier here for chess to make it to the main event next week. Will Peter Leko have chances now? The position is looking more balanced and Ingic is back in the game.
He has a draw in his pocket. Maybe he's going to bail it out. So we have a repetition of the moves right there. And he's shaking the head. He's like, oh, how did I get there? I had such a commanding position. 2 rooks on the 7th rank. And this one small misstep on this rook c5 defensive move by Ingic apparently allowed the Serbian Grandmaster to escape with a draw. And I think we're seeing a draw here.
A second draw for the Hungarian legend Peter Leko, an escape, a very important save by Alexander Ingic, who was in trouble in this game against Peter. And we see the players shaking hands as well, and they will definitely be checking to what happened in the game and talking through some of the key moments. Let's actually try to listen to them as they analyze the game.
Yeah,
that moment, yes, you could tell.
As you could hear,
that
they were discussing this rook c5 maneuver, Anna. That was a miss by Peter.
Huge miss, and Peter Leko noticed it already during the game. That's when he was shaking his head. He knew that he had that missed winning opportunity, and that would have been giving him a very important point. Instead, we see a draw in this game. The second draw for Peter Leko. Of course, there's still 4 more rounds to go, but it's a 7-round event, the group stage, and you need to be in the top 4 spots in order to make it to the playoffs of tomorrow. And this is the Last Chance Qualifier, the final chance for the players to qualify to the main event in chess and fight for a portion of a $1.5 million prize pool in chess at the Esports World Cup. So it's absolutely huge. This could be the biggest opportunity to all of these participants, and we are now getting closer and closer to figuring out the bracket. Arthurs, since we have already concluded 3 of the groups earlier, this is the final group, and these were some of the key moments in the game of Peter Leko against Alexander Ingic, with the bishop coming to the central square, opening up the c5 for the rooks. White is winning. You can see the evaluation bar jumping all the way up. He knew it. He was executing the plan well, but then in the final key moment, this bishop e6 was not the right way. It misses that rook to c5 was going to be able to trade the rooks just in time.
And that's what they were actually discussing after the game. So they also felt that if White had not allowed the rook trade, it would have been game over. And here we see this was the final repetition of the moves. And also at the very end, of course, Peter Leko remained a gentleman. He congratulated the opponent for a successful escape and wished them luck in the upcoming rounds. Because, I mean, the tournament is only heating up. It's only 3 rounds. Played 4 rounds to go, and everybody can still make it, including the Hungarian chess legend and the former World Championship challenger Peter Leko.
Still all the chances for Grandmaster Leko and all the chances for Ingic as well. We will be getting those results in from the remaining games. There's still a couple of games on the way in round 3, and every single point matters so much. As you said, 4 rounds to go, and in the previous group stages, you had to score usually at least 5 points in order to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs. So 5 points is the magical number, or even 5.5, depending on how the other players in your group are doing. But there's quite a lot of points. You need a winning streak, and Grandmaster Peter Leko will start to have to get that winning streak in. He definitely will be a bit disappointed, at the least, for the missed winning chances in this game, but We will see how it goes for Peter and the rest of the competitors in Group D for the upcoming 4 rounds. I'm so curious, Arturs, how many people will still remain on the 100% score, if at all. It's getting harder and harder to keep winning.
I think also we might be seeing more and more draws, because this is essentially what's happening when you're pitting grandmasters against each other. And here you see these are the results after round 3. We have only one leader. His name is Alexander Grishuk, the 3-time World Blitz champion. He is here in Paris playing and attempting to qualify for the group stage event. Zherbov, Antoine Marché, and Alexander Injic, and also Kartik Venkataraman, they are behind by half a point, but everybody else, Peter Leko, Ivic Velimir, José Iglesias, Jesus Javier Jara-Segovia, by the way, who has managed to come back with 2 victories in a row after this first round loss. Anna, he's still there.
He's still there, and not only he's still there, he has won 2 games in a row ever since he lost in the first round against Zherbuk. And Antoine Marché on 3rd place. He's a 2153 rated player, 2100 in classical chess, I believe. So his online chess skills, of course, can be higher than that, but that is still quite an upset in the field to score 2.5 points out of 3 and be sharing 2nd place together with 3 grandmasters. In the next round, we will be following the leader of the tournament, Alexander Grishuk, as he takes on Yaroslav Zherebuk. So Zherebuk half a point behind Grishuk. In case of winning, of course, for Zherebuk, that would be amazing. Then he can bounce ahead of Alexander Grishuk. And as for Grishuk, if he wins, he will extend his lead and he'll be remaining as the only player on a 100% score. That is a game that's gonna be, I think, spectacular. I'm not expecting a solid draw. I'm expecting fireworks, Arturs. That's
Absolutely.
my prediction.
I love your prediction, Anna. And when it comes to Grishuk, he is a speed specialist. Like I already mentioned, he has under his belt three World Championships titles in Blitz. So that's already quite something, because there's not so many people who have done this lately. Okay, maybe Magnus Carlsen has won more titles, but Alexander Grishuk is a veteran essentially, and he's been at the world elite for about 2 decades already now, and he is one of the few who has crossed this magical 2800 ELO barrier in chess, in classical chess. So we're talking about like really the best of the best, like Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Alexander Grishuk is one of them. I mean, right now his rating has dipped a bit, but he's still a force to reckon with, and I'm not really surprised that he's leading the event here.
I'm not surprised either, and I would not be surprised if he'll be making it to the playoffs. Right now it's looking great for Grishuk, of course. He's the only player on 3 out of 3, and round 4 is about to start. This is going to be an absolutely critical, crucial clash between Grishuk and Zherebuk in their fight in the battle for the qualification spots to tomorrow's playoffs. Again, what we have is a last chance qualifier here, 3-day event. First, the players start in groups. You need to finish in the top 4 spots of your group to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs. And then in the playoffs, there will be 5 spots to qualify to the overall main event in chess. $1.5 million is at stake. We keep repeating this number because it is a very unique, very special occasion for us in the chess world. It's not something that we are used to. Millions of dollars at stake, Arturs.
Everybody wants their slice of the big pie, naturally, and it's of course the 1.5 million up for grabs, but there's also extra 50K for the last chance qualifier, extra prize money, and that's why, I mean, monetary issues are very often one of the main reasons why everybody wants to play in good tournaments, and especially in the esports World Cup. So I think that everybody who's going to make it already to the knockout stage tomorrow, they will be granted already quite some nice prize money, but yeah. Everybody wants it to make it to the main event, the group stage, to play against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and fight for the top prize money. And wow, yeah, I can only imagine what it feels like.
You're saying you can only imagine, but Arthurs, we are hoping that next time maybe you will be trying to qualify too at the Esports World Cup. David was saying the same yesterday, that so many of his friends were trying to convince him to go. Maybe next time both of you will be there fighting for those qualification spots. Right
I
now,
would love to.
yes, please. I will cover your games. I will cover your games, David's games, and you guys, you will fight it out. Jaroslav Žerbuk is there, though, in Paris to do that right now. He wants one of those qualification spots. He will be playing with the black pieces against group stage leader Alexander Grishuk, the 3-time World Blitz champion.
Yeah, very, very important matchup, obviously. Žerbuk is playing with a black color, probably thinking about, again, his prep, trying to recall his previous encounters, because very often at this level, chess professionals, they already have faced each other before. Once again, as you can see, this is the featured match. There's Alexander Grishuk getting ready, the chess legend from Russia, one of the world's best players in the past 2 decades, 3-time World Blitz champion, speed demon, who, by the way, recently in an interview said that he quite doesn't like playing classical chess. I mean, his favorite time control always has been Blitz.
Not surprising. He's so good at it. He has been really good at classical chess too, but Blitz is where he became world champion, and the online format suits him as well, I feel. Same goes to Jaroslav Žerbuk. I think both of them are very familiar with the online competitions, speed chess, but how they adjust to the gaming atmosphere, the esports environment of this Esports World Cup held in Paris, that is a very different story. When you play online in Titled Tuesdays on Chess.com, when you play in the Speed Chess Championships, usually you're playing from home, from your own comfort zone. This is a very different kind of challenge where you also need to adjust to the environment and this new competitive scenario.
Yeah, look at them, and both of them are getting in the zone, trying to concentrate for the game, because the focus is part of the success. And the game is officially starting, Anna. It's e4, e6, the French defense, one of the most fighting defenses from the black's perspective, when we immediately see a pawn trade in the center by black.
This is one of those variations where where black is willingly giving up his central pawn. The d5 pawn is traded for the e pawn, and at the moment it's giving white more space. But the idea is this very solid approach where you are now offering a knight trade and you will have less space but a very solid formation. Speaking of solid, Grishuk is anything but solid. He's pushing his h pawn before even developing his pieces. I love it.
What is this? I have never seen this move in my life, Anna. I mean, I'm not really a big expert of this particular line, but being an active chess professional, you gotta know pretty much every single opening, and that's a move I do not recognize immediately at all. This is something really modern, and also judging by the lack of immediate response of Žerbuk, he is trying to understand, how do I meet this very ultra-modern move?
And this is so important in speed chess, in any chess, I believe, but speed chess even more so, when you get to surprise your opponent, the element of surprise, the element of shock, the precious seconds your opponent spends on figuring out how to meet this surprising way that you are handling the opening, and in this case, a very aggressive way of handling the opening. White is pushing the pawn as much as possible on the h file and probably will be ready now to move the queen and castle queen side, essentially not wanting the king on the right side of the board. That's where you're expanding with the pawns.
This makes perfect sense, and also it brings the question how black is planning to meet this, because if he is thinking about putting the king here in safety, is it really in the safety? Because the idea that you mentioned, Anna, this queen d2 and the long castle idea, it does line up perfectly against this black pawn on h6. So maybe black cannot easily castle short at all, and here we finally see a longer pause by the Ukrainian-American grandmaster. He's trying to figure out what's the best course of action here, And his answer is b6 and bring the last square bishop in the game.
But Grishuk says, wait a second, I'm going to give this check to not allow your bishop to where it wanted to go. I'm forcing you to block the check if you don't want to ruin your chances of castling. And now I'm retreating the bishop. And in this sense, he managed to stop black from placing that bishop on b7. It could still go to c6, and that's what's happening indeed. The bishop is finding a new way to get onto the long diagonal, but that means that the bishop is in the way of the c pawn. It's making it harder for black to counter the central pawn of white and push c5.
So far, according to the evaluation bar, white is doing a bit better, and I think I agree with this, because this queen e2 here maneuver opens up white the possibility to castle the long side, tuck the king away somewhere at the safety there, and then focus on playing at the king side. Well, for black, it's not so easy, because I think that if I'm playing with black Anna, I mean, do I want to castle the short side and jump under potential attack? How white might try to open up the king side? Not quite. Do I have the time to castle the long side? Also not very clear.
Yes, not an easy decision, and that's why Zherbuk is investing more time in this moment to figure out what's the right setup for him, where will his king be safer, what's the best way to proceed overall in this middle game, and what will be the plan for his pieces. He doesn't want to stay passive. He will want to try to create counter chances and not allow a free roll that could be if white just starts attacking on the king side, if you castle there and then white starts pushing, for instance, the g pawn. You need to be ready to meet your opponent's attacking ideas as well. So very interesting to see now how the decision will be taken by Zherbuk, in which direction he's feeling that it's best for him to go with the king and overall with the piece placement.
Very, very critical moment here for black, because you could, of course, easily make some developing moves, but after that, there might be no coming back. And typically, chess professionals, they sense this moment. They sense a moment when you have to slow down. And apparently, black figured out that one of the instrumental pieces that makes white's position so good is this last square bishop here on d3. And that's why with the last move, black is attempting to remove it from the equation. Play knight b4, take on d3, because then maybe castling short side is not going to look as scary.
That's a very logical decision. I like this move to want to remove the light squared bishop, and it's not easy for white to hold on to it. There was only this square that Grishuk is moving his bishop to if he wants to keep the bishop on the board. But now Zherbuk is insisting, and it's apparently not the best move. The engine is critical of this move and is saying that white has a way to exploit this.
Apparently it's the move a3 here, the strongest move. a3, forcing black to take on c4. White will take with the queen, and I suppose there's going to be some very unpleasant check, and black won't be able to counter it the way he would have wanted to. Grishuk is pausing because he senses something is quite not right with black's position, and that's the kind of feeling, or the spider tingle, or whatever you call it, you develop over the years, because when you see something is off about your opponent's position, this is the moment when you want to slow down and again reassess your chances.
Very well sensed by Grishuk, and it makes sense to invest more time here. King to b1 is his decision, and it's not exactly the way to exploit Zherbuk's move. It makes sense. It's a move that makes the castling to the queen side safer, also defends the a2 pawn. But now Zherbuk just decides to castle king side and say, I have finally managed to place my king in a safer location too.
I think Grishuk's choice of not pushing the pawn forward makes a lot of sense, because he is a world-class player and he's thinking much further ahead than I am. And if you put one of your pawns here and try to push back this knight, maybe black will use it as something to facilitate his counterplay at queenside. So that's why here Grishuk keeps the king on b1, and I think that he has pretty much decided not to touch his queenside pawns, not to give his opponent any chances. And Anna, I'm looking at this position right now. There's one move that really stands out from all of white's chances, and it's got to be the g4 push.
Oh, it looks really like that the pawn capturing on d5 was not the right way to go. It had to be the knight taking back on d5, and now g4, g5. The attack of white on the king side is looking menacing. There's no defenders around the black king other than the pawns. So if you get to trade the pawns, get them out of the way, you will have a very successful kingside attack.
And black is trying to counter it with his rook e8, some sort of a pin, meaning you cannot take it a couple of times because black has some tricks, meaning he can take twice on g5 and the white queen on e2 will be left defenseless. But to be honest, I think that white can improve this idea. How about a simple move? Walk away with the queen. How about improve the threats, sliding over the queenside rook to g1 to prepare this g5 push? White has many interesting opportunities here.
So many opportunities. Grishuk is taking his time to figure out the most precise way to execute his attack. He knows that this is his chance. This is a very dangerous looking attack, but he wants to make sure he executes it in the best possible way.
The only thing I slightly don't like about the queen e2, I was thinking, trying to get a bit in the mind of Grishuk, he might be thinking about maybe there's some queen f6 move, and the queen is suddenly targeting the white knight here on f3. Perhaps he's thinking about the pawn sacrifice here, g5, Anna, which according to an engine, by the way, is the top choice. But I'm not sure about that. And instead, Grishuk opts for this a3, which I originally discarded as something that he might not want to do. But he goes for it. He goes for the g5 push. Anna, I think it's a pawn sacrifice here.
A pawn sacrifice that's very much supported by the computer as well as the best move. And now queen to b5, which means that he's unpinning the bishop, ready to take on g5. The knight was hanging on c6 as well. It's trouble for Yaroslav Zherbuk. The position of black is about to collapse.
Yeah, white's attack is just looking too good here. Any simple move like bishop takes on g5, capture this pawn, or maybe also play h6, open up the h file for the white rook. With the queens on the board, this position is looking really dangerous for black. Black would love to trade the queens, but how do you do this? Grishuk already is looking for ways to maybe even win the position on this spot because the attack, it just looks too good.
The crowd is cheering already for this attack. I feel like, of course, this is the esports atmosphere. We are in Paris at the Esports World Cup. This is the STC Contenders Arena for the Last Chance Qualifier in chess. But the atmosphere is absolutely vibrant, full of competitions in all sorts of other gaming industries and areas where we will be also seeing the club championship points going one way or the other. And chess will also play a significant role for the club championship.
Yeah, absolutely. There's like 20, I think it was 25 titles in total. For a total prize fund for the entire Esports World Cup, 75 million. So chess is only one part of this gigantic family, and I'm so glad that we are finally here. Gives us chess players, and our beloved game, the perfect stage to be played in front of million viewers and other professionals. Looking back at the game, Anna, knight h4 was just played by Grishuk, stopping defensive measure, queen f5, and the more I'm looking at this, the more black's position looks terrible because I just do not see a single good defensive move. Okay, queen g4, how about that?
Zherbuk is trying. He is now trying to trade queens with this queen maneuver. Queen to g4, now queen to e4. What will Grishuk do about this? His position is winning, but he needs to play it precisely in order to not give any defensive chances to Zherbuk.
There are some immediate ideas like winning material, something like getting the queenside bishop to h6, but this involves trading the queens. Does he want to trade the queens? Or do you keep the queens to go for the attack? Because if you want to keep the queens, then you play something like queen h3 and then you hope that things are going to be good enough. But watch out for the clock. I mean, white is getting low on the time, meaning only 3 minutes. The position is somehow winning, but nothing very concrete yet.
Nothing concrete, and that can mean that you end up spending a lot of time in search of something concrete to end up realizing, no, it's still no strike, no immediate way of capitalizing on your advantage. But these precious seconds will matter if you get into time trouble. Grishuk ends up playing bishop to h6 to capitalize on the pin, target the g7 pawn.
That's a great move. I really like it. And Black's only move pretty much to stay in the game is put the king right here before the trade. And it was found by Zherbuk, so he keeps his chances alive. He gets the queens off the board. He's down a pawn. But most importantly, he's not getting checkmated. Now, the big question here, Anna, is if Grishuk saw actually this move, king h7, is he happy with the turn of events? He's doing really well, of course, but there's no mate. And he doesn't have so much time left.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes of a time advantage for Zherbuk. Yes, he is down a pawn, but 2 minutes in a speed chess game that there is no increment is also a significant advantage. So if Zherbuk manages to stay alive in the game, he will have good chances overall because of the extra time that he has.
Yeah, we are still getting there. I don't think that this game is going to wrap up like in the next 1 or 2 minutes because Black is building up a pretty good defense there at the king side. Rook g4. That's a really powerful maneuver. They're lining up the rooks here for a potential penetration of Black's defenses.
Oh, but this move apparently is not the best. Now the evaluation bar shoots all the way up, saying that White has a completely winning sequence. Rook to g6 is looking menacing. Might not have been even the top move of the engine, but I think it makes perfect sense to put pressure on that f6 pawn and also the king in general.
Yeah, so it would seem, and I would have thought that Black has some defensive capabilities because of this last move, bishop f4, but Grishuk's last move, rook g4, it just shut the door immediately right there, and this is why Zherbuk is changing his mind. He realizes he needs the bishop here. He needs the bishop to guard the king, maybe slide it over somewhere here to g5 to disconnect the rooks here, and White, of course, is winning because he has an extra pawn.
Oh, but the rook goes back to g4. Will we see a repetition of moves? The bishop goes now to d2 rather than retreating. King to c2, again attacking the bishop. And rook e2, threatening a discover check.
There's still some counterplay. Watch out. I mean, this is a threatening discover check. And by the looks of Grishuk's body language, it seems that he missed something because like, okay, what is this? Yeah, and suddenly, like, you have to pretend, you have to defend the pawn on f2 here, Anna. The only move which keeps close to winning advantage is rook f1, but you are afraid of some discover checks there.
Not an easy move to be found, and Grishuk is shaking his head slightly, knowing that he is letting this game slip at least a little bit, and he's letting it definitely sink into a very dangerous time situation. He's not finding the right way to proceed, and he's down to his final minute. He's ending up making the right move, but it has cost him a lot of seconds.
The nerves are really kicking in at this stage, so you can definitely sense that the Russian chess legend is so unhappy about the last choices that he did. And look at his clock, Anna, only 1 minute left. And of course, Black, first and foremost, is going to make sure he's not getting checkmated there and try to extract those precious seconds. Is Alexander Grishuk going to make it? Can he win this? Technically, it's winning, but his time is ticking.
His time is ticking. The second rook of Black is coming into the game. The f2 pawn is hanging. The b2 pawn are also hanging. Grishuk with the hand gesture signaling that things are actually a bit going out of control for him. And he's down to his last 44 seconds.
Knight e3 here. He's trying to disconnect the rook and the bishop. He's unhappy about something. I don't know what really, maybe about his decisions that he did in the game. Rook takes an f2. White is winning a piece, but it's all about is he going to make it in time because only 42 seconds left for him.
Only 42 seconds. There is no increment. You run out of time, you lose the game. So Yaroslav Zherbuk down a piece, but he's collecting a few pawns for the piece, and he has a lot more time on the clock. It will matter how these next couple of moves will turn out, with the pawn being pushed to gain the knight. So White is no longer up a piece.
And he's no longer winning, even more important than that, because apparently the last sequence of moves, Zherbuk was able to recapture the piece with some very precise moves right there, and Grishuk might not even win this. I mean, Anna, he's down to the last 38 seconds. Now his material advantage is gone, just like that. He's having the better position, but Black is doing a really good work to save this game.
Incredible defense by Yaroslav Zherbuk, making it back fully into the game, and now he's the one with the winning chances because he has a lot more time. It's about an equal position, but the time situation matters so much. This is speed chess, no increment, 34 seconds left for Grishuk.
Here comes the Grishuk's king. King c3, king b4, king c5. Use the king as a weapon. Try to get to these weaknesses that Black has at the queen side. But is he going to make it? Maybe it's not going to be all about the subtleties of the position. It's going to be all about the time management. And I think that Zherbuk senses he has an amazing opportunity here to cause an upset.
And a knight, to have a knight in a time scramble, such a tricky, dangerous piece. The knight jumps at the moment. White is doing a great job to face that piece, but Black is ready to activate it more. The problem for Zherbuk is that there's less and less material on the board. More pawns are being traded, so the position is simplifying, and he's also getting down to his final minute on the clock.
This last move by Black apparently was not the best one, and White still keeps some sort of an advantage, but it's essentially 1 minute versus 30 seconds. We have seen this happening before. Anna, the position is still balanced. Are we going to see some flagging here? I don't think there's going to be a peaceful outcome of this game.
The pawn is gone now with the check. The rook and the knight were hanging, and now bishop is ready to guard the bishop just in time. So that is an extra piece, but it's pinned. They're trading. Only one pawn left in the position for Black. Will he try to flag Grishuk, or they are actually accepting a draw with this pawn push that was basically a draw offer once the bishop takes Black's pawn? There's only 2 kings remaining on the board. Alexander Grishuk had a great chance to win this game. He had a winning position, but Zherbuk played so fast and defended so well that he played himself back into the game and then was even closer to winning chances at the end of the game than Grishuk because of the low time of the 3-time World Blitz champion, who is going through the game here clearly frustrated with what happened because of his own play and how he didn't manage to exploit his winning advantage.
This was a bit strange also to see from Grishuk's perspective, and you can read literally all of his emotions, what he means about his converting phase of the game, because he had enough time. And if I remember correctly, he had like 4 minutes with a winning attack, and he was thinking, how do I capitalize on my attacking choices? He decided to go after the pawn, which I think was maybe not the best choice. For Grishuk, this is a pretty big miss, but yeah, what a remarkable comeback by Zherbuk there.
Huge comeback by the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster Yaroslav Zherbuk, who nearly even managed to turn the tables fully. These were some of the key moments in the game. Alexander Grishuk was still winning here, up a piece, but that pawn, watch out for that pawn. It's about to win the white knight. Now Black is back in the game, and he had so much more time on the clock that if he tried, maybe he could have tried to even win on time. But Zherbuk is a gentleman, and he ended up just playing the most natural moves. The position simplified, everything got traded. The knight disappears, but now the Black king will approach the white bishop, and the rooks are traded to 1 final pawn left. And once it's pushed and the bishop takes it, 2 kings left on the board. It's a draw.
Quite a remarkable miss for Grishuk's caliber player, but we have to move on, and also Grishuk needs to do the same. He still keeps the lead in the tournament because this allows him to stay ahead of everyone else by half a point. And there's, by the way, Petr Leko, Anna. He has 3 points out of 4. He has scored a victory. Also Yaroslav Zherbuk, Ivic, Velimir with 3 points out of 4. Actually, the list is even longer because I'm checking it's up to 7 players are sharing the second place, including Ayelen Martinez, right now in the 8th position. And Yoshi
Shout out
Grace's
to
son.
our colleague at Chess.com, Women International Master Ayelen Martinez. Ayelen is doing incredibly well now in the group stage. I'm sure rooting for her to have a chance to qualify. That would be quite the upset, you know. She's playing in the field together with professional grandmasters, and yet she's sharing second place together with the likes of Peter Leko and Yaroslav Zherbuk. So far, an incredible tournament for Ayelen. And Grishuk still in the lead, half a point ahead of the field. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is the final 3 rounds of the group stage. Those will be the critical, decisive rounds that will determine which 4 players will make it to tomorrow's playoffs from Group D. This is the Last Chance Qualifiers at the Esports World Cup in Paris to earn the right to play at the main event next week for a prize fund of $1.5 million. The stakes could not be higher. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is the final 3 rounds of Group D.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier at the Esports World Cup in chess. This is the 3-day event that determines who will be the 5 players to make it to the final qualification spots of the main event in chess, taking place next week for the prize fund of $1.5 million. That is the prize fund at chess at the Esports World Cup main event. When it comes to us chess players, this is a very unique opportunity, and that's why we have over 120 players trying to grab those final qualification spots throughout these 3 days. We are now in the group stages. This is the final group we are covering before tomorrow's playoffs, and with 3 more rounds to go, the stakes could not be higher. We have one sole leader, Alexander Grishuk, but he'll be facing another grandmaster in this upcoming round 5. Indian grandmaster Kartik Venkataraman is his opponent, who is already seated there, ready in the zone to take on the group stage leader Grishuk, and it is Kartik who will have the white pieces.
He's also trailing by half a point, the tournament leader, so that's why for him it's a situation where he is gonna try to do his best to capitalize on this one move advantage, and Grishuk has to forget what happened in the previous game, because before the break we were covering his game against Yaroslav Zherebuk, the Russian chess legend. He was winning and he played a brilliant game, but somehow in the time scramble he allowed his opponent to escape. You cannot really think about this too long. You have to focus what's ahead of you, and I'm pretty sure that Grishuk right now is trying to focus on this critical game and try to make it to the knockouts.
He's definitely trying to forget about what happened in the previous game and the missed chance that he had. Such a winning position, and it wasn't winning for one move, it was winning for a long phase of his game against Yaroslav Zherebuk. Eventually the game ended in a draw. Grishuk still in the lead, but he will be missing that half a point if things don't go his way in this game against Kartik. The players are about to start, and this is round 5 of Group D. You can feel it in the atmosphere, the tension, the excitement, the crowds cheering. This is the Esports World Cup in Paris, a very different stage for chess, and for the second year in a row, chess is part of this huge gaming event. The players are exchanging a few words. I wonder what it was about exactly, but it's great to see that they are on the same page and now ready to start.
There you go. We have a bit of an offbeat opening here, but apparently Grishuk knows it all well. It goes by the name of Jabava Lander, after a very strong Georgian grandmaster. Here white lines up the queen and the bishop immediately to trade off the bishops here, as you can see, and then potentially thinking about the long castle opportunities. According to Evaluation Bar, again, this position is equal, but I mean, nothing is equal when you position both kings on the opposite sides of the board. And right now the question is, does Grishuk remember the theory here, or he's caught off guard?
He's trying to recall it, he's pausing, he's taking a moment to remember what's the best way to proceed, because he knows of this move, but he is not immediately recalling how to react to it in the best way.
Element of surprise definitely plays a very big role for the actual time control games, especially here when you have only 10 minutes and no increment. I can play this line a couple of times myself from the black's perspective, Anna, and it would typically involve some sort of a c5 and knight c6 counterplay at the queen side. So I think the main line was going something like there was a trade followed by a long castle, and the black plays c5 immediately because white committed not a long castle, but the kingside knight stands already on f3.
It already stands there indeed, and it is up to white whether they will place the king on the queen side or the king side. The queen side is ready. You can castle right now, next move for white, and have your rook on a semi-open fight targeting the black pawn.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Either castling or playing rook d1, attacking the spot on d5. And again, the viewers, in case you're wondering why black gave up the spot on c5, it's a very common strategy for these types of positions. Black wants to temporarily sacrifice the pawn so that he can grab the center eventually with the move e5, and there you go. Black plays queen a5 and immediately counterattacks this pawn on c5, so I don't think that white can really keep it. The question is, how do you sell it for the best price possible?
Yes, what is the best price here? What would be the most meaningful for white's development? He does have now quite a significant time advantage. It's already over a minute of time advantage for the Indian Grandmaster here with the white pieces, but he is going to use some of that time advantage here to figure out what's the best way to proceed.
According to an engine, it's e4, capture on e4, and take with the knight. But I mean, this is such a tricky secret. He found it.
Wow.
It's actually incredible. I thought it's very difficult to find this, and no, Kartik Venkataraman, he found this resource. Look at that.
Tell us more about this move and why it's so strong.
The point is, if you take it, I suppose black has to take it. White takes with the knight. You would think the knight is under attack by the black's kingside knight, but also here, the queen and a5 for black suddenly is exposed. So after the trade, knight takes on e4, black simply has no choice, and this is why Grishuk goes back with a queen here to the queen side, but now white probably keeps the better chances after the trade.
Oh, but that opens up the e-file, and the white king is still in the middle of the board, so he either has to castle, get the king out of harm's way, but then give up the c5 pawn, or if he wants to hold on to the pawn, then his king will be targeted.
Yeah, apparently the last move by white was a small mistake. He had to start with this queen move, pinning the knight on f6 and protect the pawn on c5. Now he can't do this, Anna, because as you mentioned, the e-file is open and black would organize some sort of a counterplay here. And that's why here the Indian Grandmaster is attempting to get the queens off the board. If he succeeds it, he's essentially playing with an extra pawn at the queen side. And my gut instinct says, Anna, that black is going to reject it, and of course he did.
He did, and that's very typical of Grishuk. He's keeping the firepower on the board because he believes in his own attack. It's opposite side castling. Black will want to create attacks on the queen side against the white king, and now the knight comes out, a developing move that's also winning a tempo, gaining a tempo because of the white queen hanging now on d4.
Yeah, where do you place it? I would say maybe queen goes back here to d2. Offer the trade, but you already suspect that your opponent is not going to trade the queens. So what's the better square? According to an engine, it's queen here to the king side, but it just makes no sense to me because I don't really see what the queen does here on h4. There's no kingside attack to speak of, so I'll be thinking some other square. There you go, f4. Looks a bit more logical, but now at least according to the engine here, rook e8 and bishop e6 or bishop f5 is giving black the better chances. I'm not really sure what that means, Anna. I'm pretty sure that the position is still about balanced, but we have the kings on the opposite sides of the board, and whoever is going to start his attack faster, I think is going to take over the game.
That's oftentimes the case indeed with opposite side castling, and it's so true to this position with the kings placed on opposite sides of the board. Whoever will manage to speed up their attack, get there first, will have a very good chance at succeeding with their attack. That rook, it really is looking at the 6th rank. The pawn push on the edge of the board would help open up the position for the other rook of white that's still sitting in the corner. But it might just stay in that corner square if you are able to push the white pawn successfully on the king side and open up a file for it.
Big moment here.
A head shake by Grishuk. It was like, I see something, but then I don't. He pushes g5 after that bit of a frustrating moment.
I mean, g5, that's the kind of move you can.
Oh, look at his reaction. He plays that move and then he's in disbelief.
This is a very risky move by Grishuk because he exposes the king. For no return. I don't think he can ever recover from this because the pawn on g5 is something that white will always try to exploit. And I don't know what happened there, but something prompted Alexander to play this pawn move. Queen c5, he tries to keep the queens on the board and go for this queenside attack. But Anna, I'm looking at this position. Let's say white figures out where to place the bishop. Do you like your chances here after white starts to play h4 and open up the king side? he's taking a lot of risk here.
A lot of risk he's taking, both in the position and also with the time management. Of course, Grishuk is quite a familiar face in the time trouble areas. He often gets into time scrambles himself, but he definitely is not that sure of how the game has gone in these last few moves. There was a bit of a reaction by him earlier. Now he's more composed again, and Kartik is offering a queen trade.
Interesting choice. I would have thought that you want to exploit weakening Black King, but apparently there was nothing better, and now Black is trying to apply a lot of pressure against the pawn on e3 here, so maybe Black is a bit better because he has a better pawn structure. Look at the pawn formation here. We call this one pawn island here at the queen side, the second pawn island at the king side, and White has 3 of them. And according to theory, the less you have, the better. The pawn on e3, that's a pretty big weakness there.
It is, and suddenly Grishuk is more than back in a comfortable situation. The trade on f3 and now trying to double rooks is logical, but now it helps a little bit the case of the e3 pawn. It's no longer isolated.
Maybe he's banking on the potential power of the knight, which is something we already saw in the previous rounds here in the Last Chance Qualifier, because the knight, when it comes to the time scramble, it can be a really tricky piece. So here, White removes the rook from the e-file, keeps the rooks on the board, and goes for unexpected counterattack.
Unexpected counterattack indeed, and after capturing on g5, Grishuk immediately pushes his f-pawn. He doesn't want to see the g-file opening up, which means that the white rook is now kind of stuck in the corner and is blocked by his own rook. You will need to start pushing the h-pawn if you want to give space for the rook or rearrange your pieces. The rook coming back to d1 is another solution for getting your rook out of the corner.
Yeah, rook d1, potentially threatening rook d7. Black now has a worse pawn structure. Oh, sorry, that was me. Pardon me. I already
Mouse
did this
slips
once
happen,
before.
so this was a demonstration, of course, by Arthurs.
Yeah, this is how you do this. No worries. Grishuk did a blunder a rook just like that in one move. What I was saying is that Black suddenly has a worse pawn structure, but the difference is this pawn is running forward very quickly.
And that's a very significant factor. A pass pawn that's advanced 3 squares away from promotion, while White has also a very nice pawn on c2, but that's not a pass pawn. You would need to spend a lot of time with the pawn pushes on the queen side in order for White to have a pass pawn.
This pawn is running forward. Nobody's stopping it. And the Black can keep bringing reinforcements. Like the queenside knight might be jumping to help the pass pawn to move forward. And the more I'm looking at this position, the less I like Kartik's chances, because he has the pawn majority at the queenside Anna, but these pawns are really static. They're not going anywhere. Look at this. They're still on the starting rank. So he has more pawns here, and the logic would suggest that you have to push them forward to create a pass pawn, but he's not there yet. But the black pawn on f3 is 10 minutes before becoming a queen.
Yes, there's such a difference. And as you said, it's looking like a healthier pawn structure for white. But here, what matters is that those double pawns, the f3 pawn especially, is a really advanced pass pawn for black. You always need to keep an eye on that pawn and make sure that you're not allowing your opponent to advance it even further. It was another reaction by Grishuk about this move of his opponent, or maybe he was already contemplating whether to push h6 or not. He does stop white from being able to push the h-pawn, and after capturing on h6, the h5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, do you sacrifice it? I completely understand Kartik's choice. He's trying to expose the black king, and maybe he felt that black cannot do this, black cannot play h6, and Grishuk said, hold my pawn, I am doing this. So he did play h6, and maybe here white is thinking about some rook check ideas, and I have a feeling that black can simply grab this pawn and escape, because there's not so many pieces to hunt down a king. The pawn at f3 still remains incredibly strong.
it is really the main problem for White, how to deal with that pass pawn, and that's why Kartik is spending quite some time here. He does have a time advantage, but he's going to need to use a good chunk of that time now on figuring out how to proceed and how not to get into a really bad situation. It's already quite difficult for White to find the best continuations here.
Very difficult. Because I'm thinking if I'm attacking this pawn here, Black is going to immediately bring the knight. And also look at the time disadvantage that Alexander has. It has disappeared, basically, because now he has the easier moves. And Kartik feels that this is the critical moment when he might change something. But the moves are not coming easily.
They're not coming easily at all, and now the time situation is completely balanced. In fact, Grishuk starts having the higher amount of time left on his clock because Kartik is still thinking. It's a tough decision to make how to proceed, not just the next move, but what is the plan for White, how to stay in the game.
I wish I had an easy answer here, and okay, there you go. White commits to bishop d5. I mean, of course, it makes sense, but what about Black defending the pawn? And there you go, immediate rook d4. So I think after the centralizing move, White's idea is get rid of this pawn as quickly as possible. Park the rook here on f4, hope it works, grab the pawn on f3, and pray that Black has no tactics there.
That's exactly what he decided to go for. The Indian Grandmaster here with the white pieces, trying to defend a difficult endgame against the group stage leader, Alexander Grishuk. Now check on the second rank. The king goes back to d1, hanging in there by a thread. And maybe this is more than a thread. Now that the white king is close, you are starting to capture the f3 pawn, finally.
Oh, I just realized this was a trap. I didn't realize that white can play king d2, king d1. Because suddenly Grishuk is about to lose the pawn on f3. I thought that with this last move, rook d4, White's idea was to park the rook on f4, attack the pawn on f3, and Grishuk thought the same. And apparently it was all about harassing this rook on e3 to get to the pawn on f3 from another angle. I didn't expect this, and neither did Grishuk.
Neither did he, and that pawn is about to fall. Kartik is just making sure that there is no trickery at the end of the line, and he has grabbed the pawn. We are in a rook endgame now, and doubling rooks on the f5 against the f5 pawn makes perfect sense. It's equal amount of pawns, but this is a mistake. Apparently, the rook coming back to the back rank.
Rook e1 check. Big check right there. Black on 4 stacks, like he misses
Bishop
it.
misses it. He missed his winning moment there.
I actually thought that was very, very logical idea to trade one pair of rooks, because if he had done this, imagine this position, Anna, we have one less pair of rooks on the board, then the f-pawn marches forward with much less resistance. These two rooks make it so hard to make any progress. Of course, Black is better, and he's still pushing, but this was a golden opportunity by Grishuk to try to get immediately a winning position. What's done is done. He's still pushing forward. 2 minutes for each player.
2 minutes for Grishuk, 2.5 for Kartik. So if anyone has now chances in terms of the time management, it is the Indian Grandmaster with the white pieces, but his pawn push is actually not the best. The black king is getting activated, and now the position is better again for Grishuk. What a roller coaster this has been.
Yeah, he is beautifully centralizing the king right there, and I think that he also wants to activate this rook, which is stranding on h4, not doing anything. Once again, Black is outplaying white. This f-pawn is rolling forward. I think this check, Anna, is a big, big threat. Otherwise, counterplay at the queen side is simply coming too slowly.
Too slow, and for the second time in the game, there's an f3 pass pawn that is the decisive factor in this endgame. Grishuk is calculating the rook check to force the trade of rooks and get his pass pawn even closer to the promotion square.
And we're getting there. According also to an engine, this is winning for Black because this pawn cannot be stopped. The massive threat is rook d4 check. You can't stop against this. There's just no defense. If this rook was standing elsewhere, let's say here, there would be a lot of checks and white would be safe. But it's specifically here on g1, and because of this position, Grishuk is going to win this.
It's an incredible roller coaster that we have been witnessing. Grishuk with the better and winning position, then Kartik resourceful, tenacious. He defended so well, but at the end of the day, now the rook endgame is again winning for Grishuk thanks to this incredibly strong pass pawn that's about to promote. Kartik is trying to give up the rook. I mean, to take the black rook, but at the end of the line, his own rook is also being captured, and Alexander Grishuk wins another game. He is our sole leader in Group D. What a fight this has been.
Really great game by him, and even though he missed a couple of chances, like he understood the strength of this past f-pawn better than his opponent. Also, he kept the knight in the game to be trickier, more resourceful, and there you see once again the players are replaying the game, the critical phases, because if there's the greatest critic of your game, that's yourself. So very often the players are looking at the last move that they did, they're criticizing themselves and trying to learn something for the next games, how not to repeat these mistakes and make the better choices.
That's always key, to learn from your own mistakes. Grishuk is still reviewing the game and trying to perfect his understanding. Even though he won the game, he knows that he had missed chances, and you can tell from his face that he has just noticed that one particular moment when it was literally a winning move that he missed to see. We do have the critical moments from the game for you. One of them being, of course, the facial expressions of Grishuk, which played a really important role in this game. And the rook endgame, how it started to slip out of control for Kartik. This rook move to the back rank was key, and the black rook could have been sacrificed temporarily to get into a winning rook endgame. So Kartik is now back in the game, but then tables turned again, and the f-pawn at the end of the day decided the game. There was an f-pass pawn twice in this game, and that was the key difference between the position of Kartik and Alexander Grishuk. The sole leader of Group D is therefore the three-time World Bliss champion Alexander Grishuk, who now moves on to 4.5 points out of 5 with 2 rounds to go. He's still alone at the very top, 4 points for Yaroslav Zherebuk, and on 3.5 points we have 4 players tied for third place. In the group stage, it is crucial to finish in the top 4 spots. They are the players that will advance to tomorrow's playoffs, and therefore everyone else there on 3.5 or 3 points, you'll need to really do your best in the last 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds remaining, and the stakes are so high. The qualification spots for the main event in chess with a $1.5 million prize pool, it's something that everyone would love to have as a paycheck, at least a portion of that gigantic pie of $1.5 million is a huge prize fund. We wish there were more chess events like this where the prices and the stakes are this high, and that's why so many participants are still trying to qualify. Over 120 players are present at the Last Chance Qualifier. 2 more rounds to go, Arturs.
Yeah, it's getting really tight race there, because what you could sense in the rankings, okay, Grishuk is running away and Zherebuk is half a point behind, but there's such a very tight race with 3.5 points out of 5, and I have a feeling that 5 points out of 7, which would be enough for the first 3 groups we saw, like today in the Group C and also Groups A and B yesterday, it might not be enough. It might be also 4.5 might be good enough to qualify, because this group is super close. We're seeing a lot of draws, and nothing is yet in stone. Okay, Grishuk looks really in a great shape here after especially this victory, so his chances look very good, but everything else, it's wide open.
Wide open, and the opponent of the group stage leader Alexander Grishuk for the next round will be none other than Hungarian chess legend Peter Leko. We have talked about Peter and his career so many times already earlier in the broadcast, but we cannot not emphasize how this is a clash of 2 of the most long-time elite players in the chess world, Alexander Grishuk and Peter Leko, and now they're facing each other in not what they are most used to. This is not a classical tournament. This is not over-the-board chess. They are at the Esports World Cup playing on a computer screen with noise-cancelling headphones. Mouse skills matter, flagging skills matter, very different, vibrant atmosphere with the crowds cheering around you. So how will they manage in this crucial penultimate round? Peter Leko, if he wins, his chances of qualifying will hugely increase, but it's not easy to try to win against a Grishuk that clearly is in good shape.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. And one thing I think it is very difficult to accomplish, Anna, is winning on demand, especially with the black color against a world-class player. So maybe Petr is not really thinking about this at this stage. He's just enjoying the game, get out of the opening, a fighting position, and then see what happens. Yeah, so it's really amazing to see them playing here. Who'd have thought, that already being veterans of the game, they're gonna face each other in esports World Cup qualifier. But there they are, and they're playing on a feature table. It should be fun.
Board 1 at the Last Chance Qualifier Group D penultimate round. This is the final moment in the group stage. Tomorrow it's all about the knockout format in the playoffs and who will qualify to the main event. But in order to get to the playoffs, you need to finish in the top 4 spots of your group. Grishuk so far looking great for the qualification to tomorrow's playoffs, but Peter Leko definitely wants to qualify too. And as you mentioned, these two have faced each other very many times, but I don't think they ever have played against each other in an esports environment. So there's a first for everything, and two world-class players, elite chess players for decades by now. They are competing on a computer screen at the Esports World Cup right now in Paris. The game is about to start and the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, Grishuk has the one move advantage. He's playing with a white color. Here you see in the left corner we have the 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk, one of the members of the 2800 ELO club. In the right corner we have the former world challenger Petr Leko, a true chess legend. They're facing each other here in round 6 of the Esports Last Chance Qualifier. It's fight. Let's go.
It's time for the fight. I love the commentary archers. And they will not be wearing the gloves though, even though they are in the ring. They're going to be using their mouse skills. And Grishuk will also put on his noise-cancelling headphones as soon as he's ready. By the way, I'm surprised that not more players were listening to their favorite songs this time. In some of the other groups, we have seen head-bopping or even singing along. Alexander Bortnik was one of the players, one of the grandmasters, who was basically producing a karaoke of his own, because you can, and why not? You can listen to music, you can enjoy yourself, but of course chess players are mostly used to silence in the playing hall, and that's what most of the participants are opting for.
There you go. The game is starting. So this big matchup is officially underway, and we see a very interesting line, a sideline of one of the oldest openings in chess. I think it makes perfect sense to play something in the classical opening, which is called Val Lopez or the Spanish game. Immediately the position is unbalanced, Anna, because white earlier took the knight on c6 to create these double pawns here at the queen side, and then at some point maybe go for the break in the center. But Petr Leko immediately reminds white, if you do this, you might be having some problems with a pawn here on d3, and also the rook at f1 is aligned perfectly to exploit it. So if Grishuk wants to push d4, he's going to have to prepare it.
That's why he's placing now the rook on d1, getting out of the pin and starts supporting the d3 pawn. And once the d2 knight moves away, he'll be ready to maneuver the knight elsewhere, open up the diagonal for his bishop, and get ready to push the central pawn.
I suppose it's going to be, some sort of a knight jump and then d4 push. And this is also a good moment for Petr to slow down a bit, try to reassess the position. Do you stop d4 or you don't stop d4? Because that's the kind of thing And there you go. He plays rook e8, retracts the bishop. White has a chance to play d4. Do you want to do this? Because it also increases the power of black's let's go bishop there. But what else do you do? I suppose you go for it.
That's why Grishuk pauses. It's an important decision whether you push or not. Is this the right moment for the central pawn push? Should he go for something else, like developing the bishop that's still sitting on the back rank for white? So a couple of options here, and that's why Grishuk is investing more time here. He does have a bit of a time advantage and ends up going for the knight maneuver instead, heading toward the f5 square with the knight.
Knight g3. Played by Grishuk here, reinforcing the pawn on e4, and black plays c5. A very thematic move here to make sure that d4 is incoming with much more resistance, because white of course could do this. White could push d4, but if you do this, you are undoubling black's pawn structure here at the queen side and opening up the position perhaps a bit too much. So in theory, the more position opens up, the more powerful black's bishop pair is. So Alexander Grishuk faces a dilemma. Does he go for d4 push? Is this the right moment? Or instead, he can go for some sort of a kingside attack. I'm thinking about maybe some sort of a bishop g5 provocation, park back the bishop on e3 and play d4 in slightly better circumstances.
Yeah, so many possibilities here for white. Which one he's going for? He ends up going for the bishop development with the tempo, attacking the black queen.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. I think it's a pretty thematic idea of this particular line. White is really getting into this d4 push. But again, the question is, when is the right moment? And Petr Leko has perfectly aligned here. Bishop on b7. He says, come on, get me. Play d4. I'm ready for this. So, do you do this? Or you keep improving your position? Maybe you can think about going for some sort of a kingside attack, because I don't know, I'm looking at this pawn on f6 and some of the weakened light squares at the kingside. Is there room for potential kingside assault?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction in which Grishuk is looking and would try to build up an attack like that. That would make so much sense. And it's also very much in the style of Grishuk, his playing style. Creative, original, going for dynamic factors, and an attack like that, if he can see something in it, he will definitely want to go toward the black king. We are going to figure out soon, I think, if that's the plan he wants to go for. He is spending quite a long think here, and he's still not ready to commit to an idea which is increasing the time advantage of Petr Leko. And a reminder, this is speed chess, 10 minutes, no increment. The time factor has mattered so much in crucial moments of the games, especially if you go down to your final minute or two. That's when mistakes were coming in, even in the games of grandmasters, because of the time pressure.
And Alexander Grishuk is notorious for his time scrambles, but I mean, this is typically happening in classical chess. It's a different kind of beast we are witnessing here. Only 10 minutes with no increment, and he goes for the d4 push. I mean, it makes perfect sense, because now we might see a lot of trades, and here White is banking on the idea that, maybe after those trades, the black king is going to be feeling a bit more vulnerable, and if White will be able to land the knight on f5, maybe this knight or the other knight on f5, maybe something is going to happen there.
That's exactly what he's hoping for. Petr Leko ends up taking on g3 to eliminate that knight before it becomes troublesome, and that's also the defender of the e4 pawn. So this is also what Grishuk had to take into account when he decided to push his central pawn.
And I'm also amazed by the speed how quickly Petr Leko did this. So he clearly anticipated d4. He had plenty of time to think about things, but, well, we are seeing the evaluation bar. It says that White is studying a bit better because, the pawn on c5 will be under attack. So I think that here Grishuk will play either of the queen moves. I don't know which is the more accurate one. Queen c4, I suppose, makes a bit more sense. There's the pawn, extra pawn that Black just had. And, well, we have obstacle bishops on the board. White is pressing a bit, but I think that here Petr Leko is very, very solid.
Very solid. He has just stepped out of the pin on the d5. There's also a bit of head bopping. So I'm hoping that Peter is listening to some great tunes there through his headphones, or simply just, comforting himself in this position. Black is okay. Black is doing well, but still slight edge by Grishuk, and he's trying to put pressure on his opponent to increase his lead in the group stage.
A big moment here. I mean, what do you do with a pawn on c5? Do you take on b6, relieve the tension, or you keep it there, you reinforce the pawn, or you sacrifice it, or you develop your queenside rook to defend the pawn on c5, or you go for some dynamics? Again, there's so many choices, and Grishuk is spending a lot of time. Again, look at this, Anna. He has already lower than 5 minutes on the clock versus Petr Leko's 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So the Hungarian chess legend is playing this game so quickly.
Very quickly and very confidently. He always has the next move ready to go. He's not surprised at all. He wasn't surprised by the pawn push in the center. Now he was ready to meet the trade on b6 immediately. Queen to c7 comes in, attacking the knight on d7. But that queen on e7 is protected by the black rook. So this is not a pin. You can jump away with the knight.
Yeah, but here black should have no issues whatsoever. And I do feel that those extra... How much is it actually? 3 minutes already. It feels like an extra pawn. I don't really know. I think in over the board chess we used to have a joke. When you're playing classical chess and having extra 20 or 30 minutes, it feels like an extra pawn. So what do we make of this? How many extra pawns should it be like when you have extra 3 minutes in a 10+0 time control game?
I feel like the way David was assessing it it's as if every 1 minute extra is like a pawn. So having 3 extra minutes, 3 pawns, that is quite an advantage on a grandmaster level.
Probably a bit too much, to be honest, but yeah. Black, at least on the clock, has a really nice position there, but White's position is pretty simple. We just saw White playing a4. The idea is to play a5, try to get those weaknesses there at a queen side. And yeah, right now, Leko can figure out things. Does he want to be ambitious? Does he want to be solid? Because again, the tournament situation, I'm not really sure he's happy with the draw here, Anna. He would love to keep the game going.
He definitely wants to keep the game going and wants to keep the game more complex, not allow too many trades. But Grishuk is heading for that pawn push on the queen side to open up the a5 for his rook and lead to further trades. At the same time, Grishuk, I think he's also the kind of player that is not looking for a draw. Yes, he has less time, but I think he's always optimistic even in time trouble.
Definitely right. That's what makes him a world-class player. And a 3-time World Blitz champion. King G8 played by Black makes perfect sense. I mean, this is very often what I'm teaching to my students. When you don't know what to do, always improve your pieces. And I'm pretty sure that Petr Leko always knows what to do. But I mean, the king on H8 was feeling so far away. You want to improve it. There we just saw A4, A5 pushed by White. Couple of pawns were traded. And A6. I think that Black wants to keep those queenside pawns somehow alive.
Yes, ideally, if you manage to keep those pawns on the board, you are increasing your chances because of the time situation. It's an even position, balanced, but more pieces on the board usually makes it more complex. Bishop to d3, I like your suggestion there, Arthurs, to hold on to the a6 pawn, not allow White to trade the a pawn for the b pawn.
Yeah, but maybe... Oh, bishop b7. This is actually a very ambitious move. I think that it kind of discourages White to play b4, and yet it happened. But hang on, White is trying to play b4, b5 here, offer the pawn trade. And how does Black remain ambitious in this position? Because if those queenside pawns disappear, it's going to be really hard to win this.
And that's what's about to happen. The pawn push, now supported by this knight in the center as well. Petr Leko continues with the head bopping, with the little dance moves in a way, both on the board and off the board. I would love to know what playlist he's listening to, but I'm so happy to see that he's enjoying the game, he's enjoying the atmosphere, and he's embracing fully the esports vibes.
But okay, it's going to be a draw in the very end. I think both players are perfectly understanding that with all the queenside pawns being traded, we have obstacle bishops on the board. the body language, I think it spells it all that most likely this game is getting to a peaceful outcome, unless, of course, here Black finds a way to keep at least a pair of rooks on the board. But I don't really think that Peter is going to try to flag Grishuk in this position. What do you think?
No, I think Peter, like always, a gentleman. And with 3 minutes still for Grishuk, it's not even close to flagging territory. I think this game is heading toward a peaceful conclusion now, with the rooks being traded. It's opposite colored bishop endgame with just 3 pawns for each. A very drawish position, and I wouldn't be surprised if the remaining pawns will be traded now as well.
Yeah, there you go. All the pawns are disappeared from the board, and finally Grishuk simply offered a draw. A draw was agreed. Very, very solid performance by both players. And I think also from Alexander's perspective, it didn't really make a lot of sense to go for risks. He sensed that Black had successfully solved all of the opening problems. Probably on top of that, there was the huge amount of respect he has for the former World Championship challenger. He's doing really well. There's a smile. There's the congratulations. They're just very happy to play against each other.
Yes, of course, 2 world-class players who have faced each other very many times at top-level chess events. Let's listen to them, actually, if we can.
Yeah, but I was a bit afraid that you will take.
I mean, maybe I take on F1 also.
Yeah, king probably and queen on 7. This is what I didn't know. Okay, but computer says that's what I should play. Okay, something a bit. Because after what you played... H4.
Yeah, H4, but okay, then it's a very fighting. I want knight f4, knight e6.
Wow, 7 on board. After it cannot complete it.
Queen e7 was possible. Yeah, it was so fixed on this that it's kind of forced.
It's tough to analyze with him because when it becomes completely equal, it starts to say why it is better.
Yes.
That's the first time. So
It's crazy, yes. All right, best of luck then.
You love to see the analysis, the exchange of words there about what happened in the game, and also just the friendly smiles. This is, of course, 2 world-class players who normally would play over the board, but now they are in the esports arena at the World Cup in gaming. The kings were going to the king side, and all pawns were going to be traded essentially in this opposite-colored bishop endgame. It was a very well-fought game, near flawless play by both players, and the handshake and smiles at the end. It says it all.
Yeah, this was really actually amazing to see. So chess is still a gentleman's sport, and even though they're rivals playing against each other for this insane amount of prize money, they're still colleagues. They love the game, and yeah, those sides are always fascinating to see. But when it comes to both players, Anna, I think that draw is for Grishuk pretty much guaranteeing him to get to the knockout stage tomorrow. He currently sits at 5 points out of 6, but things are not also over for Petr here, because he just played against potentially one of the most dangerous opponents of the group with the black color, and if he's going to succeed in the next game, presumably with the white color, he might make it to the knockout stage.
That's very true that Grandmaster Peter Leko still has chances in the final round. There's only 1 round remaining in the group stage. This is our final group, Group D, and we will know who will be the 4 players qualifying from this group to tomorrow's playoffs at the Last Chance Qualifier. It's about to happen. We are just getting in the final results from round 6, and we are yet to figure out who are the other players with a chance to make it to tomorrow's playoffs. Again, in the Last Chance Qualifier, the format is that the players start in group stages. You need to finish in the top 4 in your group to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs, which will be a double elimination bracket, a knockout format. 5 qualification spots overall for next week's main event at Chess at the Esports World Cup. $1.5 million is at stake at the main event. Huge stakes. much pressure on the players. And with 1 round to go, Alexander Grishuk looking great for the qualification, and not only qualifying, but he is looking like qualifying for the upper bracket. The top 2 players from the group will make it to the upper bracket. The 3rd and 4th qualify to the lower bracket, and that matters too.
Absolutely, and I think his top priority will be to make it to the upper bracket. And but then anything can happen in this final round, because the one thing we can definitely say for sure, that this time control is unpredictable. We do see a lot of tense moments in time scrambles. This group, by the way, I think is one of the most tensest groups so far, and also we see quite a few draws. Even though we have one solid leader, Grishuk, everybody else is like hanging tight, still within the striking distance. And like in the previous group, in Group C, we had 4 leaders before the final round with 1 point margin ahead of everybody else. And I think it was more or less clear that they're going to make it to the final stage. But this group, nah, I don't think we can say for sure that anybody is safe.
Very true that it seems that Group D turns into the most complicated one when it comes to the qualifications. In all the other groups, it was pretty much nearly determined heading into the final round. At least there were always 4 players who stood out and had at least half a point of an advantage. In this case, I don't think we will see that, and that keeps it even more wide open who will have chances to qualify to the playoffs. I cannot wait to see the results as they're coming in and the standings heading into the final decisive round with so much at stake. Grishuk for sure, he will be still our leader in Group D, but who else has good chances depends on how they fared in this round.
Yeah, we're going to get those results in a moment. I think that all of the games have officially concluded, so we're going to get there in a moment. And there you go. There are the standings after round 6, Anna. We have 2 leaders, Grishuk and Jerebuk. They share the lead with 5 points out of 6, but are they safe? Well, not quite, because Velimir Ivic is only half a point behind him, and then we have 3 players battling out for one of these spots to the knockout stages: Kartik, Peter Leko, and Bilal Balakshen. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. So all of them might make it, and maybe potentially also Alexander Injic, who is currently sitting in the 7th position. Could be really difficult, but yeah, this group is really unpredictable.
Very unpredictable, and it will also so depend on the pairings for the final round. If you are facing someone who is half a point ahead of you, you will have your faith in your own chance, at least the chance to try to bounce ahead of your opponent if you manage to win. Not easy to do so, but I think you're right that even the players on 3.5 with a win in the final round, and if the results go in the right way, they still have a mathematical chance at making it to the top 4 spots. Looking great, of course, for Grishuk and Jerebuk, who are sitting on the 1st and 2nd place, but they want to hold on to the 1st and 2nd place to make it to the upper bracket of tomorrow's playoffs and have a better chance overall to qualify to the main event for next week.
That's like basically securing yourself that you could afford to lose one of the matches and then still to remain in the tournament, because the knockout stage, which happens tomorrow, the viewers, is a double elimination system, meaning you have to lose twice to get out of the win. So that's why it does really matter to get in this upper bracket. You are having like an extra joker up in your sleeve to pull it out when things don't go really right your way. But the next round is about to start, and who are we gonna follow, really? There's so many interesting matchups, many interesting players to follow. I don't know.
It's gonna be a tough one to pick, because yes, we have the 2 players on 5 points, but then there's of course also the storyline of the chasing pack and the fight to be in the top 4 spots to make it to tomorrow's playoffs. That's what matters in the quest for all the players in this journey to try to qualify to the main event at chess at the Esports World Cup. and the players on 4 points. It will be so crucial to see who they are facing in the final round and how will that game go, depending on the other results as well. They still have a chance, and the players on 3.5, again, still mathematical chances. So this is one of the wildest groups, if not the wildest, where the door is pretty much still open toward that qualification spot if you manage to win and everything else goes in the right way for you as well. It's gonna be a lot of ifs, but this is sometimes how chess is. You need a bit of luck sometimes, and you need other results sometimes to go in the right direction for you. I'm so curious again about the featured matchup because we have been following several players in Group D. We started with Yaroslav Zherbuk. We have looked at the games of Peter Leko. We have been talking about Alexander Grishuk as was the sole leader in Group D. And we have also seen some of the underdogs, or the first round matchup between Zherbuk and Yara. That was a huge rating gap. But then we see Yara winning 2 games in a row after he lost to Grandmaster Zherbuk. So he used that Grandmaster buff to then capitalize on his games and take down some higher rated opponents. You love to see this field where it's professional chess players together with club players, hobby players, anyone and everyone have been welcome to the Last Chance Qualifier in Paris. You just needed to sign up and show up, and that's what a lot of people did.
Exactly, and speaking about the Zherbuk, Anna, he ended up leading the event together with Alexander Grishuk. So it's kind of like we knew this because we focused on his first 2 games, and I suppose sitting there on the featured table, it somehow inspires you because you know that all eyes are on your match. So that's the central game. And yeah, he is doing really well, 5 points out of 6 together with Alexander Grishuk. We still don't have yet a pairing for the final round. I believe it's going to happen in any minute. So definitely some GM clashes. It's of course very critical who Grishuk is going to face, what kind of result is good for him. He already has played against Yaroslav Zherbuk. The 2 leaders already played against each other. They made a draw, whichever round it was. And I just got the word that in the final round, round 7, we're going to follow Peter Leko against Bile Belakshen in a clutch game. Who's going to make it to the knockout stage? Let's go.
That's so important, and I think that's a great pick for this final round featured game because both players are on 4 points, both still with a chance to qualify, but you need to win this game, this final round game, in order to actually prove that you are worthy of that qualification spot because the fight is still wide open. And Bilal Belashene, I believe from Algeria, he's also a strong grandmaster, and not the same generation as Peter, but a grandmaster from Algeria who is now, I think he is based in France, so home advantage. I feel like the crowds cheering for you, maybe fans, family, friends might be there present supporting you. And Peter Leko, of course, decades of experience at the highest level in chess, world-class player, former world champion, challenger, nearly became a world champion himself, and now is a world-class coach and world-class commentator as well. Like, Peter leaves something to the rest of us, He's just the best at everything he has done in his career.
Yeah, it's essentially going to be experience versus youth in this critical matchup of the last round of the Last Chance Qualifier to make it to the knockout stage tomorrow. Peter Leko is going to have the white color, so 1 move advantage. I don't know what we are going to see. Probably something highly theoretical, very principled, because that's the kind of game that Peter really likes to play. And yeah, we're going to see. Is he going to start with the King's Pawn move or go for something else? Anna, your prediction?
I would say Queen's Pawn, but it's just a hunch. I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure. What I do know is that the players are ready now. This is the final decisive round at the Last Chance Qualifier group stage. We are about to see Who will prevail in this crucial 7th round in Group D? Who will be the 4 players to make it to tomorrow's playoffs? Here we see the Algerian Grandmaster Bilal Belachene, who will be facing renowned commentator, coach, and of course, world-class player, Peter Leko.
Yeah, there you go. He has a power sip of some water right there. They're receiving their final instructions. This is the featured table. All eyes are on them. And after this round, this group stage will be over. We're gonna have all the names who have made it to the knockout stage, which starts tomorrow. Of course, we're gonna be covering that as well. And I sense that this is gonna be a great game, because typically when you're following in featured matches, they rarely disappoint, if ever at all. Peter needs a victory here, which pretty much goes the same for the Algerian Grandmaster. I don't think a draw is secure for either of them, and this premise suggests that this is going to be a sharp game.
A sharp game where neither of them can settle for a draw. With the draw, neither of them will qualify. So that's a result that no one wants, and that will dictate the dynamics in this game. I think you're right about expecting a sharp position, sharp openings, and maybe in that case, King's Pawn opening. I think Belachene usually plays the Sicilian defense, so we could see a more aggressive variation there and aggressive dynamic positions already from the opening on.
That makes perfect sense. I wouldn't be surprised to see this. We already saw the Hungarian chess legend employing the King's Pawn move and going for sharp Sicilian earlier today against Serbian Grandmaster Alexander Injic. He got a very close to winning advantage after the opening, but then did not really capitalize on it. Yeah, so I suppose we are going to see the game is about to start. The players are waiting for the final instructions. Everybody's getting seated, and I think it's starting right now.
The final decisive round in Group D to determine who will qualify to tomorrow's playoffs at the Last Chance Qualifier in Paris at the esports World Cup. We do see a Sicilian defense. This is the Rossolimo, the so-called Rossolimo, with the bishop going out to b5 and often trading the bishop for the knight, giving the pair of bishops to black, but claiming that white has a healthier pawn structure. And this is a very close structure where the knight maneuvers will be quite valuable. That's what white is counting on.
This move h3 is such a classy move, because you would think that, I have to continue like castling, or Engine was saying something about the move c4, but here black has some problems, meaning this light square bishop might not have a lot of good squares to go. So that's why black here first plays h6, this innocent looking pawn move, so that he can position the bishop here on f5, and if it's attacked, it can always hide on h7.
That's exactly what black is aiming for. And not even that, but he's pushing g5. What an aggressive move by the Algerian Grandmaster and Peter Leko. Not even shocked or surprised. He goes c4 as usual in this structure to chase the central knight away.
Well, this is declaration of war essentially by black. And of course, the tournament situation suggests that you want to have a sharper game here, but it's also a move you can never take back. And gloves are off here, Anna. This is going to be a sharp game right here. Black opens up the g file, puts the bishop on g4, pins the knight on f3, maybe castling the long side. Use the open g file here to get to the white king. The knight on b6 is weird. We got what we wanted.
We got exactly what we wanted. A very sharp, very aggressive approach. Both players in a must-win situation to be able to qualify to tomorrow's playoffs. You love to see it. The fire on the board and this open g-file that will be looking dangerous toward the white king. So for Peter, he needs to finish developing his pieces and also create his own attack against the black king, which so far is still in the middle of the board and will be going toward the queen's side as the only available safe spot left for the black king to castle to.
Most likely, I think so. And that's what here Bilal is thinking about. What's the most precise way to do this? Do I castle longside immediately? I think it makes most sense. Queen d7, Ancient slightly prefers this position just to walk away from this potential x-ray by white's bishop, potentially also landing the queen here. Maybe this is actually even more accurate, this queen move, because black at the moment can keep the king in the center, and this queen jump to the king side, maybe this is the kind of thing that Petr Leko needs to watch out for.
He does need to watch out for it, and that's why he's pausing. He does feel that this queen maneuver is an important one for black to improve his position, and he's trying to see how to face it, what's the best way to tackle the queen coming to f5 and queen h5. Prophylactic thinking in chess is so important. You see your opponent's threats and you want to prepare for it before they even happen. Peter decides that the queen maneuver will happen no matter what, so he does proceed with his own development, knight coming out to c3.
All right, now he hits white's bishop here, and Petr immediately responds with a queen move, defending the bishop here, try to hold on together. How does black continue? I would have thought that castling the long side makes perfect sense. The one thing I slightly don't like about black's position, Anna, is this knight on b6, this queenside knight. Otherwise, black is, I think, doing really well. He has decent dynamics. He's doing something aggressive at the king side, but you would love to find a way to bring this queenside knight into the game. At this stage, right now, it's not doing anything.
It's indeed the problem piece for black, how to get that knight into the game, as well as, of course, develop the rest of the pieces. But the knight is the one that's the least clear. The crowd's cheering in the arenas nearby. This is the Esports World Cup. This is the Last Chance Qualifier. And these two players are fighting for a chance to qualify to the main event at Chess taking place next week. But the journey to qualification is to be in the top 4 places in your group, and tomorrow to make it through the playoffs as well. Not easy, but the stakes are really high, highly rewarding you if you make it through to the $1.5 million main event in chess at the Esports World Cup.
I think it's safe to say that the winner of this game is going to get there. He is going to make it to the knockout stage. That's why, once again, the cost of this game is really high, and you can see that both players are in the zone. They feel this is the critical moment. The Algerian Grandmaster is super locked in. He's thinking about, where is this king feeling safe? Do I need to castle the long side at all? Because ultimately you castle only for a simple reason. I mean, actually there's 2 of them. You secure your king's safety, and the second thing is you connect your rooks. That's it. There's no other reason. He decided to take on f3 and improve the queenside knight first.
And now the rook is coming to the e5 to support the central pawn, but black continues targeting the central pawn by placing the bishop on g7.
That's a very interesting choice. Maybe there was something that he didn't like about castling the long side, and perhaps he is thinking about rerouting this knight here to this square, to this e6 square. So it's not really about attacking the pawn on e5. I mean, sure, if he can grab it, he's going to do this. But I think the big idea here is rerouting the pieces. Thinking about the larger picture, the knight on e6 for black would stand perfectly, blocking all of white's attempts to be aggressive at the king side, and also eyeballing for this d4 weakness here.
Eyeballing for that weakness. The crowds are cheering. Everyone is going crazy. This is the Esports World Cup. This is the Last Chance Qualifier. And for these 2 players, this is an incredibly important game. Which Grandmaster out of these 2, Leko or Belacena, will make it to tomorrow's playoffs with a chance to qualify to the main event in chess? Huge chance for both, and so much pressure in this position. Looking at that square that you are highlighting, Arthur's, will we see the knight jumping there, the rook coming there? The pawn is under pressure on e5.
I personally like knight e4 more, because it comes with some tricks, like there might be some tactics to explore. I'm pretty sure that Leko is looking at them right now, and also this knight is not doing anything at the queen side. I'm thinking I could get the knight here to g3, but no. Instead, he went for the queen trade instead, which I suppose it does make sense, because he reinforces the e6 threat, and he makes sure that his king is never going to be in danger.
Yes, after the queen trade, it does make the king situation safer. It keeps his pawn alive on e5. And now the second rook of white could come into the game as well, whether it's doubling rooks on the e file or bringing it to d1, because at some point you're going to need to face the fact that the d3 pawn is a backward pawn. So will the strategy be to try to push it, to try to trade it for the c5 pawn, or will you hold on to this for now and accept that you need to go for counterplay and use black's doubled pawns? The e6 pawn push that you mentioned as well is always in the air. It's quite a complex middle game.
Not so easy here to make a choice because, yeah, this e6 move, it looks so logical. You're opening up your ducks with bishop. You're creating some weaknesses here against the pawn on e6. Now, what I slightly don't like is that it would allow black to activate the bishop. Here we see Petr decide to play rook d1, which is a nice solid move, just in case protect the pawn here on d3. So I think that Bilal here is going to start by improving his knight.
Oh, pawn to f5. So that's a move that's inviting the capture en passant. Could happen right now. And Peter Leko does know the rules of the internet. He captures the pawn. This very peculiar move in chess en passant has just happened. And bishop takes back on f6.
But this was a pretty surprising move, this f5. I would have thought that Bilal all along wanted to improve this knight, and now look at this, he can't do this anymore. So I understand, of course, why he did this, Anna. He played f5 to try to close the position, and if white takes on en passant, then black at least activates the ducks with bishop. But this also comes at the expense of this knight, which is still not fighting any good squares. And here comes white's counterplay, a3. I think here white is definitely eyeing for the b4 push and try to get to the black king there.
I think that's exactly what Peter Leko is thinking about, because even though the queens are off of the board, you still have this situation where, thanks to the bishop of white cutting the black king, and now the knight maneuver, threatening a knight fork. This is looking dangerous now for Belacena. How to face all those threats?
This knight is such a tricky piece. And yeah, black has some big problems here. So we have both players down to the last 5 minutes. Once again, both of them, they are in a must-win situation. Both Peter Leko and Bilal Belakchen, they need to win this game to make it to the final stage. I don't think draw is going to be enough. Maybe for the better tiebreaker there. Rook f8, knight e6 by play by both players. And this knight on e6, it's such a beast. I just don't want to take it on d4, Anna, because I just love it there.
That's an absolute monster, the knight sitting on e6. Yes, the bishop is looking good on d4, but the knight is even stronger. So I also think that Peter Leko will not be trading it. In fact, he's pushing b4 to say you cannot touch that pawn because that's the pawn holding on to your bishop. h4 by Bilal trying to push h3 to open up the files for the rooks on the king's side.
Now we saw some trades at the queen side. White is improving the position a bit, but wait a second. What about the pawn on a3? What about black's counterplay at the king's side? You can't really underestimate that as well. I don't really know. Maybe here white's idea was to play d4 all along, but what about this bishop on d6 move here? Engine says that after this knight trade on c5, what keeps the better position. But do you really want to trade this knight from e6? I'm not sure.
No, that's not an easy decision to make. I agree with you. It's looking beautiful on e6, and yet Peter Leko assesses it correctly that, yes, that was a beautiful knight, but now the bishop of white will be a really strong piece in the middle of the board. It's cutting both the king's side and the queen's side. It's a long-range piece fighting in an open position against a short-range knight. Now h3 is the threat of black king stepping out of the g5. Very classy way of dealing with that threat, and it's all now the pressure on black on how to improve his position.
And I think that Belakchen has been doing a really good job so far because, I mean, after this f5 move, which I quite didn't like, he has managed to have some coordination of his pieces. I really liked his idea to play h5, h4, this kingside pawn push, try to harass the white king, and it seems that the Hungarian chess legend's advantage has seemingly vanished because he does have the bishop on e5 here, but black has the knight. And do not underestimate how tricky the knights can be in a time scramble.
They can be so tricky, and both players are now below 4 minutes. Again, there is no increment. Time scramble have been such a key and decisive factor in so many of the games in the Last Chance Qualifier. And now, with that C5 move you're highlighting, the knight jumping to F4, there will be things to worry about for Peter as well. He needs to make sure that he stays on top of this game with the slight advantage according to the computer, but not an easy one to make progress from.
It doesn't look good to him, to be honest, right now. I don't like his position. I think that here Black has managed to get a very good harmony of his pieces. Most importantly, the one thing nobody has taught engines yet is how easy it is to play this position. And I think for Black, the moves are incoming very naturally. So I would say maybe something like C5. Whoa, H3. Look at that.
Wow. That is
There's
a
some
pawn
tactics.
sacrifice to try to get to the white king and also to create a space, a beautiful square on F3 for the knight to jump to if white were to capture this pawn with the pawn. Peter says, no, I'm not allowing those knight jumps, no knight forks for me or my king getting into trouble. Bishop back to G3.
And Black gonna take on G2 because you see this knight is under attack, so Black needs to defend it. You might think it's a blunder, but according to engine, no. Black is better. Black is taking over the game. He needs to defend the knight. And after the capture here, knight is heading to a very beautiful square on F3. I don't know how obvious is this, because last time I checked, a pawn is a pawn after all, so I think that Peter is here feeling pretty confident, and Black has to make a choice. Anna, is it rook G6, or is it maybe a more human move, king D7? I'm liking the latter more.
Yeah, it's hard to make a choice here. Bilal goes for rook to G6, and now the pawn can be captured, but again, you need to take into account knight to D4 and the knight coming in with the fork, so maybe it's just looking like you can take it. If the king were to take it, then there's a gigantic check coming to your king through the H7 square, so definitely a very dangerous position, but Peter says, I'm going to take it anyway. He takes it with the pawn, and the evaluation bar says it was not the right move. Peter Lico blundered it. Look at the reaction of Grandmaster Peter Lico. He completely forgot about the knight jump. The rook is attacked, then he's heading toward F3 to pick up the other rook. He has to give up his rook on E2 or D2.
I originally also missed this move, and then a move later I saw that Black can play knight E4, knight F3, and I think he was focused really on the other knight's jump. This is why the knights, Anna, are so tricky pieces, because they tend to jump in unexpected squares. And if your attention is only on G5 square, you might miss the larger picture. And unfortunately, this happened to Peter Lekov right there. Of course, the position is still a fighting position, but Black has an extra exchange for a pawn. Really great chances to win this. So the question here is, can here the Hungarian chess legend survive this position? He has a trump, a passed pawn, which might roll forward very quickly.
That was an incredibly difficult moment for Grandmaster Peter Leko, but he has composed himself and he is fighting. He does have, I think, good defensive chances, because it's now both players on 2 minutes, and the position is not that straightforward on how to improve your situation. You're up an exchange, as we say, a rook versus a bishop, but the path forward is not that clear. You can push the pawns as the arrows by Arthur's are showing, but that will also give some opening for the white rook and create some chances for Peter. In fact, he says A4, I'm going to try to make it harder for you to create passed pawns.
And we see some pawns being traded, but also we're getting really low on time. And this is the situation where both players are going to have to show their speed chess skills. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, there is no increment. What we're seeing on the screen, that's all they have. 1 minute and 40 seconds for the Algerian Grandmaster Bilal Balakhshan. Only 1 minute and 21 seconds here for Peter Leko. We are entering bullet territory here.
Bullet territory with no increment. This is it, the final minute and a half for both players. According to the computer, the position is about equal, but the chances of this game heading toward a draw is very, very slim. Both players need a win, and they are down to the wire when it comes to the time situation.
It's a 3-result game. Whatever happened before, it already doesn't matter. It's all about who has the easier game. And Anna, I suspect suddenly it's actually White, because White is down this exchange for a pawn, but he has this outside pass pawn here, which might roll forward very quickly. King d8, king d7 allows White reposition here, the rook behind the pass pawn. It's getting really tense here.
Very tense. The rook maneuvers by both players. And now this check by Peter Leko.
Is he going to repeat the position? Give a couple of checks. Is a draw good enough? No, I don't think so. They have to keep it going. A draw might not be enough.
They have to keep it going, indeed, because both players want to qualify to the playoffs for tomorrow, and for that, they both need a win.
F6 allows bishop e5. Now we see a couple of pawns being traded, and I'm really liking White's chances here, Anna. Take the pawn here with a check, march it back, push forward the h pawn. Suddenly White's position is really easy to play. He first starts with a pawn check.
That's also a good move, and now a rook check instead of picking up the pawn. Peter Leko says it's more important actually to push that h pawn. It's so close to promotion once you have it on h6. How do you stop it? White is threatening h7 with a check and then h8, new queen.
Only move, rook e5. Only move to allow black to stay in the game, but it's such a difficult move to make. I mean, you might get there out of lack of alternatives. Your position, if you play with black, looks really terrible, and he finds it.
He found the only way to stay in the game, to give up his rook for the bishop, but this is not the right way to proceed. Now, after king to g5, White is winning, and Peter Leko plays it immediately. Beautiful execution by the Hungarian grandmaster, threatening checkmate on the board and the promotion as well.
Wow, that was really crazy. And you can look at also the facial expression of the Algerian grandmaster. He knows what just happened. He ultimately just threw away a game in a drawn position. And Peter Leko wins a clutch game. And maybe he's going to make it to the final stage.
I think we were just so shocked by what happened in the last few moves that our slide was even saying draw, but it's a win. It's a huge win for Grandmaster Peter Leko. He will be qualifying most likely to the playoffs. We are getting the final results in from round 7, but what a roller coaster of emotions this has been for both players. Peter Leko was in control of the game, but then he forgot about the knight jumps and that knight fork threat. He accepted that sacrifice of a pawn, but forgot completely about his opponent's knight jump, ended up losing his rook for the knight. This was that particular moment after capturing the pawn on h3. He completely forgot, and look at the reaction of Peter, the disbelief, the shock, to then compose himself and make it back in the game. And it's Bilal who ends up making the final mistake in the game, in the rook endgame. Beautiful execution by Peter Leko. Down a pawn, but threatening checkmate and the promotion. Black is busted.
Yeah, this was such a crazy time scramble, and the Algerian grandmaster earlier could have repeated the position, but both of them, there were in a must-win situation. Look at this fist pump by Peter Leko. He has, it seems, made it to the final 4 stage, Anna, because we have one leader, one winner of the Group D event. He is Alexander Grishuk. Yaroslav Zherbov is finishing in the 2nd place, so these two gentlemen, they're going to the upper bracket, but Kartik Venkataraman and Peter Leko have a better tiebreak ahead of Velimir Ivic.
And those are the 4 players who will be fighting their way through in the playoffs of tomorrow. Everyone else is eliminated in the Last Chance Qualifier. What an incredible fight that has been in the final round, and the 4 players making it through, they will be facing the other top 4 players from other groups in the Last Chance Qualifier. And a quick reminder on who they are. We started Group A yesterday. That was our first group. 4 players who made it through from Group A were Wei Yi, Alexander Bortnik, the 2 of them going to the upper bracket, while Aryan Tari and Ellen Pichot will be in the lower bracket from Group A. Then from Group B, also 4 very strong players that will be fighting in the playoffs. Daniel Dubov and Parham Maksudlu in the upper bracket, and Maxim Lagarde and Eric Hansen in the lower bracket. And last but not least, Group C was also a wide race for the top spots, with Andrew Tang and Vladislav Artemiev making it to the upper bracket, and Jules Moussard and Valery Kazakuski to the lower bracket to tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, and we just saw also Group D essentially wrapping up, and one unlucky player, Ivic, unfortunately didn't make it. I think it was the only one from all the groups where 5 points out of 7, it was not enough. But once again, this was one of the toughest groups. So congratulations to everybody who made it to the knockout stage tomorrow. For everybody else, I suppose, it was thank you for your efforts. Unfortunately, something was missing, but ultimately, I think everybody who came over to what was the title of Porte Versailles in Paris, as you said, the heart of the city in Paris, this great exhibition center, to live this amazing atmosphere in the esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. It's a brand new thing for chess professionals and chess fans alike, and this is a tradition. I hope it's going to be there to stay in the coming years.
We all hope the same. And the reason why already over 120 players showed up for this event is because the stakes are so high. Out of 120 players, we are now left with 16 players. They continue the Last Chance Qualifier. Tomorrow is the final day of this qualification tournament, and it will be determined in a double elimination bracket knockout format, even more ruthless, even more brutal than what we have just witnessed throughout these 2 days. So tomorrow, the final day of the Last Chance Qualifier, it will determine who are the 5 players only, will make it to the main event for next week in chess, where the stakes, the prices are the highest they could ever be, $1.5 million at stake. This is why the 16 players who qualified will be trying their best to get a good night's sleep and be in their very best shape tomorrow. Thank you so much to all of you tuning in, both online and on site in Paris. Artus, thank you for the commentary, the production team, the entire Esports World Cup. That has been an incredible event for us chess fans to be a part of. And tomorrow we continue, same time, same place, for the final day of the Last Chance Qualifier. See you there tomorrow.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.